Welcome, everybody, here to the Open Division. It is day 3 of the weekend, and we are here in the winner's semifinals. 4 teams remain undefeated, and we're going to see which one moves on one step closer to the winner's final as well, or rather the grand finals, as well as one step closer to being in Contenders Trial. Klutchke here, along with the one and only Chef Billy here. And we got a good matchup for you. It is Illinois State out of the Missouri Valley Conference. The Redbirds, if you know them well, they will take on Gaia Hyperion here again in the winner's semifinal. And Billy, you have some notes on both teams, but let's start with the team that you think you know pretty well, American Tornado and Dark Mode, but they're really here known as Illinois State University.
They've got a member of each squad that were 1 and 2 in Contenders. One member of each team together on each role. So you're looking at, the best of the best here. Top 20 is where ISU is sitting right now in the collegiate standings. They want to get their copium and hopium up and get that ranking up there as well. And with these players right now, obviously, they are going to be able to make a massive push. I'm expecting this to be a 3-0, honestly. Gaia Hyperion, not to be undone. They were top 12 last Open Division, but, they're running into the juggernaut that is the Redbirds Esports. You mentioned Missouri Valley Conference. I live in the Missouri Valley Conference. My home team, the Missouri State Bears, compete in this. This is my hometown. So definitely interested and very proud to be representing MVC land here. But I tell you what, it's going to come down to DPS battles right now. And is AJ the Ghost going to be able to stand up against the tank line of Pogo? Pogo has been absolutely going off here in Open Division. So AJ's going to have his hands full. The DPS line of Gaia Hyperion are going to be dealing with Hydron and Sam. Hydron is one of the most touted DPS players in North America. As soon as that young man gets 18 years old, if they're not already, they should be signed to an Overwatch League team immediately. Get the press out, get the stamps out, sign it, seal it, deliver it.
Yeah, when you watch Overwatch, American Tornado and Dark Mode in the Overwatch Contenders scene again, there's a reason why they landed up 1 and 2. There's a reason why they are in Contenders, and their just performances were amazing. Gaia Hyperion's going to have a bunch stacked up against them, but it's not to say the upset doesn't happen here, because Haven, you've got a good line here. Again, like you said, the tank line could make a difference. AJ has some work cut out for him, as well as Layla on the other side of Gaia Hyperion. So there's a lot to get here, but they're not undefeated to get to the final 4 undefeated teams here for no reason. They didn't have to make their way throughout the whole tournament. So this could be a little bit more of a challenge, don't you think?
It could be. I haven't had a chance to see Gaia Hyperion play yet, because either it's not been on stream or I haven't been around to see it. So, it's just going to depend on how they come out the gate. I'm just looking at the exertion of pressure that we're going to see from Illinois State, though. We're still talking about American Tornado and Dark Mode 1 and 2. That carries a lot of weight. But, I really want to see where we go. And it looks like we're going to head to Ilios first here for our control map, Klutchke. And, ball can be run at certain points here. I'm really looking for a steady diet of double bubble at points. You could run the Rhine here as well. It just depends on what these teams are really wanting to run out the gate. Double shield, also a very good variant here on Lighthouse and on the Well, with the ability to get some environmental kills. But I tell you what, we're going to figure out what these teams are going to do out the gate. And I tell you what, I am looking forward to seeing AJ on the ball. The ball has been very good to him. He calls himself a one-trick on his Twitter. And I'm just ready to see what he can get done with the rodent hero here.
Yeah, they're going to go along with the Wrecking Ball. And you see this a lot here in the Overwatch League as well. You see that D.Va and that Wrecking Ball combination, so much movement. But what you don't see in the Overwatch League this time around is the Echo, because that got banned. So, now you get to see a lot more Echo plays. This will be great to see, and this will be a lot of fun to see here as we prepare to attack. First 30 seconds, ships unlock, teleporters are out already. So this will give Gaia Hyperion a little bit of a faster start, but you already see the Wrecking Ball just moving right on in, and it's just coming down to positioning.
Positioning is going to be everything right here, right now. AJ and Lena right now taking each other to task and really trying to get in on top of them. So I'm looking at this Wrecking Ball, battled the Ultraviolet Discord Orb, laying waste to AJ there. This should be the early pickup for them.
Yeah, they're already going to flip the point into the Redbirds' favor, so you already set off to a fast start for them. For ISU, they're looking good so far. And look at this. Again, Hydron, like you said, one of the best DPSs in NA right now, proving it so far, but it's just all ISU right now on the point.
I mean, we're going to be looking really towards Ultraviolet, who is doing their best Violet from the Shock impression and being an absolute assassin on the Omnic Healer. But, I mean, we're going to look to see to get the Transcendence up there. We're going to be looking to see where these Discord orbs go, where they're focusing out. Hydron going down in a curious fashion there. But looking ultimate-wise, I mean, Hydron almost already has a Pulse Bomb ready to go. That's the work that gets done by this extremely talented DPS.
Yeah, it's not going to help either if Haven already goes out by the hands of the whip shot. So, I mean, they're just pushing him back, and you can see the space, too, that this team from Redbirds is creating. Nothing there. There's the stick coming out from Hydron. No chance whatsoever for Gaia to even push in here. They're still stuck in the side. They're not even going to get close.
No chance! That's my best Doomfist impression right there. Don't laugh at me. But, I mean, Sam's coming up on Duplicate right now. There's a little bit of work going on from Emperor here on the Echo, taking down the pilot Diva. So a +1 right now to Gaia Hyperion. I think this is a chance that they're going to have to take to move in. Look for Haven to go towards Luke Mino on the Brigitte. Let's see if Luke Mino has the flash and the shield to be able to catch that Pulse Bomb.
Well, we'll see, but I mean, like right now, as it stands, Gaia Hyperion just absolutely no shot in the door. Now we might have a Tracer 1v1 battle as Haven tries to chase down Hydron. Not going to happen. Sam going down low, and Sam actually gets Emperor with that focus beam, making this a 6v5 situation, only leaving the Tracer to do majority of that damage. Ultimate's not being used just yet, but Cap will go ahead and use that rally to try to push in, but to no avail whatsoever. This team from the Redbirds has everything in check.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be clean up here. This will be the first point going to Redbirds. And, well, I say that as Layla gets a two-piece there. This might flip the point. Duplicate coming out as well.
I'm quite surprised that they got 2 kills there. I thought everybody would get out in time, but something must have blocked them. But still, kills starting to fall. AJ able to knock Ultraviolet off the map. The self-destruct trades him right back. And Gaia starting to flip the fight. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out to no avail. And still, I mean, this is just a scrap fight. Didn't expect it after that start to the overtime clock, but it's still, I mean, this is just anyone's game still from the looks of it. But Alina and Sam starting to clean up house. Overtime clock runs out. No one touches point, and the Redbirds get a clean house.
Right, Lena swapping over to the Reinhardt to get back a little bit faster, a little bit more beef to their punch there. And really got everything that they needed out of it. I was really impressed with the push that Gaia Hyperion were making there. It just didn't go in their favor. I don't think they had enough time ready to get onto the point. So as we head to the well, really the only change that I'm seeing right now is Emperor going over to this Sombra. So you're going to be trying to deal with Lena, get them the mobility out there. Also, if you can do it, you know, hack out Hydron and take away the escapability there as well. So Luke Mino's going to have their head on a swivel iron as well.
And looks like Emperor, I believe they're going to go with the Sombra here too, which has been effective in most cases. I mean, but against what this comp is for Redbirds, I don't know how well this is going to do. But we'll see. They're already positioning themselves in a really nice way. Both sides using the Symmetric Teleporter to start, but then they'll switch on over to the Tracers. And now Emperor almost going down there very early on. Even in Hydron just going right at each other's faces, but this fight's seeming a little more even now than we saw earlier on, but Sam's just going to end that entire conversation right there with a focus beam kill. Hydron helping to clean up house, and Redbirds all over this.
What a bloody anti coming out of Ultraviolet there. Picks up 4 and gets 4 assists into boot. So that's going to be first capture progress to Redbirds Esports. I don't know if this Sombra is going to be the play here. I think you hold on to it for a little while. I mean, one fight, 43%. That's a great amount of ultimate charge. But Hydron is just going to look to be the assassinator here on the side.
Hydron tries to jump off, almost gets Haven, but Haven healed back up right away. And you can tell, like, just the advantage that ISU has. Again, this is the 1-2 team of American Tornado and Dark Mode. So, I mean, just the way that they're playing themselves is fully looks like a contenders team already, as Lena able to get an early pick onto Cad. So I mean, they're really getting no space whatsoever. No one's touching this point either. It's either they're afraid to or they just can't get in.
I think it's exertion of pressure from the sides. I mean, Sam and Hydron right now are protecting these flanks as best they can. I think AJ just needs to go and get a little bit aggressive. I think IBTB needs to swap over to an Ana to echo what you see out of Ultraviolet, to be able to sleep, be able to throw some antis in there, really just work it out. Nice to eat from Leela, though.
That's going to be a good start for you as Layla does eat up that pulse bomb. Now it's a nano boosted Winston inside of play. It's not going to do much of anything, though, as Lena and Hydron both able to get picks to start us off. And Redbirds, again, a contest does come out from Gaia, but again, to no avail as we enter pretty much what could be one-fight territory based on what ISU has done so far.
I mean, you got maybe two. There goes the self-destruct coming out from Iron. There picks up Zilch, but goes and gets back into the mech. You've got EMP and Pulse Bomb ready to go for Gaia Hyperion. You might be able to go in on tempo there with the Transcendence as well, because you don't really have to really defend against anything for Redbirds, other than Primal.
I'm interested to see what Sam is doing in this backline, but Lena might be doing all the work here with a Primal Rage kill onto Cat already. Cat's just not having a great day whatsoever, but IBTB able to take down Lena on the trade. They bring out the Transcendence to heal up, but no one touches the point at all, which means the Redbirds win it 100-0 on the Lighthouse, 100-0 on the Well. Not a dust on the point to win map number 1.
I mean, 2 100-0 rounds there. And here's the bloodthirsty Zenyatta that I was mentioning on the Lighthouse. This was absolutely filthy coming out of them, and this is a great start to their winner's semifinal. Basically, if you win this, you're going to go ahead and guarantee yourself a spot in Trials, because even if you lose the losers, if you lose the winners final, you get a chance to go back at the losers final as well. So, I mean, you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself a spot in there if you're ISU. So, it is what it is. This is what I was expecting. I was expecting just the impression upon Gaia Hyperion that we're ISU, but we're really American Dark Mode Tornado hybrid matchup.
What would you call that hybrid? what would you call that hybrid? Maybe Dark American Tornado mode or something like that?
Dark Tornado?
Dark Tornado? That might work. I mean, maybe if they group themselves together a little bit more, maybe Dark Tornado. We should suggest this to their teams, maybe, since they're putting it together, you know. We got some good ideas. All right, so map number 1 done again. Lighthouse and well, 100-0 both ways in favor of the Redbirds, or as we now affectionately know them as Dark Tornado. But so far so good for the Redbirds out of the Missouri Valley Conference. It was just nothing there for Gaia. You saw it from the beginning of the very first fight on each map of Well and Lighthouse. I mean, just the overwhelming pressure, like you were saying about Illinois State. What does Gaia have to do to flip this around?
They need to put their foot on the accelerator and just take chances. You're going to fail 100% of the time if you don't take the chance. So I think that they need to get a little bit more aggressive. I think they need to think about their pathing and positioning. Maybe letting their Tracer go on the side on a flank by themselves. Get into the back line. Really put some pressure on Luke Mino and Ultraviolet. I think that's part of the issue. I think also just running ball all the time, you're not going to have enough space clearing abilities. I mean, pile driver aside, unless you're slinging through and you're getting the knockbacks and taking them out of it, then you're getting more work done. But I'm very interested to see where we go for our hybrid map, and it looks like we're gonna go to Havana.
Yeah, Havana. I mean, that map, very pretty. Of course, one of the maps from the Overwatch archive events, but I mean, Havana, a great escort map overall. And now, I mean, we've seen this before in other situations where a team may not be as good on control points, but escort, that script flips completely. Do you think Gaia's got a chance here maybe in this situation?
It depends on the tank line right now, because they weren't creating any space for their DPS or the supports to move in there. And if Redbirds are on defense first, I'm looking at a close hold. Because they're going to be wanting to, once again, exert that pressure, exert that dominance over Gaia Hyperion. So Gaia Hyperion, they're going to have to be extremely mobile. I would look to see a Pharah come out here if they are on offense and look to rain from the sky to try and break a close hold, should that happen coming out the gate here on this escort map. But, you know, Redbirds, if they're on offense, I mean, I'm looking for more of the same. I'm looking for Lena to really, you know, usher the charge coming out of spawn and really taking it to the members of Gaia Hyperion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Gaia's got a lot to handle, especially if they couldn't even touch the point. I mean, I shouldn't say touch the point, but they couldn't even get a single percentage off of this team from Illinois State. So a lot to stack up to. But Havana is the map, and Redbirds will be the first one to attack you. Take a look at their lineup here. Hydron, again, you talk about one of the best DPSs. We'll see some Widow action here on their side if that stays true, unless they're just using it for recon right now. But Guy's going to go with the Hanzo and the Sombra DPS combination.
I mean, I don't hate it. I'm liking the rock and roll that's coming out in the tank line with the Sigma coming in here. So a barrier coming out, also the Hyperspheres. Ability to eat ultimates as well with the kinetic grasp. So you've got some good work here, and also a shooting blind, as I like to call this, when you put the experimental barrier up here. But Emperor taking down Ultraviolet first. That's a huge early pick.
Yeah, that's huge for them. That's going to be stopping won't stop the cart necessarily, but it'll get them along here. About 3 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock, 20 seconds in already. And Hydron almost going down. Emperor, again, this backline Sombra just working out for them so well to start. Emperor's just making a huge impact, and now that Wrecking Ball has nowhere, or rather, the Roadhog has nowhere to go. Wrecking Ball neither has anywhere to go on the hook from Lena, but it's looking so far so good with these picks from Gaia Hyperion so far.
I mean, this is exactly what I was not expecting. and they're getting maximum value from this Sombra right now. I mean, showing up in not only the kills themselves, but also in the assists. Almost has EMP online. Haven almost has the Dragon Strike online. So they've got tools here to really bar the progress of Redbird Esports coming in.
So, I mean, we'll see. The Hydron tries for the jump shot, not going to happen. But it's just, I mean, they're playing this a little bit slower. I mean, you saw the aggressiveness that the Redbirds had on. But Sam able to take down Emperor is a big start for them. And Sam's just not missing on these icicles right now whatsoever. Missing a little bit now, but still pushing the guard forward. They're just keeping in this corner. Now that Maywall's going to help them protect a little bit of damage, but brings it back down immediately. No one's touching this point. This is going to get within the last 5 without anybody contesting, really. And now they finally get it within the last 3 with the Storm Arrows and the Dragon Strike down middle. Well, able to take down Lena, but now the Blizzard in the Transcendence comes in too late to save somebody. And now a big one coming up from the Gravitic Flux slams on down. Haven gets some kills. But is it going to be enough? This is just a back-and-forth fight. But Haven's just creating so much opportunity for Gaia on this defensive side. And what a win on the fight for the blue team.
But so much free cart push came out there for Redbird and Hydron. We saw the Widow battle between Dark Mode and American Tornado in the grand final of contenders. And Hydron ended up winning it so well. Sights are out, so Emperor is going to be caught out here.
Emperor's caught up very early, and nobody touches the point either in that time, so they're going to add an additional 2.5 to the clock. So, I mean, Redbirds catch them off guard. Gaia's going to have to back off.
Yeah, I mean, EMP can win you this next fight, especially if you catch Sam in the middle of it, because you really don't have much here from Redbird Esports to deal with the implications of that EMP. I mean, EMP into Gravitic Flux could absolutely decimate the Redbirds.
So 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go on the clock. They're just going to try to push up as what they can, but they're giving them a lot of space. As you can see right now, that's a great Bionade, by the way, from Ultraviolet onto Haven. That was huge for them. That EMP catches 3 inside of it, but the Wrecking Ball will slam down with the concussion, or rather with the landmines, excuse me. Not going to happen for any kills, but it does allow them free space in as Hydron and Lena just doing what they can in this back line. Landmines do get a kill onto Luke Mino. Surprised about that one. But other than that, it's all ISU right now.
A whole hog coming out here from Elena. And the Blizzard kills 2 on its own. This is going to be the point here for Redbird Esports. Unless, we see a touch coming in from AJ the Ghost. But they're moving forward and claiming space on point 3. They're not even going to allow the Wrecking Ball to get back here.
No, not at all. I mean, they're just going to get it all here. They're going to get the additional 90 seconds on the clock. And they've now got 4 minutes and 16 seconds to push here. So, I mean, Gaia did everything right in that first point, but since they captured the first point, it's all been Redbirds.
It really has been. I mean, Hydron looking here to see if the kinetic grasp has been used. I don't think it has been used here lately, so got to be careful with this pulse bomb coming in.
It was used. That pulse bomb is big as Hydron able to take down Layla on the back line and freezes the Wrecking Ball off the map. Sam, what have you just done?
Yes, I love it. I love it. That's a frozen rope there just going down. Bye-bye, you're done. See you later. Transcendence and both DPS ultimates ready to go for Gaia Hyperion into this next fight. Nothing much ready for the Redbirds. I'm looking to see, we've swapped the line here. Iron going over to my favorite donkey horse. And we'll be looking for some halt hook combos coming out of the Redbirds.
If only the Orisa was used back in June Joust, unfortunately. Haven coming in, taking down Ultraviolet, but traded out. IBTB is there. Haven's just making so much impact with this. The Blizzard does come out, only catches Layla there. Is Layla going to go down, though, is the question. Yes, Layla does go down by the hands, and there's the Dragon Strike down the middle of the cart. Won't find anything. Sam just flicks Emperor. Oh, my goodness. Sit down, Emperor. There's a new throne.
It was absolutely filthy. The icicle to the dome. You love to see it. Pulse Bomb ready to go for Emperor. And AJ will be able to stop the progress at this point a little bit if they get a good set of landmines out.
See if they can, but 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here. AJ's got to be big on the landmines. Pulse Bomb does come out. Doesn't hurt anyone. No fault, no foul there with that Pulse Bomb. Transcendence out very early up top on the second floor from IBTB. And now the hook, not going to find anything on the Gravitic Flux, so it will slam down. Nobody dies, but Haven able to take advantage of it, though, and able to get Luke Mino, which is a big pick for them. Hydron in the back as well. It's not going to allow the Redbirds to push. It looks like ISU is going to back off for right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be a soft reset here, and Iron swapping over to the Wrecking Ball now, deciding that a little bit more mobility is what is needed here. Members of Gaia Hyperion are really suffering for lack of healing. It's double single target healing coming out from them, and I mean, they get the kill on the Iron, maybe got a little bit too big for their britches. But we're looking right now, Blizzard, Whole Hog ready to go, Iron swapping again to another hero, going over to the Reinhardt.
Hydron also switching to a Genji too, which makes this kind of interesting, because I think Hydron doesn't want to get hit by Haven, unfortunately. Trying to deflect all those arrows away, but you can only hold that for so long. Emperor has a Pulse Bomb available, is going to phrase out Layla, and that should allow for the kill and the push in, but one main tank straight on each side. Pulse Bomb lands just short. Not going to find it there. Sam actually falls off the map, so that allows the Gaia Hyperion team to really win out this fight and entraps these two teams, but that Genji really not going to help out.
No, and I mean, Sam really just kind of stalled the push out there. I mean, falling off the edge there and Hydron going down in a heap. Haven is showing some real class on this Hanzo. Dragon Strike's available yet again. And this might be a 0.3 hold here for Gaia Hyperion.
This could be the opening that they want here. They have this. They have Haven just doing so well. Playing against this Widow, we'll find out. Now they Luke Mino onto the Lucio instead of that Brigitte, but what's even better now for Redbirds is that Layla falls off the map, so this could be the advantage they want to take off, but Hydron traded out, so they will just keep on just backing out for right now. Still makes it a 5v5 as Haven just completely tracks down Sam, and Haven's just got nothing to stop him right now.
I mean, they're really searching the cupboard here for an answer to what Gaia Hyperion are slinging at them, and so far it is not working. Iron gone off the table again. Less than 20 seconds. This is going to be a fight to finish.
Well, but you will see Redbirds have a nano boost, and I'm assuming they're going to put that onto the Genji when he gets the blade right now. So this will be it for fight. Transcendence out very early when that blade isn't even out, so I don't know how this is going to affect the fight as they bring up the Gravitic Flux, and that's going to take down Sam in the backline. Hydron does get that nano boost and swings away, but Hydron is taken down right away after 2 picks, and no one will be able to touch the cart, so the Redbirds get stopped right underneath the castle. And only 2 points. I say only 2 points because they just got stopped by a completely changed Gaia Hyperion team.
Yeah, Gaia Hyperion got that extra dose of caffeine or gamer fuel or something, because they look completely different than they did on Control. Once they got their feet planted on 0.3, it was done. I mean, they got a 90.67 meters into 0.3, but still. There is a win condition here for Gaia Hyperion. It just depends on what Redbird Esports does in their defensive stage. What, composition are they going to bring out here? Are they going to go for the close hold that we saw being very highly favored back in the June Joust and also in Contenders? I mean, I think they do. And it looks like they are going to try and do that, especially bringing out the McFlurry comp. Oof. They're going to have to be very careful, Gaia Hyperion are, to be able to defend this and get themselves out of spawn. Catatrix, though, bringing out the Brigitte this time, so little extra Umph with the Inspire Healing coming up. Also a little bit more CC ability with the Shield Bash. Well, I say that as they now swap over to the Mercy. So all that speculation out the door.
And Redbirds are going to try to hold them close here, but Gaia Hyperion's going to go with the Pharah, and they're going to go with Haven sticking onto this Hanzo. See how this works out for them. Which door do they want to go out? But it's going to be the close hold for them, like you were saying. Now Pharah coming in, the Pharmacy combo in play, and they have Hydron to stop it, but Haven able to take down Sam right away. Haven's just on a roll right now. Nothing can stop Haven whatsoever as the Immortality Field is gone, meaning there is nothing left for ISU to do but back off for right now, because, I mean, you try the close hold, but if you have a few people die, that could do it. Spawn room's in favor of Gaia Hyperion right now, and yeah, that Reinhardt going down makes that even worse, so Gaia Hyperion will start off very well.
Yep, losing the Rhine there wins you the cart, it wins you the first corner, and it should get you about halfway through point A here. I think a little bit of change might need to come out from them. McFlurry might not be able to deal with what Gaia Hyperion are swinging with, but I'm telling you now, Emperor going back over to the Sombra, we saw so much value, they just forgot about the card at sometimes, and they forgot to come back and contest. So, I mean, they gave up point A so easily. I think here, if Emperor can get up to this EMP Dragon Strike wins you the fight easy and wins you point A.
Well, let's see. I mean, almost the Dragon Strike already. Has to climb over the wall, but does so. And Sam able to take down IBTB is huge for them, and Haven caught out on the back as well. They're separated out from the team, and ISU finally kicks it into gear here, so they've got themselves the first good defensive hold with about 2.5 remaining.
Yeah, but they're missing their main source of healing right now. Ultraviolet coming back from spawn. And, I mean, they're going to have to get what they need. Holy crap, that's a nice Sonic Arrow to the dome of Baby Diva. So, Deadeye here available to Hydron. I want to see what they get out of it.
Oh my goodness, AJ just kept Hydron in place. That Deadeye won't be available for them right now. But AJ, he had nowhere to go. Hydron was kept up against the Wrecking Ball or was going to die to the Dragon Strike. Either way, Hydron wasn't getting out of that. Big plays from Gaia Hyperion as they push up the card. But I mean, the ultimates here for ISU could win them the fight, but you also have two support ults coming up. Cat with the Valkyrie as well as IBTB with the Transcendence. And already starting off with a big win as Emperor goes down, could be big for them. And now you have the Blizzard out and about. That's Bull Tanks down, but the Transcendence is out to save them. And now the self-destruct. Can the shield come up in time? It will. Blocks them away. Nobody dies to it, but Hydron able to take care of Haven, which is huge. And now the Earth Shatter takes down that Sombra. Bolt DPS is gone, and Gaia Hyperion has to reset. And now it's just, I mean, this is just a big fight from them right now. I mean, ISU absolutely putting on the defensive hold with about 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. Holding on. Emperor's going to try the back pick on Sam. It's not happening right now. Sam will find a way to try to freeze him up, and Emperor is able to get out of there. And still, as Luke Mino has a sound barrier to use. EMP catches 5, though, so Luke Mino will not be able to use this. This would be the advantage that you want for Gaia Hyperion. No ultimates available other than that EMP. They are able to follow up onto Hydron, though, so, I mean, good start for them with 40 seconds left to go. Saban able to take down Ultraviolet now. And now this Tracer just trying to stay on point. That Tracer going down is huge for them. Has to stay on point. The sound barrier catches 3 as Lena and Iron are caught inside of that sound barrier, meaning Lena can just swing away the hammer, gets 2 kills, and we're down to the final 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, apparently my mic muted itself there just briefly. And so, you know, there comes out the Transcendence. It's going to try and win them this fight, but they've got Deadeye to face.
They've got the Deadeye here. It will hold. Layla goes down with it, meaning that remake won't be available anytime soon. 8 seconds left to go. Somebody's got to touch this card. But this full hold here from ISU might just do it here. Somebody's got to touch the point in 3 seconds. He's knocked away from it, but AJ gets just back there on the pile driver. But Hydron keeping away Haven, keeping away Cat. No one touches point in time. And ISU, despite getting 2 points, not completing the map, holds Gaia Hyperion. And they are up 2-0. They're 1 map win away from the winners finals.
I tell you what, ISU right now is absolutely on a tear. Even though, you know, they didn't get the best of their close hold, Hydron just went off on this map, and so did Sam. The DPS duo of the Redbird esports is just fine. They're working on all cylinders right now. I am absolutely living for what I'm seeing from them, and so far my prediction looks to be the 3-0 sweep.
I mean, yeah, so far your prediction's coming right on so far, but we'll see. I mean, Gaia Hyperion had themselves a couple of good fights there, even especially towards the end of Havana on the ISU attacking side, and you got to give some credit to Haven because Haven was absolutely popping in that last round.
I mean, wasn't missing shots. I mean, was just absolutely doming these kids. And I was living for it. I mean, it was the catalyst that they needed. They just couldn't get out of the gate once they got past the close hold. Once they hit the corner, the sight lines opened up a lot better for both Sam and for Hydron, and they were not missing their shots as well once they got around the corner.
All right, well, Gaia Hyperion's got a lot of work to do here. They got to force a reverse sweep. Otherwise, in this next map, Redbirds are gonna be able to bring out the broom from the closet and make it a 3-0 sweep. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see which team can pull out the W or if the Redbirds can make their way up into the winners finals. We will see you on the other side of the break. It's the Open Division, day number 3. Welcome back, everybody, here to Open Division Day number 3. Clutch Key here alongside Chef Billy here. So far, so good. If you're Illinois State, the Redbirds out of the Missouri Valley Conference are up 2-0 right now. For those of you just joining us, quick recap on the Lighthouse and the Well. We started off on Ilios. Not a speck of dust anywhere on either of those points. Illinois State would win 100-0 both sides. We go on to Havana. ISU gets stopped up by Gaia Hyperion's defense there. Doesn't get the third point. Gets 2 points and 90.67 meters, but it would not matter at all as ISU's defense too strong. Doesn't even get the first point for them. So now, next map coming up is Blizzard World. And something interesting as well, Gaia Hyperion's going to be the first one to attack.
Yeah, Redbirds choosing that they want to be on the defense here first. And I tell you what, I think they want to just get today over with, get themselves into the winner's final, and you know, just take care of business. A little bit of an update from the other side of the bracket. Best Buds up 2-0 over Cryx. And they're on King's Row on their attack, and they were looking to take the point there as I left the other stream taking a peek in there on the losers bracket. So Best Buds still in the tournament, taking down the number 1 and number 2 finishers from last Open Division. Best Buds still in it, looking to get themselves into the losers final.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story about them just defeating Drifters and just defeating Shoes. I mean, insane to see that happen. And again, so early on as well. It's not like it didn't happen in day 3. It happened in days 1 and 2. I mean, yeah. Just an insane story to think about.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Redbird Esports defense here, I mean, we're going to run mobile here with the Wrecking Ball and Diva. You're also bringing out Sam on the Soldiers, locking in the legs there. So not only you're going to have the Tac Visor available with the ultimate, but you're also going to have spot healing that's going to maybe be able to bail Luke Mino and Ultraviolet out of some sticky situations.
So here we go. Gaia Hyperion's going to be on the attacking one. Lena's just having fun on this roof. Just like spinning around on the roof, just having fun going up and down. But Sam's just going to drop off the high ground to start early on, maybe just to see what they're bringing up. Hydron's going to look for a sneaky play, maybe just to look for the backline pick. Has enough charge to get to the other side, but the Wrecking Ball already going to make their way around, and team's already going to make their way up to the second floor. And I mean, so far they're just playing this a little slow, but they are getting up there.
Yeah, and I mean, it just depends on how they want to path through here, but I mean, Sam with the tracking, taking down IBTV Discord orb off the table now, and I mean, Hydron just absolutely filthy on the Tracer.
Yeah, Hydron absolutely killing it already, and nothing doing there. So they were stuck in that room, nothing to get there. But you get a feeling right now that, I mean, Gaia Hyperion on this attacking side, they didn't get a single, I mean, they couldn't push it up to the payload to the first point back on Havana. So, I mean, maybe, again, maybe it's different on Control and Escort, but right now it's all Redbirds.
I mean, we're looking at mirrored support lines here as well. And that means that Catatrix is going to need to close the gap on the members of Redbird Esports and start getting that Inspire up time to keep them up. And Hydron is just bouncing in the corner here, ready for somebody to stick their nose around the corner.
There's a Diva sticking their nose around the corner, but doesn't want to take that fight just yet, waiting for a little more of a squishy target to do so. But that Wrecking Ball will keep them in place. Sam is not missing anything on that point. AJ does trade out Luke Mino, though, so this could be a push here for Gaia, or rather, yeah, for Gaia. But, I mean, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Lena's just going to tackle right into Haven, but this is a back-and-forth fight, and it's still winnable here for Gaia.
It's still winnable for Gaia, sure. I mean, Emperor needs to get this EMP online yesterday. And AJ is just being focused down so well by the members of Redbird Esports. That's another fight win for them. Half the time is gone now, and Iron gets the mech back as well. So Hydron is going to be looking to land a Pulse Bomb. Didn't see any joy out of the last one. Mines could open up the point for Gaia Hyperion, however.
Sam gets stuck on the roof for a little while, but nothing going there. It has the Orb of Discord removed from him now. So he'll just run away from that Wrecking Ball, trying to get some damage down. Sam's at half. I mean, Sam's just running for his life at this point. Now just trying to get around, but they're now back on the point. You've got a one-on-one Tracer battle going on between Haven and Hydron, as now the Transcendent's going to have to be popped to save IBTB's life, but Guy is just really not finding anything. Emperor goes down, meaning that EMP is not online either, so Redbird Esports probably have a win here in that case. But Ultraviolet traded out, and now, here we go, Gaia Hyperion trades out for Hydron as well, so now they've got at least the first free tick. We'll see if they get a second one. Those landmines making it such a big problem to get back onto the point. They do get that second one. The self-destruct is out, not going to find anything. And it's just a back and forth fight, but Sam getting the Helix rockets onto Haven is big for them. And now the EMP is out, but catches only 2. The Transcendent's still there to save people, so they will stay alive. It's not going to be for long, though. Catatrix able to take down Hydron on the whip shot. Nobody able to touch the point, and Gaia Hyperion gets their first point of the match.
Oh my goodness, and that was beautiful work coming out from Gaia. The mines from AJ was just absolutely spectacular. It almost has them up again.
I mean, this is, by the way, again, this is no joke whatsoever. That's their first map point in this whole entire match. Nothing on Ilios. Didn't get a point on Havana, but this is their first map point. This is showing some progress, maybe a little bit of momentum going into the second point here.
I mean, double support ultimate's ready to go for Gaia Hyperion is going to give them the staying power going into this next fight. I mean, you could be Minesweeper if you're IBTB, or you can save it for the TAC Visor.
The landmines do come down. Haven goes down with it, so that means Gaia Hyperion's attack is stopped so far. And now the Transcendent's going to come out from IBTB. This is to use it to push in. We'll see if that works out. Really nobody going down for Redbird Esports, so that Transcendent's used up, but not going to find any value on the push. It allows them a little bit of free space, but Haven Lena traded out on each side. So, I mean, this is really just a back-and-forth fight as Hydron's just playing this back line. 2 minutes left to go, though. I mean, still no progress besides that halfway point.
Oh, Hydron having to use the recall there, and is in dire straits. Gets a couple of biscuits there from Luke Mino. Rally is going to be available into this next fight. I'm looking for Haven, though. Haven needs to stick Luke Mino and take them out of this fight. I mean, that's going to be their win condition to stop the progress of this card.
And we'll see where Haven throws that pulse bomb. But in the meantime, Emperor taken out of play, and that EMP not available. That's the second time this map that Emperor's had an EMP but couldn't use it due to getting killed by another member of the Redbird Esports team. Has a pulse bomb, trying to eat it up, won't find the eat because he doesn't use it. And now Sam using that tactical visor to take down Haven. Haven dies with the pulse bomb, and his fight's all but over with a minute left to go.
I mean, EMP is going to win you this next fight. I mean, you have Transcendence. You just got to make sure that you catch Ultraviolet with it. Here
comes the pile driver, not going to find anything now. And now you have that Zenyatta caught out of play, so the Orb of Discord no longer available. So it becomes the dire straits mode here with a minute left to go. Gaia Hyperion just holding on to the ultimates as long as they can at this point.
I mean, they've got to press Q at some point, don't they? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Pulse Bomb, like I said, go for Brigitte. See if you can catch them or catch Sam with the Pulse Bomb. Anything to get yourself a +1 or +2 advantage going in this next fight, because EMP Mines is not the play. Maybe they're holding EMP for the self-destructive Leela.
I mean, Gaia's got a lot of ultimates here, too. They're going to have to use them in this next fight. But Redbird Esports can play a little bit more conservatively because, I mean, this is not one fight territory for that card to push up. That looks like 2, if anything. So 15 seconds left to go. The landmines will come out from Lena, and that takes down IBTB. Transcendence not available. Haven used the pulse bomb. Eaten by Iron. And this is just going nowhere whatsoever. Gaia Hyperion has to touch point. They will do so by the hands of the landmines and the pile driver of Age of the Ghost. Self-destruct is out. Won't find anything. But they're still trading out picks here in the self-destruct onto the cart. Won't find anything either over the roof. And now this Wrecking Ball is just trying to hold on. They do have a 3-on-3, but now it's just a scrappy battle. Lena's just trying to hold on alongside Iron, but this fight is just all over the place right now with no time left to go and really nothing to use other than ultimate. Sam now brings out the tactical visor, but 2 kills have already gone down. They bring out the rally to keep themselves up. But it's not going to matter at this point. Sam is just destroying everything in their path. Last one to go is CAD, and Gaia Hyperion can go no further than 1 point in 69 meters.
Oh, boy. I mean, I thought Gaia Hyperion, with that Transcendence they used, about a minute into their point B move, when they got the cart rolling, they didn't follow up behind it nearly enough. The evasiveness of both Hydron and Sam on the DPS right now. They were just getting out of lines of sight. They were taking such awesome looks at a Gaia Hyperion. I just was very impressed with Sam, especially knowing the best times to bring out that TAC visor. So this is definitely winnable for Redbird Esports here, as we're looking to see ISU close it out here. They've just got to capture first point and then get it just around the corner there into point B, and they're going to take the 3-0 sweep. and get themselves into the winners final. And I tell you what, I mean, looking at the other side, I want to see Gaia Hyperion get ultra aggressive here. They held on to EMP a little bit too long. I think that if you get one kill out of the EMP, I think it wins you, the fight win. I just think that they have a reluctance right now to press Q until they find the perfect opportunity. And I think that's really doing them a disservice right now.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Redbirds are just all over the place. But you talk about, I mean, that EMP could win you the fight. Emperor, remember, died twice in that fight, not just once. Died twice with the EMP both ways. I mean, he was just holding on to it, but dying in the back line. So, I mean, if he can build up that EMP fast enough, we'll see if he uses it right away. Or rather, waiting for a team fight nonetheless, but dies with the EMP, and that's something you want happening. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Here we go. Emperor tries for the backline pick and won't find it as Luke Mino does have that shield up and about. Haven doing the same strategy here as Hydron, waiting, but a Hydron, oh no, picks off IBTB, which means this is a free push here for ISU to get in without an Orb of Discord. Haven sniffed out right away from the Diva from Iron. That's going to have Haven recall and back up. 9 seconds till that recall is back in play, but it's not going to matter here if both of your tanks go down. And now Redbird Esports all over this. They're going to add at least another 2.5 here, unless they want to try to fight this, but I don't think they have a shot.
Nah, this is done and dusted. I mean, especially Emperor getting caught out and from their translocation. Bye-bye, Emperor. Well, how did you get out? Okay, Ultraviolet getting I'm like, what? How did you get away from that? But I tell you what, Sam right now and Hydron is the point through which everything Redbird Esports is trying to do right now. Just the aggression, the pure aggression coming out from this DPS player is something that we've talked about all day, and it just is not changing right now. What a hook though from Layla.
Big hook from Layla to stop Sam in its track, but Sam's coming up on a tactical visor, and we've seen that so effective both times. And now Hydron has a pulse bomb. Layla's going to get caught out on the hook, but able to get away. Can't find a hook there. And it's just a free card push right now for Redbird Esports, but Gaia's got to do whatever they can. I mean, they're giving up right now 47 meters. That pulse bomb is big onto Cad, but Hydron traded out, so I mean, they're giving up a lot of card space here.
Yep, and I mean, Sam is just taking this high ground and just taking any line of sight that he can get onto the members of Gaia Hyperion. I mean, they're almost there, 1.18 meters. One fight win here, and it's done and dusted.
I think it's one person off this card. Emperor goes down immediately right after the EMP is used, and Sam's just going to shoot away here as really nothing happening for the side of Gaia Hyperion. They will get to the golden box of victory, and they bring out the broom. The sweep is completed for the Redbird Esports as they move on into the winners finals.
This is the exact result that I was expecting out of them. They were done. They were ready to get on to the winners final, and I mean, just the work out of Ultraviolet once again. This is a bloodthirsty, out for blood DPS support, and just absolutely gets the cleanup that you need. The whole team is firing on all 95,000 cylinders that they've got in their engine. And I don't know if anything's going to be able to slow this Mack truck down.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's just this Redbird Esports team. Again, as we called them before, Dark Tornado 1 and 2 on the contenders lineup there for their finishing of the grand finals a couple of weeks ago. But still, I mean, this team is just formidable. They move on into the winners final, and I mean, we might even see them in the grand finals. Contenders trials is awaiting them if they win in that winners finals. And they, by the way, if you're looking at the bracket, will play either Lo-Fi Aim or Nocturnal. And I mean, we'll see who they play coming up in our next match. But for you, just a quick question: who's your player of the match for this one?
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to go with Hydron. Just the DPS output. I mean, getting first kills in every team fight. Getting multiple kills in team fights. Just everything ran through Hydron today. Hydron would go out, get a first early pick, usually a support, and then everything just felt like dominoes behind that. So Hydron, my player of the match.
All right, well, Hydron gets your Chef Billy thumbs up for player of the match. So we'll see you guys on the other side, but the Redbird Esports advances on to the winners finals. Gaia Hyperion's got a lot of work to do to build themselves up to get to a contenders trial spots. Got to go through the redemption bracket. We'll see if they can make it. But on the other side of this break, we will get you another match here in day number 3 of the Open Division, and we'll take a break right now. We'll see you guys on the other side of it. All right, everybody, welcome back to Stream A here, but this is no ordinary stream at this point. Day number 3, we get to find out the first spot for the Contenders Trials in this matchup. It is the winners finals between Nocturnal and Redbird Esports. Klutchke here alongside Chef Billy, and we had a good one with Redbird Esports. We saw them in the last match. They 3-0'd the team out of Gaia Hyperion. Now they got to go up against Nocturnal, and between both sides right now, it's looking like a Contenders versus Contenders matchup.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I mean, talking about contenders, I mean, we've got Wisp, members of Wisp and Ardor in here for Nocturnal, also known as Bubbles, Ballers, Babes, also known as anything else that you want to throw out there. Basically, the kitchen sink. They've gone through so many name changes, I'm just not sure what to call them anymore, but we're going to go with Nocturnal now. And I tell you what, Redbird Esports 3-0'd a very game Gaia Hyperion. They go down to the loser semifinals. They're battling out Best Buds right now. Nocturnal, though, knocking out Lo-Fi Aim, the team that took out the members of Best Buds earlier in the competition. Now they're going to have to look at themselves in the loser semifinal as well. So Nocturnal showing up, showing out. Dusk is one of the people that I'm going to be looking for in the tank line. I think we're going to have a much more cohesive tank line coming out of Nocturnal to give the fits to Redbird Esports that Gaia Hyperion just wasn't able to do. So I think it's going to be the tank lines right now. Dusk is going to have a hell of a day on tank right now to deal with what we saw coming out of Lena, because Lena was making some serious space, and then you got the double-headed monster DPS-wise of Hydran and Sam. How are Nocturnal going to be able to control them on the flanks? How are they going to be able to deal with them in the back line as well? Because Hydran had free reign to do whatever they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, just the 2 DPS lines were just so impressive coming out from Redbird Esports, and especially, I mean, this is just a game of, like we said, it's contenders versus contenders at this point. I mean, again, American Tornado and Dark Mode on the side of Illinois State, and on the side of the Nocturnal Bubble Baller Babes and Take, I mean, whatever you want to call them at this point. You've got Ardor and you've got Wisp. So, I mean, this is looking like a good open division matchup, if you will, for these two teams. And so first map coming up here in this grand matchup, it's going to be Lijiang Tower. And so this is quite a good map. I mean, really for both sides, no matter which way you look at it.
I mean, we saw Elena play a very serviceable Wrecking Ball. So it just depends on where we go first. If we go Control, I'm looking for Rhine Zarya, to be quite honest. If we go to Night Market, Symmetra's going to reign supreme there. You could run Symmetra on every single one of these maps and actually keep with the Indian hero, but we'll see what they decide to bring out here and which map we go to first. There's 3 different comps here. I mean, the fluidity of the meta right now is still applicable here. So what I want to see from Nocturnal is come out the gate with aggression, because everybody knows who Redbird Esports is. They know that it's half and half American Tornado and Dark Mode, or Dark Tornado as we called them earlier. We could also call them American Mode if you wanted to go there as well. So
yeah, I mean, you can go one word on each mode, right? One word on each way and kind of just mix it around. American Dark, I don't know. It could go either way, but we affectionately call them Dark Tornado, I think, right?
Yeah. So just depends on, I mean, what map we come out on first, and it's going to be go. Well, it's not going to be that. Psych! No. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what's happening there as we had a little bit of a blip there. I got sent back to the lobby. But, you know, I'm just looking for Sam and Hydron once again. They had a lot of things that worked very well for them. Them being able to pinch on both sides when they're defending a point as well is something that we saw really come to the forefront in their defensive points, especially on Havana. We saw it happen there. So, I mean, Blizzard World, I mean, they were taking just all kind of flanks, all different kinds of lines of sight. I mean, Sam showed a beautiful Soldier 76 earlier as well. And this is going to be our first time that we get to see Nocturnal on stream. Definitely no stranger to seeing Dusk on stream, and Biz as well. Biz is one of my favorite Echo players in the tier 2 scene. So, I mean, Hydra and React right now, they're going to have their work cut out for them. Sam being subbed out for React for this map of Lijiang. We'll see if he comes back in later. Same starters from earlier today for Redbird. So, get yourself out. the gate with the Symmetra? Do you stay with it, or do you swap over to something different?
We'll see. I think they're just going to use their teleporters just to get out fast, but we'll see what they change into would be the question. And one's going to switch on over to the Tracer. The other going to stick with the Symmetra. This will be interesting to note with the Doomfist and Symmetra composition. A little bit of the laser fist, if you will. But still, I mean, 15 seconds left to the point, but Redbirds already have complete control inside of this mid room, and they're not really pushing in if you're Nocturnal right now. They're just playing this a little bit slower. Biz already building up to 30% on that ultimate, though. So I mean, you were saying he was one of your favorite Echo players to watch, and so far that's reigning true because already halfway to ultimate, but Redbird is the one that takes over the point.
Yep, and I mean, it's exactly what I was expecting out of Biz. I mean, Biz had a really good Contenders Trials last cycle and ended up getting up into Contenders proper. So, like I said, one of my favorite Echo players. Sam is the other one from North America that I think is just absolutely filthy on the hero. But look at iZone right now. The Discord Orb is, I think, going to really rear its head early. We just need to see if they can keep him up.
Paolumu almost goes down with the ship there, but 30% and rolling. Almost goes down again. Doesn't have a recall, though. Could take advantage of it. Well, the Pulse Bomb is big. Takes down Reactor around the corner, but Biz is traded out, so we got a 1-for-1 trade, but that's not until Redbird Esports starts to make a move, and they will get the kills to fall. So that Pulse Bomb actually means nothing as Nocturnal's going to have to reset.
Speed kills. And, I mean, they were able to get into that, and what a pin coming in from Lena once again. Just everything in their favor right now. As we cross 50%, Hydron has Photon Barrier available. So when you want to get aggressive with a Paolumu on this Doomfist, you could throw up a Photon Barrier and just have your way behind it.
All right, we'll just, I mean, the ultimates, though, in favor of Redbird Esports so far. Now they're going to bring out the Rally. The Shatter takes down the Devo. Is that going to be enough, though? It might not be, as Biz getting the kill onto Hydra. Actually, both DBS is now going down. That's the Baptiste knocked off the map, courtesy of Biz duplicating into the Lucio. And this is all Nocturnal to flip the point.
Yeah, and I mean, great work there. Great duplicate coming out from Biz. Once again, gets a sound barrier out as well. So this is absolutely going to clean the point up. It's going to flip here at 84%. So, theoretically, last fight territory. I mean, it's going to be one fight for Redbird Esports to take the point over and then, hold it until they get to the 100% mark. But this is still a little bit different than what we saw in the first series. We saw at 100 to 0, both control maps. So Redbird Esports are showing a little bit of a crack in the armor.
Yeah, there's a crack in the systems right now, but they're just going to dive right in to make sure that crack is sealed up right away. Biz actually almost falls off the map, is able to fly back up. And now the sticky bombs takes Iron out of it. Ultraviolet falls off the map, though, so Redbird, despite having to flip the point, I mean, they're just going to have to try to fight this one out to maybe to overtime, and they could reset here. Sound barrier is out from Luke Mino to try to hold on to this for as long as they can, right up until the overtime clock. Paolumu comes in with the Meteor Strike, not going to find anything, but a big pick from Biz, able to use that focus beam to take down the main tank here, and it's looking like Nocturnal could win this one out. But, I mean, it's just a back-and-forth fight at this point. Hydron goes burr. The laser starts to roll on. I mean, this is just a back-and-forth fight, but iZone comes in with 2 big picks, and now it is Nocturnal that's going to be able to flip this point back.
Nani? I mean, how? How, as Chase would say. One of our social media people here. But Biz is just going to burr everybody down with their own focusing beam. iZone just stealing final blows away from the members of his team. But iZone actually flipped that point. I mean, this Zenyatta, I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing out of them. I still think they're lacking a little bit in the support category. The staying power that they have. I mean, Rally and Transcendence to hold the point here. I love this switch to the fire. Nothing really other than Iron to deal with it.
Eyes in the sky here for the side of Nocturnal. Again, the double in the fly, but Snail actually falls off the map, and Luke Mino's going to double that up with somebody knocking off the map, and Leno knocks somebody off the map as well. So 3 people go off the edge, and this is all Redbird Esports to flip. I don't even know if anybody's going to be able to get back into overtime on the clock, but Redbird Esports able to flip, and they are able to capitalize as they win the first map here on Night Market 165.
Boy, and Biz was about 10% away from getting a self-destruct and clearing that point, because they did not have much in the bank there for Redbird Esports to hold off against it. So, I mean, this is a much more competitive match right out the gate coming from Nocturnal. They came to play. They got their their competitive shoes on today, and they ate their Wheaties. So here on Gardens, I mean, Starfish, I would not hate to see the Wrecking Ball come out here. The mobility, the ability to contest for a long time. Biz rocking the Sombra. I love that as well. Hydran can actually stay on this Symmetra, though, once again, and just get those turrets and bringing people out of invisibility and really forcing Palumu to use those blinks.
Biz gonna switch on over, by the way, yeah, to the Echo to the Sombra now. Already gets the hack up onto the big health pack on the side, so that's big for Biz to try to back off on. Now Biz trying to find a hack onto this Tracer, won't find it so far. It's just trying to get around, but Ultraviolet getting a pick onto Palumu is big. Snail whip shots Lena off the map to trade it out. That was just a back and forth scrap fight, but React able to hack out Starfish, not going anywhere as Redbird Esports is able to flip the point to start.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I saw Biz somewhere around there looking for a health pack, obviously, but that's going to be first point to Redbird Esports. And look at Hydran go on this Tracer. We talked about it in our previous match. Let's talk about it again. This Tracer that Hydran brings out is extremely lethal and hazardous to your health. Pulse Bomb already up.
See where that Pulse Bomb goes, too. I mean, nobody else even close to an ultimate. The only one closest to that, by the way, halfway Snail Gang to a rally. That's about it. To anywhere close. Hydron still waiting for an opportunity to use it. Has it with 3 people inside of this room. Could stick somebody now. Does so. And it does catch out iZone, which is a big pick for them. They're stuck in this room. And nobody from Nocturnal can do anything about it.
Palumu does get the trade out on the Hydran, though. So, you know, you're down your Tracer. Big source of your damage. Lena, you know, just sitting down here doing Wrecking Ball things on the point. Just having fun. Trying to get a pile driver up. Gets CC'd into oblivion.
Yeah, but still able to get back out in time and still had about half health, so that's plenty of time. React, though, does have that health pack, was about down to 13 health. Transcendence is out and about with the rally from Snail Gang. Also used EMP, catches 2 people. That's both of the supports here. But now Bolt Zenyatta straight it out to the Orb of Discord, no longer a factor in this fight. And now, this has just now become a back and forth fight here with this. I mean, the Diva's still up. Have the landmines available for Starfish, and it's just a trading battle. You can see how even these teams are with the way these picks are falling on each side. Self-destruct is out, won't find anything, and now stuck in the side room, but Nocturnal is able to flip back the point.
Oh, Luke Mino just gets caught in White Room here and is just deleted. Bye-bye, see you later. Come back again. They invested a whole lot in there. And, hi, Hydran. Wow.
React beats Starfish. Wow. React beats Starfish to the health pack. That was amazing.
EMP into this next fight, clutch key, and that is the big source of your healing gone as well, so you can hold on to that ultimate for a little while longer. Biz will have their second EMP ready to go, probably with a couple of headshots here. Nothing to defend against this EMP incoming from React, so this could be an easy fight win.
And Nocturnals have really only got an EMP to use, and that EMP catches out 2 people. That EMP also catching out 2 people on really both sides of the floor, but the way the advantage is working right now, this is looking like a win for Nocturnal. And all these Wrecking Balls are going to do is spin, spin, spin away right now. Lena almost down. Pulse Bomb sticks onto Luke Mino, which will get the kill. Bolt Tank super low right now. Iron out of mech. And at this point, as it stands, Nocturnal's going to be able to flip this point back. But, I mean, the fight is still going on. They're just holding on to this. And now the point will flip.
Yeah, a lot of ult charge being fed in there by Redbird Esports, but I mean, we're looking for Pulse Bomb from Hydran in the next fight. Rally will keep everybody nice and healthy with the extra armor going on, and Ultraviolet, you might be able to push in with Transcendence on tempo, depending on how they want to address this point. They've got to catch out Biz, though.
Oh, but Biz is caught off by the rolling Wrecking Ball, so has to back off already. Ultraviolet allowed to go in and take down Snail Gang, so 6v5 situation, make it a 5v5 as React goes down. That's a very good pick from iZone, which means now that Orb of Discord, not a factor for the side of Nocturnal. They could just go right in, but they won't be able to. Those landmines for blocking off that zone from Redbird Esports. It's still coming in. Transcendence now from both sides, or rather from iZone, holding on that Pulse Bomb. Big Hydron able to stick down Snail Gang. Now iZone's your only support left alive here. And now it's just all Illinois State right now. The Redbirds holding them off. No one able to touch the point. And a good start for Redbird Esports as they win map number 1.
Yeah, I mean that is just great work coming out from ISU Redbird Esports. That is how they want to start off this winners final. Man, Biz, I tell you what, I love the Echo. I mean, the Sombra was good, but not as good as the Echo, and I really want to see more of that coming out from them. It's only Control though, and it's the first of 4, so you know, a Control outlier map, of course. We'll just see what comes in from Nocturnal into the next fight because. Woof, Redbird Esports are just on a tear right now. That's 4 straight maps here on our stream today, and they don't look like they're going to be slowing down in the slightest. I might give a little bit of an edge, though, in the Zenyatta department to iZone, because iZone was absolutely bloodthirsty. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, iZone was just getting picks. You saw it on the kill feed. iZone had that one big fight back on the night market we saw earlier, just absolutely dominating the floor and allowing Nocturnal to flip that back. But Redbird Esports able to get the 2-0 on side of this point. So, I mean, right, it's not that it's not close either. We saw shining lights here from the side of Nocturnal. They got night market at 65%. They got this side of Garden at 58%. So it's not like this game is completely lost on the side. I mean, Redbird Esports, yes, they're on a tear, but Nocturnal has some adjusting to do. What do you want to see them do here in map 2?
I mean, I want to see them get even more aggressive. I want to see them just get up into the face of ISU and see what they can bring out. See what they can do to displace. Because a lot of times, you know, you're looking at the main tank battle. And I tell you what, Lena does not back down from any fight. So we need to see that coming out from the other side. I also think that, you know, maybe bringing in a CC element other than the shield bash might be the way to go. I mean, hacking is good and all. But I think bringing in either a flashbang or bringing in a May or something like that to give something for Redbird Esports to have to concentrate on and have in the back of their mind. It's all about the chess moves that you have. And you know, if you can bring in just an even extra layer of CC or even an Ana, bringing in, you know, the sleep dart to bear, that could be something as well that they could do to disrupt what Redbird Esports are trying to do here. And as I'm looking, we're going to go to Rialto, and we're going to see Redbird Esports on the defense first. So they're wanting to get things rolling their way. They want to know what kind of a mark they have to reach and go on their attack phase. And I mean, this escort map, still one of my favorite in all of the game. I love L'Angolo de la Muerte. It's the corner of death on point B. I love seeing environmentals attempted on the first bridge. I mean, you could run so many different comps here. It's not funny. But if I see double shield come out here, I might pull my hair out, because I've seen teams try to run the double shield into this, and you just don't have the mobility to get the cart around and get into the face of the defenders to get you that free cart push that you need. So I think that you need to have speed. You can run double shield if you want. I think double bubble is a better option here to be able to get the Winston going and be able to go and flip from high to low and get the Zarya charge and give yourself a third DPS. I love running double bubble here on the defense here. You can run on the offense as well, but I think defensively you can get a lot done with the double bubble setup. So it just depends on what they want to really bring out the gate.
And I mean, you were talking about one of your favorite maps earlier. I mean, this is Rialto. I would love to just go on a gondola one day. You know, just to ride down the rivers, ride down the street rivers of Italy, and just, you know, just great place, great place. And wouldn't you want to ride a gondola one day?
I have ridden a gondola.
Oh, there you go.
I've been on the gondola. Kind of a weird tank lineup coming out here from Redbird Esports. They're running the Tracer Sombra once again. So Lena and Iron deciding that they are going to be able to contest high ground with the Diva. Lena's going to take some of the pressure off the supports as well, being able to take a breather. So I like this. I also like the fact that we're seeing Ash come out here. So dedicated hit scan and the dynamite to boot.
I'll say already at 8% ultimate here, but 3 minutes and 40 seconds. They're already going to let them have the first corner of play. React is just waiting for something to hack here in the back line, obviously, but still nothing finding. They're split pushing up. You see 3 upstairs, 3 downstairs on the side of Nocturnal so far. Really, I mean, Paul Luma taking this lower battle. This Tracer trying to find its way around, but React is just kind of just waiting. see if they take the bait. But Paolumu able to take down Hydron to start, which is a big pick for this attacking team of Nocturnal. That hook, doesn't land. I think that landed actually to start. And Starfish, though, able to take down Lena. So this attacking team from Nocturnal off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, absolutely are. And rock and roll in the tank line for Nocturnal. They're going to probably get this first point for free. Nice predictive dynamite there trying to catch out the Sombra, but no joy.
And no, close but no cigar there. Biz able to take down Ultraviolet, even though Paolumu gets below 50 health here and just will not die. Great support line to keep Paolumu up right now. Biz and Starfish will take care of the rest, and a very quick point number 1. Add another 2.5 to the clock. They've got over 5 left.
It's time for wholesale swaps here for Redbird Esports. Yeah, Lena abandoning the Roadhog smartly. You were just an ult battery for Nocturnal, so now you're going to have the speed ready to go. You're going to have the mobility and the escapability, and locking in the legs like the predecessor Sam did in the previous match. So we'll see what kind of work can get done here by the legs. I want to see where Biz goes with this pulse bomb. Definitely looking for Luke Mino.
4.5 minutes left to go. Plenty of time on the clock here. They're going to use this Transcendence to push right in, try to get out of the room, which they do a little bit. They're still not just out of it on that board just yet, but a Pulse Bomb sticks onto iZone, and Paolumu comes out. That Bob is out, but is it going to do anything? It really doesn't do much of anything except for maybe pressure them a little bit, but without Paolumu there, it really does nothing for them, and Nocturnal was pushed back.
Yep, and I mean, that's a great way to devalue an ultimate. Just get out of LOS, and you're good to go. Nice and safe with your healers. And now React can start laying in with the Pulse Rifle here and see what he can get out of it. I mean, priority number 1 is getting the experimental barrier out. I don't know if they've got anything to deal with this Gravitic Flux coming in.
We'll see if that Gravitic Flux is used. Not just yet. They do use a lot of ultimates, though. As the landmines are out, the Pulse Bomb just got used to no avail. So Dusk now will bring out the Gravitic Flux. It lifts up a little bit, but don't know if it will get anybody. It does. Ultraviolet caught out inside of that Gravitic Flux, which is big for them. And Bolt supports down means that Redbird Esports has to back up, and Nocturnal gets a free push.
I think this is going to turn into a comp diff that, you know, the snowball effect of what happened on point A is going to rear its head here on point B and be a very easy fight for them to win. Iron could come back with the self-destruct to contest at last moment, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
So yeah, it hasn't looked like it so far, and they're going to ask for a pause here for a little while. So the game will be paused. Scoreline right now 2-0 with about 4 minutes and 37 seconds left to go. So I mean, Nocturnal, it's not a switch per se, but something just happened where, I mean, it's been clicking for them in the last 2 points that you saw. I mean, they only lost 1 fight within those 2 points that they've just captured. So I mean, so far so good for Nocturnal, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, this is a different looking team. I mean, like I said, Control is its own beast, but right now I think compositionally, I mean, Redbird Esports really shot themselves in the foot coming out with Hog and Diva out the gate. It just wasn't enough, and especially with the focus fire and the peel that we saw coming from the supports to keep Pomolu up when they get down to almost 20 health. I mean, come on. That's beautiful work, keeping up what you need to push the point hard. And the Dynamite is really starting to lay a lot of damage and pull a lot of resources out of the members of Redbird Esports. So, you know, they've swapped over to the ball, and we saw Elena call for the pause there. So I'm wondering if there might be a lag issue or a connectivity issue or a comms issue. So we'll see what it is when we get back in. But right now, I mean, they're facing a massive time bank, and they're on point 3. It looks like it's a patch issue. So we'll see what happens when they get back into game. But this is really going to be difficult for them to be able to stop the steamroll that's coming in from Nocturnal. This could be a very fast and very large time bank when Redbird Esports goes onto their attack.
By the way, quick update for you all. On the other side of the board, you have Reflash O-Dub going on right now with the redemption bracket, if you will, between Gaia Hyperion and Best Spots. Gaia Hyperion wins the first map they're on to. Speaking of which, Rialto. So they're on the second map right now. Gaia Hyperion leads 1-0 there. Best Buds get all 3 points on Rialto, and Gaia Hyperion still attacking with about 10 seconds left to go on the first point. So looking good so far, but the pause is unpaused now as we go back in. As again, they just captured the second point, 90 seconds out of the clock. And it looks like our issue has been fixed, so Nocturnal will advance to try and complete the map.
4.5 minutes, basically, to get up here. And I'm right now, Iron needs to press Q, get everybody off. There we go. As I thank you for listening to me. I love it when the players listen to me. But still, I mean, they have a lot of work to do here, and they've got to make a stand here. I think Lena needs to go over to the Reinhardt and get a little bit more aggressive with this, be able to pin in, catch a quick, easy assassination. But React is starting to deal with that on their own.
4 minutes, they're just chasing down the soldier. React's got nowhere to go at this point. So Nocturnal, I mean, they're making their way around. They've got the soldier down. And now, I mean, they have a little bit of a free push here, but they're still keeping Redbird Esports inside, stuck in this room. Boss Bomb does come out. Is that going to be enough? It is. Doesn't stick, but it is enough to catch Lucmino off guard. And that is a really, really good start for them. Again, getting more distance on this payload. They're just keeping them back.
Oh, man, I think maybe Ana might be a good choice here for Ultraviolet. I think bringing in the anti-nade and denying the Inspire uptime might be a way to go. I think they even bring out a McCree or a Doomfist here for CC and knockback potential, because Lena's just not getting enough done in the main tank department.
I mean, no switch for Redbird Esports so far. Pulse Bomb is used from Hydron, won't find anything. Landmines are available for Starfish. Is going to use those landmines. Slam Down's going to use that on the right side of the room. Does get suffused specks of damage done. Paolumu able to take down Lena, and the Tracer going down as well, meaning it is desperation time for Redbird Esports. They're just trying to hold on now. They've got the Zenyatta there to hold on, but it's not going to be for long. React, Biotic Field to hold, and now they have the Bob to deal the 7th man damage that they need to. But 2.65 meters will not last long as Nocturnal completes the map. And a big one at that. They go all the way through with 2:43 on the clock.
That is lightning fast. And that is going to be one hell of a mountain that Redbird Esports are going to have to climb. And like I mentioned earlier, compositionally, you come out and you troll a little bit. You play on whatever you want to play instead of, maybe not taking it 100% seriously. And they got caught out, and they never were able to regather their feet. They were never able to draw a line in the sand and say, you shall not pass. And, I mean, Nocturnal took full advantage of that and never let off the aggression. I tell you what, Biz and Paolumu, they put on a pretty spectacular performance there in the DPS department. And I'm very interested to see how this Ashe is going to work defensively. You're going to have great sightlines here starting off point A. You've got 2 high grounds that you can address the issues of the offense coming in from. So, man, we're going to run out with possibly a Orisa Diva tank line from Redbird Esports. Interesting.
I mean, we saw the Orisa Diva back in like Overwatch League, I believe, when Shanghai ran it. So, I mean, it's not too bad of a composition, but Nocturnal's going to say, hey, don't fix what's not broken. They're going to go with the exact same composition they did to run through the map with 2 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock. They are going to run out with the Orisa Diva. React, though, going to bring out the Hanzo, or React brings out the Hanzo. And so maybe a little bit of a change from last game, because Haven was doing really well against Redbird Esports on the Hanzo, so maybe they want to replicate that success. 3 minutes and 40, though. They have them let the first corner. This is going to try to backdoor them. We'll see if that works out for them. But Biz spotted out immediately by Ultraviolet, so really nothing going for them there. They're going to try to backline this Hanzo. Recalls with a lot of health left, but you don't want to get headshot there. But Biz able to take down both Lena and React, which is a good start for them, as Nocturnal is going to be able to push them back.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that we're missing here is a Mercy. It's a damage boost, Paolumu, but iZone and Biz, they're just taking care of everything anyways, and Snailgang getting themselves into the fight as well. That's a great first fight win for them. Minute off the clock. Oh, man. I think Redbird Esports right now, they're just not able to create the space that they need to, and they're not dealing with the flanks very well.
Speaking of flanks here, Starfish wants something going here with just a little bit of a roll on the backside. They're just going to push into this small room, get that upper floor standing, and now this entire team on the second floor of this building. We'll see where this leads them right now. And Tracer drops down. Nobody's using nobody has an ultimate just yet. I mean, he's just waiting, but nobody's noticing Starfish here in the back line. He could get a lot of people. Only knocks into 2. and we'll have to just drop down for right now. So, I mean, just the sneak around tactic does not work out in their favor. Lena going down really low, though. That Orb of Discord could help. Dynamite's in. Hydron has to reset right away, but React going down is big. And again, Lena on this reset goes down. But wait, they're leaving the cart. Hold on, no one's contesting it until Paul Lumu finally spots it. But it's Paul Lumu versus a Tracer here, and now finally you're going to have Starfish catching on to the Rift. They'll back off, and it will be Nocturnal winning this fight. Not just quite yet, though.
I mean, they've got to deal with Hydron. Hydron goes down to a wonderful shot from Paulumu. But yeah, here's the rest of the team coming in. Self-destruct is available. You could absolutely clear it out.
He throws it out. Transcendence there to save. 2 shields up to save as well. Now is stunned out. Gravitic Flux is up. I believe that catches the Zenyatta out. Transcendence is used to keep him up. Starfish almost goes down, but what a support line here. Snowgang has a rally available. Will use it, but 1.08 meters. Redbird Esports so close to capping this point. That Pulse Bomb Hydron is big with 2 more kills as they add another 2.5 to the clock.
Yep, that is exactly what they needed. Now they need to be flawless through the second point here. They've got to establish high ground dominance. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that against Rock and Roll tank line coming out of Nocturnal. I mean, this could deal some damage, though. Get this Sonic Arrow up. See what you can get out of this.
See what they do, but they have the Kinetic Grass just to save a little bit of time. But 3 minutes and 23 seconds left to go. They're just pushing this cart with the Tracer. I mean, normally you would see the support line, like if there was an Ana, you'd keep her on the cart, but not going to happen here. Drops both of the supports down on the ground. They've got no chance to get back up. That landmine is big to take down React, so it's a trade 1-for-1, but iZone is out. Discord not available here for Redbird, or rather for Nocturnal in this next fight, but it's still going to be enough to push them back.
Ob is also available to contest the point, so 7th man will be huge, and taking down the opposing Discord Orb is also huge. I think they're really suffering from a lack of mobility right now. Lena playing the Orisa right now, that's a slow donkey horse if I ever saw one.
They've got the Bob out. It's going to deal damage enough to take down Lena. And Bolt Tank's really looking in dire straits right now, but Iron able to stay alive. Paul Lumu taking care of Luke Mino, which is big for them. But Iron's still trying to put in some work to make sure that this team still got a shot at this fight.
Yeah, I think that you've got to bring either a mirroring Wrecking Ball, or you bring out the Reinhardt here and just push into him.
Transcendence used very early on, having to nullify any effects of that Pulse Bomb, even though it was stuck on the shield of Snail Gang. But now that's a big pick. Iron trying to put the team in the right direction, getting both Starfish and iZone is stuck. Pulse Bomb not going to find anything there. Or rather, it's stunned, excuse me. So now it's a good push here by Redbird Esports. They should have this fight won.
On the back of a rally alone. That is Ultimate Economy 101, ladies and gentlemen. And that's how you push through the forward hold. I mean, they had everything in their fight, power, and now they've gotten through to point 3. They're probably not going to make it in time to match the time bank. But I think if they go like 2:15, 2 minutes, I think they've learned their lessons from their hubris on point A of their defense, and we'll see what they can do.
Got another pause in the action here. Again, 3-2 the score. 2 points coming up for Illinois State out of the Missouri Valley Conference, excuse me. They've got about 2 minutes and 47 seconds left to go. So yes, they will not match the time bang. So, but they are getting closer. I mean, we saw some good plays coming out from them. It didn't look like it to start, obviously, with Nocturnal finishing the map in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. But on the second point, they kind of got bricked walled a little bit at the beginning, but then all of a sudden momentum came their way right afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunately, Iron, I believe, DC, but they didn't lose their ultimate, so they still have self-destruct. That is a huge relief off their backs.
Yeah, Iron, maybe a little bit of lag, but that's okay. They've resolved it. So yes, self-destruct is still online, but they might not need it in this fight. At least they stick onto something, and they stick onto the Sigma, which is big for them. It takes care of the immortality field. React gets the Dragon Strike onto iZone before he can even get back into spawn. So this is now desperation mode for Nocturnal.
Yep, and I mean, this should be free push. This should be all the points here for them. The ball's going to be able to come back and touch. What a bash!
What a bash to start. Keeps them off. Gravitic Flux is up, but Transcendence is there to counter it right away. Landmines are there. Iron eats up the Pulse Bomb that is Biz, and now a self-destruct to double up on that. makes it even bigger onto Dusk as well, but the fight goes back and forth. The Snail Gang able to get a double kill to try and bring this fight back in any way possible for Nocturnal, but the spawn rooms are in favor of this team from the defensive side of Nocturnal right now, and that's exactly what they're using to their advantage as they push back Redbird Esports.
Oh my word, that should have been a fight when I mean, Snail Gang put the team on their back with that rally and then getting the 2 kills into it. So are you kidding me? This is beautiful work from them, and now it's all about wasting as much time off this time bank as you can get, because they should be able to push in Redbird Esports. They're going to answer the shielding, though, of Redbird Esports. So Starfish bringing out the Donkey Horse. I love seeing the Donkey Horse duel.
React coming in with a huge headshot to start off, and that's going to go on to Biz. Biz actually switches off to the Bastion. Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage rained down, especially onto both the D.Va and the Orisa. Is it going to be enough, though? It is. He's just ripping through everything inside. Biz is not taking care of whatsoever. 3 kills should be enough, rather, for Nocturnal to win this fight, and it absolutely is.
Oh, I mean, you love to see a Bastion every now and again, and I mean, they're taking some pages out of SMCEU's book there and bringing the Omnic DPS Berber machine and swapping back over to the Tracer. So now sub 45 seconds. This has got to be a hell of a push coming in from Redbird Esports. 35
seconds left, and you were talking about the Omnic. He goes back to the Tracer, so Biz now back on, and maybe just to rain down some damage to make sure they don't get in. Maybe he thought they were going to switch off, but it's not going to happen here. Dusk doesn't have an ultimate, neither does Starfish, but Redbird Esports coming up on a supercharger react. Both DBS is going to use their ultimates at the same exact time. Is it going to find anything, though? It only finds the immortality field, if that, but the fight still continues on here as we will head into the overtime clock from the looks of it. Trying to use that Connect Grasp to get the shield up. Hydron, though, able to win the Tracer 1v1 onto Biz, and that 7th man goes down. Paul Lumu has nothing left in the tank unless it's a dynamite that does a lot of damage. But so far, so good for Redbird Esports if they want to push this one right in. Both immortality fields out. No one's touching this point unless you're known as Orisa. Trying to hold on. And now Paul Lumu trying to flip this fight in their favor. This overtime clock is still running out, but they've got enough. The Pulse Bomb is out 1.17 meters. Lucio trying to hang on, and it is not going to be enough. So Redbird Esports will get an additional 60. So does Nocturnal, but Redbird Esports on the skin of their teeth, able to complete the map.
They almost didn't complete that, my friend. That was as close as you would ever want to be to basically C9ing there at the end. So 1 minute to go as far as they can in beautiful Italy. They are facing it right now. They're still going to be on the attack here, Redbird Esports. And, I mean, they're going to have to get as much as they can, as fast as they can, and hopefully get a wave of momentum that'll carry them through point A. Palumu, though, on this Ash, has been putting in a singular dominant performance. And I'm digging what I'm seeing coming out from the DPS line of Nocturnal. Hydrant and React, though, they were doing their due diligence and trying to get as much done as they could, and they did finally get it in the end. Oof. Double shield defense or offense going to come out for Redbird. Looking at rock and roll once again for Nocturnal, the Wrecking Ball, and Sigma. Dusk was getting a lot of work done, Clutch Key. So I'm looking for more. I'm looking for Dusk to be dominant once again in the off-tank role.
I mean, the domination for Nocturnal is the name of it so far. 2 minutes and 43 seconds separating the two teams on their time bank. Redbird Esports going to only have a minute to push up. It took them longer than a minute to get that first point, mind you, as well. So, I mean, this will be interesting to see what they decide to do. And Redbird Esports going to pull out the double shield here with Iron and Lena on the Sigma Orisa composition. So, I mean, you see a little bit of the, as per se, the donkey horse as well as the music stuck inside his head. So, might have a galloping horse here in a little while if that music stays. But 35 seconds on the clock. They've got a little bit of a free corner as well. They're not holding them back.
Yep, and it's going to come out to this Tracer 1v1 duel here. Already having to use the blinks and already taking the mini pack there. So I'm really looking forward. Starfish getting a huge knock through.
It's a huge pile driver, and Biz able to take down Ultraviolet. No more immortality field either. Means that Redbird Esports is stuck in here without a glimmer of the orb of Discord or really only healing coming out from Luke Mino, but they're just going to have to back up. They're just stuck inside this room. They've only got 7 seconds left as well.
Yep, somebody's going to have to touch. And, I mean, that's probably going to be, Ultraviolet going down. Lukemino taking down a big source of damage, though.
As Pile Driver comes down, and that will hit, but it's still Hydron trying to help out this team. Gets 2 kills onto both of the support lines, which is big for them. And they might be able to push this up to the first point, because all that's left is this Tracer trying to hold on. No recall either. And yeah, they might have a free point here.
I think they take this point here. I mean, you might see Starfish be able to get back. They haven't responded because the overtime timer is taking longer. They're going to get this first point and more.
And that's huge. I mean, only for a minute as well. Just to have a minute on the clock and to get the first point, I thought they'd get stopped over there depending on how they had handled it, but still working out well. Hydron with a big stick onto iZone. Somebody has to stay on the card the entire time. Dusk able to trade out for Iron, though, so that is a big pick for them. Overtime clock runs out. Nobody's touching the point. Nobody's there. I don't know what happened, but nobody's there to touch the point, and overtime clock runs out, and Redbird Esports only able to get a point.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
what happened?
No. That'd be...
Oh, my goodness.
Do we assign it the letter number?
There wasn't anybody on the kill feed. I think it could be it.
I do not wish to do that, but I guess we will do it because that's what happened. Oh, boy. The letter number rears its ugly head here. They had ultimates ready to go. React had Dragon Strike. I mean, he was letting loose with it. They had a brain fart. That's all I can say is that they had a brain fart. So, defensively now for Redbird Esports. Oh man, that's a shocker to me.
That's gonna hurt you in the long run as well. If they get past that 4th point, that's really gonna hurt.
Yeah, I think they have Ultraviolet on the map, so I think they're gonna have a lot more staying power here, especially with the double shield composition. Lena has been getting some nice halts in there, getting multiple person halts. So I mean, halt rock combo would be great. Come out the gate, get some good ultimate charge for the tanks. It's going to come down to Lukemino and Ultraviolet keeping up the tanks and seeing if Hydron can once again pour the damage in onto Nocturnal's DPS and support line.
All right, well, they got a tall task ahead of them. 3.5 minutes to try and get this around 3:43 to get it now down to 3.5. But I mean, this is just a tall order for them to get a minute. I mean, they did get 1 point, which does help them out in the long run, but that ultimately leaving the point and React able to using this Hanzo to their advantage, taking down Starfish, which was a really good early pick for them. They're not going to even try for the card anymore.
Nope, and I think this is a smart move coming in from them. I'm looking at a difference of pathing here coming from Nocturnal. They're trying to wrap all the way around and come at the point from behind and see if they can dislodge, using the roll through and the pile driver from Starfish.
They're not, I mean, they're going to go upstairs here. Nobody's touching this card whatsoever, contesting. This Orisa is down on the ground. They could take advantage of this, really, but they're just trying to hold on for the contest, trying to hold on to them as long as possible. That stun goes back and forth, but ultimately it lands up in the favor of the Redbird Esports team. Iron gets the better of it. But right now, I mean, just this upper handle for them so far is working out. Hydron able to take care of Paul Lumu, making this a 6v5 situation, but traded out right away for Hydron. Dusk is almost down. Dusk has to get away back to the support line, but won't do so. Trying to help out the Wrecking Ball here, but I mean, still, this is a really good defensive hold by Redbird Esports so far.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes off their original time here. And it hasn't gotten past this first crucial corner. Lena holding steady there with the donkey horse. I'm loving it. React is starting to find the range with the arrows as well.
Yeah, React starting to pop up a little bit here. Almost hits the entire clip of those storm arrows. But Dusk, big pick. Ultraviolet goes down. No immortality field landed out either. And Lena's just going to run right into the back line, trying to take down Paul Lumen, which is big for them. And now Redbird Esports holding on. The Transcendence is there. Dragon Strike not in time to save Snail Gang. And this is looking really, really good for Redbird Esports. But Dusk trying to put the team on his back. Will use the Gravitic Flux, gets both Lukemino and React, and this will allow Nocturno to push up a little bit more from the looks of it. But uses the Gravitic Flux, is not going to get anything. Dusk dies with it. Doesn't find anything, but allows the teams to push in, and Nocturno able to get a free fight out of this.
Yep, there's going to be a recontest coming in from Redbird Esports. You've got Pulse Bomb ready to go. The only thing that's going to be able to keep you up is the rally. Answering Pulse Bomb from Biz as well. Oh, man. They've got to get in here and get touched quick up and stall for as long as they can, because the more that they can stall and maybe bring it into overtime, the better it's going to be for them but the respawns, if they do end up getting this first point, is going to be absolutely in the favor of Nocturnal.
Rally's already used out, and they're just going to deal damage. The pulse bomb is there onto Luke Mino. One of each roll gun, and everybody else will start to fall. It is all for naught here, and that's big because the respawn room is way back. They've got 24 meters to catch up.
That's what I was bringing attention to earlier. They've only got to go 24 meters here, and they've got everybody on cart. Lena's going to try and get in here and get a touch. They're focused down with that Discord and all the damage.
Doesn't even get a touch on. The Wrecking Ball can't get there due to the insane amount of CC landing up on that Wrecking Ball, and no chance. We have a tie game.
No chance. Oh, my word. iZone, you are an absolute beast. That Discord orb was really wreaking havoc with Redbird Esports there in both their attack and defensive phases. And like I said, Charlie Niner pulls them in the end because they had a pretty darn good defense there in the extra innings. I mean, they were at 42 seconds when they finally captured point A. So, I mean, they took off 3 minutes of the time that Nocturnal had in the bank. If they would have stayed on the card, this could have been a different story. But I think this might be the first map loss for Redbird Esports here in Open Division. So Nocturnal is here to play, and now it's just turned into a very complicated first to 3.
Yep, I mean, it's going to be a good one. Again, a Contenders trial spot on the line here, so all to play for. And you don't want to drop down into the Redemption Final, obviously, because that puts you in another game where you got to play to get into that Grand Final spot and then make it to Contenders trials as well, and maybe winning Open Division at the same time. So it's still a lot to play for alone in this Winter Finals, but Redbird Esports and Nocturnal, we're tied up at 1 apiece. We take the break, and when we come back, the series gets even more interesting. You don't want to miss out on this. It's Open Division day number 3. We'll be right back. The series is good so far. Scoreline is tied up at 1 apiece here between Nocturnal and Redbird Esports, all for a chance to get to the grand finals, but more importantly, to get the first spot inside of Contenders Trials. Clutchkey here alongside Chef Billy. For those of you just joining us, quick recap as we move on into our third map. Back on the side of Lijiang Tower, Night Market and Garden, both going Illinois State's way. The Redbirds had their way, but it wasn't quite what we saw before. They weren't 100 zeros. They were 165s and 158. Fast forward to map number 2, Rialto, and this was pretty much all Nocturnal's game. They won it. They completed the map in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. They get the 5 points. Illinois State capped off at 3 points, but still no time left on that clock after their first attack. Got a 4th point, but that would be it. So otherwise, it's a good series so far. And Billy, I mean, right now, this is anyone's game.
Well, Primal Scree right before we came on air, back on air, made me giggle. Also, compositional difference, a little bit of hubris coming out of Redbird Esports on their first defense of Rialto really bit them in the rear end, and they never got themselves stabilized. And then the Charlie Niner on their attack in extra innings also led to their downfall here on the streets of Rialto. So next map coming up is going to be Blizzard World. And I tell you what, we've swapped sides again. So now Nocturnal is going to be on the defense first. And Redbird Esports are going to have to come out and put up a time or a amount of points here, depending on how this goes, that they're going to have to really, push it to Nocturnal, because Nocturnal has not backed down whatsoever. They have come into this winner's final just looking at it and saying, you know what, this is our opportunity to go forward. The members of Wisp and Ardor and this team, they have faced off against members from American Tornado and from Dark Mode. So, I mean, Nocturnal, they really showed up big on Rialto, and if they carry this forward, we could be in for a barn burner of a series. This is really going to set the tone moving forward in this series. I'm looking towards Redbird Esports. I'm looking towards React, honestly, to get a little bit more done, because Hydran was getting the work done, but the same DPS pressure that we saw is not the same. As Sam is back in now into our match. So they're bringing out the big guns here on Blizzard World. And Palumu, this Ashe player, got a lot of value on Rialto, and they've decided to go ahead and stick with this, and they're going to have a shooting blind should Dust kind of, give the soft pocket to them. So healing still going to be an issue for both sides running this Brigitte and Zenyatta. iZone has been a standout player today on the Omni Killer. Not only bloodthirsty, but really applying those Discord orbs at just the right times, just the right heroes to go onto, and the follow-up has been huge.
Again, Nocturnal is just trying to, don't fix what's not broken would be the motto here if you're looking at their team composition, going with the same exact thing that they had against Redbird Esports on Rialto, rather. So, I mean, it's working out for them so far, but Sam, like you said, back into the game, subbing out for React. So they're going to drop from high ground very early on. Starfish already at half health, has to go for the health pack already, but they're putting so much pressure onto this Wrecking Ball early on.
That's exactly what they need to do as well, because they're running a lot more mobile comp than what Nocturnal is. I mean, the focus I would be putting on would probably be trying to take Dusk down first. If you're looking for a tank to really get in there and kind of target out. If you take down the shielding, you've got nothing with other than the adaptive shielding that'll come out from the Wrecking Ball.
And Sam, I mean, the difference here in the Soldier and the hit scans is working out well, but both of them traded out now, and it's looking like a Redbird Esports win as kills start to fall, one in each row, really, and now, I mean, they will fight, they will get a first take, but is it in Nocturnal's best interest to try and recontest this is the question. And looks like they will be giving up takes. No, Transcendence will be in to try and stall this out, so they will try to recontest this with what they've got. iZone is back in. Now they just got to play a little bit more safe. They don't have a shield. Dusk has to come back into this game. And now iZone takes down Hydron. Bolt Tracers out of play. Pile Driver's big with 3 people going upstairs because of it. He's trying to hold on, but they stay off the point. Nobody touches, which means they get the additional 2.5.
Oh, my word. Well, it's been 20 minutes since the last C9. I was gonna try and be more clever with it, but I just couldn't. My heart went out of it, just like the heart went out of Nocturnal realizing they didn't have a damn foot on the point. Come on, man.
Oh boy, I thought we'd have a little bit more time between the letter number situation, but apparently it only happens in between maps, so it works out in favor of Redbird Esports. They add another 2.5 to the clock. 4 minutes and 20 seconds now remaining, and I mean the ultimate's online. Pretty much equal on either side. Nocturnal, though, having the advantage. Sham's going to bring out the tactical visor already, but that shield, the kinetic grasp, could be enough to save them, but it's not going to save Paolumu, who's in the back. Bob's going to have to act as a sixth man, but that sixth man goes down immediately, and just this DPS known as Sam is just absolutely doing work.
Oh my word, he's getting everything. Oh my god, Sam is going the F off right now. He has decided that he's going to be the super sub, and he has chosen violence as their gameplay here. But Paolumu bringing out the Widowmaker and getting an early pick on Hydran. That is not an easy shot to make.
Almost, if that wasn't anybody, if that wasn't a Tracer, that's somebody knocked off the map. Gravitic Flux might be big, is stuck on side of that pulse bomb. It's not going to find anything. Landmines are also out, but it's looking good for the team in blue right now as Nocturnal gets 3 kills, and that will push back the team out of Redbird Esports.
Yep, but I mean, they've still got 3.5 minutes to go, you know what, but they're still contesting as well. They got a little bit of extra there. 1.29 meters of pulse bomb from Hydran?
That pulse bomb is big and even bigger. I mean, it's just really Hydran's just trying to put the team on his back right now with that big play from them, and they will cap for the extra 90.
Wow. All right, Hydran, I see you.
Sheesh.
I smell what you're cooking. Sheesh. Bringing it out. But still, I mean, you've got attack guys are going in this next fight as well. Sam is getting these at a tremendous clip. I'm not sure what Nocturnal can do here to slow down this pace. I mean, you've got the Transcendence, but you're going to have to hold it for the Tac Visor now, or a Pulse Bomb coming out from Hydran, who's also just absolutely filthy right now. I'm not sure what they can really do. I like this high ground contest that they've got going on. They can rain the accretion. They can rain the hyperspheres. I just don't know if they have enough to dislodge what you're seeing out from Sam and Hydran.
Right, I mean, this is just an unbelievable run for them right now. They're trying to recreate what Nocturnal did to them on Rialto, and so far it's working out, but Paolumu switching on over to the McCree is helping them out. Already at half on the ultimate percentage, by the way, and iZone just showing off right now. Gets both the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball, and this is just insane gameplay. They're pushed back. Yeah,
I mean, dueling Transcendences will be there. Luke Mino going super low, needs to get that Inspire healing back up again. I'm looking for mines, though. Lena with a well-placed set of mines could absolutely get them where they need to go. The Promised Land is getting 3 points here with a decent time bank, and I think if they get anything over 145, they're going to be sitting pretty.
Oh, I mean, landmines are out already. This will be coming out from Lena, who goes down right away. Transcendence is out. I believe they used the Gravitic Flux at the same time. There's a lot of ultimates being used left and right here, but who gets the better of it? The rallies are both out at the same time. And it's Hydran that gets the better of Starfish, so Redbird Esports have a good start for their lineup, and Sam with the Helix Rockets make sure that this payload will advance.
Oh my god, he is getting so much value on this soldier right now. And now you've got Lena out on the donkey horse. I am so happy right now because I get to see my donkey horse again. But you've also got the shielding in place, so now you're counteracting the experimental barrier of Dusk.
Somebody's got to touch this point. Starfish does get there within 10 meters, though, is that payload. And now Luke Mino gets the whip shot off, and the Starfish self-destruct is out. Not going to find anybody on the back line. Everybody given enough time to back off towards the wall. Biz uses the Biz trying to be of any help here, but it's going to be Paolumu that gets the kill onto Hydran, down to the last 3.25 meters left to play here. Good pile driver to keep Sam up and about, and that makes sure that Nocturnal can get the defensive hold.
Ooh, boy, they've got one fight to get this right, and they got it right just fine. Priority pick for Redbird Esports going in this next fight, Dusk and or iZone in comparison. I mean, if you land this Pulse Bomb, you can draw out that Transcendence, and then you can go in with a rally and absolutely clean up shop.
And it's looking, I mean, right now, ultimate-wise, though, Redbird Esports has the advantage. You're going to have Dusk with the Gravitic Flux, iZone with the Transcendence. I mean, right now it's looking good, but the rally will start to lead in here. Gravitic Flux is up. Lena using just enough to go into metal form and trying to stay down on field. And now Transcendence as he can. Ultimate's just being thrown left and right here with a minute 15 on the clock. Iron's going to be knocked out of mech, which is good news if you're Nocturnal. That's a big defensive matrix down. And Wrecking Ball is just going to push them back, splits up the team a little bit, but Starfish has to get out. It's not going to matter, though, as Redbird Esports, again, cannot break through the wall.
My goodness, and Discord orbs coming from ISO. I think that Starfish got that kill accidentally because he was trying to roll out from the damage and just flattened Sam like a pancake.
Hello, soldier. Hello, just running by, making sure I can get out, but you're also in my line of fire, so sorry about that, buddy. 40 seconds remaining on the clock here. Redbird Esports, though, Lena has the supercharger available. Not much else as Sam switches on over from the soldier onto the Hanzo here. Nocturnal with a Deadeye available with landmines coming up. Maybe Dusk that gets that gravitic flux. Deadeye's used very early here, maybe to zone out, but they have that Tracer with the Pulse Bomb to counteract it right away, and Hydron able to take down Paul Lumu. Down to the final 20, though. It's looking good for Redbird Esports now as 3 kills already fall. Landmines are out, have the supercharger at the same time, but that's gone right away. Transcendence now in play to try to hold just the 2 supports that are there. It will not matter much in the final last meter of play. Redbird Esports will get all of it with time on the bank. 3.5 seconds remaining as they complete the map on Blizzard World.
What a hell of a hold, though, on point 3 there. I mean, Nocturnal is here to play. And 3.4 seconds, I mean, you captured all 3 points, so that's a win in the book for Redbird Esports. But now, defensively, what are they going to bring out to counter Paolumu? We saw them get such great value on the Ashe. Brought out the window at one point as well. Their McCree was popping. And I don't know. I mean, once Redbird Esports brought out a shield, they had a little bit easier time of taking space. I'm questioning whether or not Iron stays with the Sigma that they had. They're flashing us this Diva right now. I think that the Sigma is the better play here. Give yourself a little extra shielding, a little bit more in the kit from the Sigma over the Diva, but I mean, you've got to be able to contest high ground, so I see why Iron would bring that out. I like the swap from the Brigitte for Luke Mino over to the Baptiste. That immortality barrier paid off some huge dividends in the last push there.
And now Nocturnal on the other side, you're talking about here with the shields. I mean, again, they're not going to change from what they started off with, but it didn't work quite well, and you saw the switches over time on the other side for when they had to defend. But do you think this is going to work on this side?
I don't know. I think that keeping the Orisa here, though, is a darn good choice. I think you can get a lot of value with it. I think, the ability to fortify as well and take the headshot damage away from Nocturnal. That's a boon to them. I'm not sure if the Ashe is really going to work here, especially without the damage boosting. We'll see what they can get done, though.
Let's try to push their way through. They're not going to take the upper floor, and the only person that's taking this upper floor is this Ashe. We'll see. Tries to headshot. Nothing there, really, and I'm just backing off onto the staircase. But I think Sam saw where he was, but it's going to get a little distracted by the Wrecking Ball. Tries to hit the shot, not going to happen. We're just waiting to see who's going to hit their shot first, but it's Hydron that's able to take down Blizz as the starting kill, and they're just running right up to Paul Lumu. But this is a great support line you have here, and Paul Lumu's got a double headshot. There is no shot whatsoever here for Redbird Esports. Nocturnal's got it all over. Thank you to Paul Lumu for the play.
Good Lord, that flick, though. Sheesh! That is exactly how you close out a point and get your first point here on this hybrid map. Good Lord. Paolumu once again showing the range with the Viper.
It's just unreal. Like that, the flick, unreal from Paolumu. And already look at the ultimate percentage here. Snail Gang already at 92. There we go with the application matrix. Iron's going to switch on over from the Diva now into the Sigma. So, I mean, we'll see how this works out in their favor with the double shield. And so far, so good. If you're a Nocturnal, a lot of time on the bank with the additional 2.5. Now they're going to bring out the Rally. Dragon Strike down the middle as well. And you've got Gravitic Flux. You've got Transcendence in there at the same time. Nothing to help that out. And Gravitic Flux is going to make the difference here with Dusk getting 2 kills already. Lena stuck in the zone, and the payload will advance.
Boy, they got 1, maybe 2 fights here. And this is cruising through. The Discord Orb is absolutely destroying ISU right now. And, I mean, we're running Brig and BAP now. So you've got Inspire. You've got CC ability. You've got the Immortality Barrier. They just did not get a good immortality barrier to defend against Dusk's Gravitic Flux, and he got maximum value getting a 3k into it.
Hydron uses a Pulse Bomb. That's not going to matter if the Bomb is able to take down Hydron as well. So that is big. The 7th man is out. And really, I mean, nobody here to contest this point. It's all over. Nocturnal's going to add another 90. And guess what? 5.5 to try to complete the map.
Good Lord. I mean, we're seeing swaps come out. I mean, we've got the Hydron Widowmaker now. We've got Sam on the McCree. So, I mean, this right now is all about dealing with Starfish. And having a CC ability to knock Dusk out of these Gravitic Fluxes. Starfish is just rolling through and just getting any kind of value that they want. They're not being contested in the slightest.
You can tell from Starfish. So
it's on stream.
He's in a little bit of trouble here, but and he's timed back out of it. But Pulse Bomb able to take care of the immortality field, and the rest now starting to fall as well. Gets a Coach Gun kill onto Luke Mino, and now it's just Lena just stuck in this run. No, nothing can happen at this point. Paolumu gets a kill with every single ability there in that fight. So 4.5 minutes left to go. A lot of cart distance to have.
I mean, this is just dominance. I mean, they have not figured out what to run here. If you're Redbird Esports, I mean, you throw the supercharger out, bring a Rhine, bring a ball of your own, change it up here. The ability to adapt is what they are lacking right now.
No flashbang available for the next 3 seconds or so. They bring out Sam now on the Torbjorn, try and stop these backline picks. And now the Supercharger out, Gravitic Flux is out for Redbird Esports. A lot happening, but Transcendence tries to negate all of that damage whatsoever. And now there's a Gravitic Flux of their own. Nothing can stop this one. It's got to drop, and they do. Now Immortality Field, turrets out, and now they're just stuck in this corner. Nothing can move on it. There's the Application Matrix, a lot of damage. They're trying to respect the window, but it's not going to work out because Bob can't move other than where he's placed, so he's just going to die to it, and now it's just a back-and-forth scrap fight. But with Lena going down, Ultraviolet going down, this could be big for them. A huge win for Nocturnal on this point. Look at the time bank, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, standard time bank is 4 minutes on the clock in competitive. Nocturnal adds 30 seconds to that time bank coming up in the next round. 4:30 left.
This is going to have to be Redbird Esports really pulling out all the stops here. And right now, I have to throw it to the tank line. They're just getting bullied by Starfish and Dusk. Dusk, as I mentioned before, one of my favorite off-tank players in this Tier 2, Tier 3 ecosystem, and showing why they are so good. I mean, the constant damage from the hyperspheres, the damage mitigation of the kinetic rest, and just the shield management that you see from this Sigma player. Lena and Iron are just getting outplayed right now by the tank line of Nocturnal. There's nothing really else to say. I mean, you could have ran a Reinhardt there at the last point and had the shield, big glowing rectangular shield to be able to block people. Getting a shatter would have stopped a lot of that aggression coming in. So, I mean, right now it's just the hero picks that are coming out from Redbird Esports that I think are giving them fits. And Paolumu, I mean, I think we're seeing this birth of a star right now because they are absolutely on fire. Paolumu and Biz are outplaying Sam and Hydron right now.
Yeah. I will say, just personally, I am an Ash player. Paolumu's inspiring me right now. It's looking really good from the side of Nocturnal, especially now that they only have to defend for a minute. But the last time they did defend for just a minute, they did give up a point, but that was not without saying that Nocturnal had plenty of time on the clock to win it. And so now iZone catching out Hydron. That is not a great start, especially when you're losing out on 10 seconds if you want to regroup.
This is going to be interesting at the least. Half the time already gone. I mean, Sam bringing out the Sombra. So I mean, who's your hack target here? I'm going to think it's going to be Dusk or maybe Biz. Starfish could also be a great hack target as well to get the mobility out of the way. It just depends on how they want to go and if they're going to have the focus fire to take care of it.
10 seconds left to go here. I mean, something's got to happen here for Redbird Esports as they're going to have to force the overtime clock at this point. They won't get any time back after this.
Oh.
But Iron able to get the rocket kill onto Dusk, which is a big pick for them. And now Redbird Esports has a lot of momentum headed their way. Starfish has to run away for right now, but I mean, just really working out on the side of Redbird Esports' favor. Biz only able to take care of Lena, but they will drop out and they will give up the free point.
Yep, I think that's smart. for Biz to be able to get back and get a full reset, full 6 with the team. They're not going to be able to leave the cart. That's the other part of this. So Iron taking a swim and getting the mech back. Looking for Sam, though, to get something done here. Get this EMP up. I think if they get EMP into Pulse Bomb, I think you can get a massive multi-person kill and really take it to them and see how much cart push you can get with no time on the clock.
That Pulse Bomb sticks. Paul Lumu's down. Nothing else to say about that one. I mean, that was a huge pick for them, especially now. I mean, no mobility on Kree either, so you can't get back as fast as possible. But now the dominoes start to fall in Redbird Esports. Nothing stopping them right now after getting that first point, and they're not leaving the card either.
No, and I mean, this is perfect. I mean, you've got mobility from all your characters except for Ultraviolet, and then you've got just ultimates ready to go. I mean, EMP. Do you save it possibly to get it up for the self-destructive Iron?
It's just I at this point, let's see what happens. They bring out the rally already to start from Luke Mino and put on the Orb of Discord on top of that, but still not being killed so far. And now they've got the rally out of Snail Gang. The landmines are on the second floor to try to catch out this Zenyatta. Unfortunately, that Transcendence is there to help, but Paul Lumu goes down again. So this is not good news if you're the side of Nocturnal. You gave them a minute to play with, and they are putting in a minute plus right now. iZone and Biz trying to do what they can to hold on. Starfish is there to just spin around the payload a little bit, try to hold on, but Starfish will go down with the ship. And do they give up this point is the question. They will not just yet. There's the Tracer and the Zenyatta trying to hold on. Self-destruct to clear the point. Biz goes down, and that it's not going to be it just yet. Paul Lumu, oh my goodness, switches on to the Widowmaker, completely flips the script on this fight. And this is looking really good. Got the headshot on the Tracer. This could end it. And they don't, but it's still working out in their favor. Nobody touches the point in time. Paul Lumu with the switch, absolutely flipping the script. Redbird Esports stuck on 4 points again. Nocturnal with 4.5 to try to complete it.
Well, at least they didn't see 9. I mean, there's the bonus in that. I mean, they got all this with just a minute. So now the Gargantuan hold has to come through. This is where Redbird Esports has to knuckle up and say, okay, no further. So let's see what they can do here on point A. And I tell you, I like the Sombra play out of Sam. Lena and Iron did a much better job that time in the tank department. So I don't want to see them bring out the donkey horse again, even though I love seeing the Orisa come out. Unless you're going to run the double shield in with it, I think that you're doing yourself a disservice. And I would quite frankly love to see Luke Mino go back to the Baptiste and get that immortality barrier up to let them stay in fights a little bit longer, because they could get so much more done and pull those cooldowns out of Nocturnal. I think that's part of the reason why the push was so strong from Nocturnal. I mean, they just barreled through. There was nothing stopping the momentum that was coming through. I tell you what, we're looking right now to see, this is the moment where I think everything could change for ISU. Redbird Esports are looking at, going down in a series for the first time this open division. I mean, we're talking about contenders level players here. And I mean, Nocturnal has some of their own, and they are showing their wares very proudly today. A little bit of a internet issue going on with Nocturnal, so we'll be back with them as soon as they are back into the lobby. But man, Nocturnal looking good. Palmulu, that Widow, are you effing kidding me?
Yeah.
2 picks, 1.3 meters from capturing point B in overtime. Come on. Just chef's kiss from me. That is beautiful work. And I mean, it saved them. So now they have a definite win condition in their mind. 30 extra seconds to get it done as well. So 4 minutes 30. They have more time than what they started with. That's what I'm looking for. How well will Redbird Esports hold the first point? And then when you get into Streets phase, how do they hold high ground? And how do they rotate to stop the pressure coming in from Nocturnal? Starfish, I think they need to keep Sam on the Sombra and just don't let Starfish ever be able to roll around with impunity. I
feel like we need to change your name from Chef Billy to Professor Billy, because that was That was, I mean, I mean, but otherwise the analyzing is great there. But I mean, you've got so much to do. It could be just momentum as well. You talk about the way that Nocturnal just flipped the switch, right? I mean, it's like back on Rialto, you saw you saw it where Nocturnal had 3 minutes and 43 seconds on their second round. But still, I mean, Illinois State putting up a really good defense, if you will, and kept them down for a long time, kept them into the overtime clock as well. It's just unfortunate in that last fight. A little bit different of a story now, though, but it's pretty similar. I mean, in the fact that Nocturnal's got 4.5 minutes to push this. I mean, 30 seconds over standard time is unreal. By the way, while we're in the pause here, just a quick update for you all on the other side of our bracket, the redemption bracket, Gaia Hyperion versus Best Buds. That's a great series as well. It is tied up at 2 apiece. It goes to map 5, so that will determine who plays the loser of this one. So that's gonna be an intense matchup right now. And Billy's making a call. He's looking up something, or
I'm gonna get the other stream up. Because we're missing a murder there. No, I mean, Best Buds had a great run.
Yeah,
and they've had a great run here through Open Division. But I tell you what, Nocturnal, momentum. I mean, man, Redbird, they really do need to lock it down here on point A. I think that everything's going to really be contingent upon how well they hold point A. Somebody's got to deal with Starfish. Because Starfish is just having a playground with the back line of Redbird Esports. And, you know, Hydran is doing everything they can. I mean, they're landing pulse bombs. They're getting everything done. So here we go. 4.5 minutes, my friend, and 30 seconds between seeing whether or not Redbird Esports are going to be able to do as foretold and hold. I mean, they did do that 3-minute hold. Took 3 minutes off the time bank that Nocturnal had in their overtime, extra innings on Rialto. So it can be done. Let's just see if they have the fortitude to bring it out.
Yeah, I mean, a completely different time bank. Add another 45 seconds to what they had back on the Rialto. And I mean, you see a good attack here from Nocturnal, but Nocturnal again going to go with this Ash. And I mean, this really, again, don't fix what's not broken unless, of course, you're Paolumu and you want to switch from the Ash to the Widowmaker instead. They're pushing up here, and it's not Redbird Esports not taking the second floor. Everybody's up on the second floor, just in different positions each way. The Wrecking Ball on the side, you've got the Tracer on the side as well. I mean, just positioning wise, I mean, everybody is scattered right now.
Yeah, look at Dusk now going to mirror the Diva, so you're going to get the damage mitigation there. Paolumu going over to the McCree, so I think that they're going to try and flashbang out Lena on this Wrecking Ball. Also, looking for Sam in the Somber department as well.
That is a big pick for them. The flashbang keeps Lena long enough for Izo to put on the Discord and everybody to gang up onto Lena. So that is a big way to start. And they're just going to run all the way around. Nothing stopping this train right now, as they're now going to go into Snacks Ramos. But it's really not looking good for this side of Nocturnal. Flashbang gets rid of the Zenyatta, but now Paolumu goes down with the ship on a 1-for-1 trade, but the Orb of Discord no longer a thing. Sam's just trying to make this a game right now.
Starfish.
But Starfish Biz putting on the show that they want right now. And it looks like they might get at least a free tick here. Lena's going to maybe hold off, or do they want to contest? No, they will allow the first tick to happen. Maybe not much else other than that, but Lena's now discorded out. Maybe a second tick? I mean, they're just holding on. They're back, but they're not going to contest it just yet, and now Hydron's going to contest with the Pulse Bomb and sticks onto Biz. I mean, that's a big pick for them. Transcendence is out to hold on, but now the EMP is stunned out. Flashbang, nothing going. Sam's EMP does not happen whatsoever. Even if it doesn't matter, I mean, Redbird Esports loses a big ultimate.
Yeah, but they win the fight.
Yeah,
so,
that's true. But
I mean, you still have the manual hacks available. But yeah, that's a massive. I mean, I have to say I called it. I mean, the flashbang is there to deal with Lena and deal with Sam, and it dealt with Lena in getting the pick earlier. Then it deals with canceling the EMP altogether. So back to work for Sam and Hydran.
So now ultimate advantage, though. I mean, really on either side, no Transcendence available, but that's a big pick. And Paolumu was able to take care of Hydron to start. So now 2 minutes left to go, and we saw this again back on Rialto. Deadeye comes out. Is this going to find anybody, though? Landmines are on top all over the place, but iZone, do you talk about the Zenyatta plays here from iZone? It is absolutely massive. Transcendence doesn't save Iron from getting out of mech. Those landmines will help secure that point. Second tick is gone. Only one left to go is this Tracer, who's back on point. Could use the flashbang, but that's out for another 6 seconds. But they know that they have to back off already. The rally is there to try to hold it. They're still trying to stall this one out, and it's not going to work out here. And I mean, just the headshots. You hear the dinks all over the place. And now 1 minute and 30 to try to push it all the way down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hell of a hold there. Once again, they took 3 minutes off. Once again, dueling self-destructs are going to be available into this next fight, and Hydran has yet another pulse bomb ready to go. However, Nocturnal's going to be able to withstand it with double support ultimates ready to go. Oh, it's all about managing the amount of cart push that Nocturnal can do if you're Redbird Esports right now.
Hydron gets stunned out. There's a self-destruct kill onto iZone. That'll help you out with a good start from them, and that's going to force back already Nocturnal because they don't want to fight without this Orb of Discord. And now, yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Hydron's just trying to bully out Snow. But ultimate-wise, I mean, right now, Nocturnal 3 ultimates coming up on maybe 5, actually. Redbird's coming up with almost 2, but that might be about it.
What a flashbang and fan from Paolumu to take Hydran out of the fight. The push is real. 30 seconds left. 4 ultimates, almost 5, ready to go for Redbird Esports. Sam is going to have one hell of an EMP going into this fight.
And the rally comes out already to start. They're just going to try to push in, but Snail is going to try to get the backline push. They're trying to pinch this team all together right now. Snail is holding on, but can only hold on. Transcendence is now out from both of the Zenyatas. Now we hit the overtime clock. This will be where the difference is made. And now the EMP non-stop this time catches 3 people inside of it. Paolumu is caught on it, and now the team out of Redbird Esports with the momentum. Self-destruct is out. This could kill at least 2. It does not, though. Everybody gets behind cover just in time. Pulse Bomb is also out, but it's not going to matter. Lena and Luke Mino both getting kills. Cart is clear. Redbird Esports able to put up the big fence, and they're up 2-1 in the series.
That was a hold. And once they got their composition right, it absolutely worked for them. Sam on this Sombra got so much work done individually, getting manual hacks. The 3-man EMP was also absolutely massive in cleaning off that point. And iZone, once again, putting up just phenomenal work on the Zenyatta for Nocturnal, but Redbird Esports do go up 2-1 in our series. And now we're going to head to Assault, and I'm wondering, do we see Volskaya come out here? Oh man, this is going to be a very interesting choice for where Nocturnal decides to take us.
I mean, they've got plenty of options, but it's going to be a different map here. It's not Volskaya. It's not going to be Hanamura. It is going to be Temple of Anubis. So, I mean, this is an interesting pick here from Nocturnal, to say the least.
Yeah, this is very interesting. But, I mean, they have a great Ashe player. I mean, Paolumu has shown time and time again how good they are with the Southern Belle and the Viper. So, I mean, this is all going to be about high ground control. It's all going to be about positioning. If you do a dual high ground contest or setup defensively, I mean, you could throw Ashe up on the top of Treehouse and then have the rest of the team sit on platform and just, deny the action coming in. But Hydran is going to be the key to what Redbird Esports is going to want to do here, especially with the high mobility, the ability to blink past a lot of the damage that would come in from Nocturnal and just be that nuisance factor. And I think that we saw that happening a lot more on that map from Hydran, is that the nuisance factor, the blinks, double blinks into engagements, then we're calling out, just absolutely working it in their favor. And, we're going to see Nocturnal come out on the defense here. And yeah, Redbird Esports wants to put up their time first.
Yep, so Redbird Esports on the attack first, and Nocturnal's going to bring out that double shield. You see the Orisa, or the Donkey Horse, as it's more commonly known as. But Dusk on the Sigma. You've got Biz on the Torbjorn, which is the interesting pick here. Paolumu back on the Ashe, Snail Gang, iZone on Baptiste and Brigida. So, I mean, this is an interesting lineup, and on 2CP, things can get changed around from your normal.
Hey, I'm just telling you what. This is this has been a heck of a series so far, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Nocturnal play platform here, since that's where they have set up as the gates were getting ready to open. And I tell you, I mean, Dusk has been one of my players of the match today. I think that Dusk has put up just a filthy performance with this Sigma. Didn't see the Gravitic Flux come out. They're having to play the Diva there to match what Iron brought out. I'm liking the mobility that's coming out from Redbird. Sam bringing out one of my favorite characters of his. This is going to be good. Oh, they're actually going to swap over to the Genji.
Oh, interesting swap here. Maybe to counteract the Torb and maybe Paolumu at the same time. Maybe even Starfish too. I mean, there's a lot you can deflect here. The only thing I don't think you can deflect the Snail Gang trying to bash in with the shield, but that's about it. So still got, I mean, 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Nothing really falling so far. All these are just dry runs more or less. But Paolumu in trouble. Good dash there. Hydron able to finish up the rest of it. And look at Hydron. I mean, is Hydron going all the way back just to make sure Paolumu doesn't get anything else? I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. But Paolumu's switched on over to the McCree. Hydron's looking for maybe the camp kill here. Watches him pass by, and that's exactly what's going to happen. It's a 1v1 here, and Hydron spawn camps Paolumu. Oh, no. And that's going to allow Redbird Esports to just push right in without a single care in the world. They're already going to have at least one tick as long as somebody stays on this point. But iZone trying to bring it back. Takes down Lena, but it's not going to be all for naught, really. Dragon Blade already available. Slash, dash, hack, and dash away. Sam's just got everything part of it. And a free tick, and that's going to be the point.
What? That was a fast Nano Blade. I mean, credit to both Sam and Ultraviolet, respectively, getting the ultimate so fast. 5:25 pushing into point B. And, I mean, you're coming up on Primal. You're coming up on Pulse Bomb. This is going to look really good to Redbird Esports. You got to take out Biz, though, on this Torbjorn. Almost has Molten Core ready to go.
And nowhere to try to spawn camp this time if you're a Redbird Esports. The only place you can camp is where they're already at. So 5 minutes left to go. Hydron's not going to be able to have any more fun with Paolumu there. Now Molten Core is ready to go for Biz. See if he wants to use it in this fight. Starfish also having a supercharger available. Pulse Bomb's going to go on the wall. Won't find any damage, though. And they'll just keep this. And then this Orisa is just kept inside here. The Immortality Field is out. There's the Molten Core. We'll jump right over it. Elena uses the Primal Rage, rather, to get inside of the team. But it's not going to work out in their favor anyways, as Redbird Esports is just pushed back because of it. Somebody's contesting the point, though. Almost gets a free take out of it, but not much else other than that. And that will be the fight.
Yeah, we're going to see some wholesale swaps here come from Redbird Esports, and being able to get the Molten Core out, that is absolutely massive for Redbird Esports. I also want to point you in the direction of Dusk. Dusk swapped off of the Sigma and went on to the Diva, and has almost caught up to Iron in the ult charge in 2.5 fights. So lots of value being shown from the off-tank player for Nocturnal. I'm looking forward, really, double support ultimates come out in this next fight. Dragon Blade, Nano going to be available into it as well. So rally to hold him up, and let's see what Sam can get done this time.
Rally's going to start us off on both ends here. Nano Boost is available. Ultraviolet brings away the slash, the dash, but the Immortality Field holds on as long as they can. It actually will get iZone and Snail Gang. In the meantime, Sam is just popping off at this point. Self-destruct there to try to hold on. Won't find anything, but it's still going to be at least one tick here for the side of Redbird as long as they want to hold on. But now this Doomfist in play goes down right away from Paolumu's side. And they're still contesting this without the tick being taken, but there's the first one. Second one might be in a little while. And look at Sam, by the way, percentage-wise, already at a third back to the next ultimate. And they've already got a second tick. They gotta find a way to try to defend this as long as they can here. Starfish almost goes down. It's only one person on point at a time. They just line up in the queue to die at this point. Elena brings out the Primal Rage. I mean, this is still an impressive hold for a stall, but I don't think this stall is going to last much longer here. iZone switches on over to the Mora, and now Biz onto the Tracer. This is still an impressive stall no matter how you look at it, but it's not going to matter much. 2 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock. Overall, it is all Redbird Esports to start us off here on Temple of Anubis.
And we talk about the Genji. That was singularly impressive. And Luke Camino throwing biscuits while in the middle of Dragon Blade is just quite a feat in and of itself. But I mean, the anti-nades were beautiful from Ultraviolet. Lena was getting the work done with the monkey. I mean, I love to see the monkey come out. The primals were massive. It completely disrupted everything Nocturnal was trying to do. And Hydran, once again, doing Hydran things and getting things done, bringing out the Ash for point B. The Dynamites were massive. Almost got Bob in one fight.
I mean, it's just what a game overall from Redbird Esports. I mean, this has been back and forth, but I mean, Redbird Esports now have the shoe on that, you know, you've got the time bank over a minute now, and it's not like they're forced to play relaxed still. Nocturnal's still going to try to bring out something, and if this stands true, they're going to bring out the Orisa Diva. No, and like you were saying earlier, Dusk on the Sigma is really good, and it looks like that's the way they're going to go.
I mean, you could, you know, theoretically run the ball with the Sigma here, but they're going to run Orisa Diva, apparently. Running into Ultraviolet's Ana. Oh, my God. So delicious. So delicious. But Biz is also going to swap over to the Sombra. So I like this. You got quite a few good hack targets available to you. I'm looking for, you know, Lena. Obviously one of them. Taking the escapability of Sam also. Also another great hack target.
And now Sam's just going to use that focus beam right away to knock out Diva out of the mech. And so Dusk back on that Diva. It's not working out so far. Now they're just trapped in this room, especially now without a Diva, now without a defense matrix. But Sam does go down. So that is a good start here if you're Nocturnal to try to push up so they get the side room capabilities now. Now you have this Winston pulled in and just trying to dive in, but nothing happening. Starfish with a big haul taking down Hydron, keeping him away from any of that fight. And now it looks like at least a free tick coming for Nocturnal.
That was one hell of a halt from Starfish, and I mean, Paolumu got the headshot in on it, and you just saw the finish-up shots coming in from Starfish, but they have gotten that one tick, but I want the rest of the members of Redbird Esports are back in here. Nano Boost going on to Lena, and I mean, it's going down super low.
Yeah, I mean, maybe to build up ult, but maybe to save him as well, but the sticky bombs from Sam onto iZone will take care of it. Deadeye's out in the back. Is this going to find? I don't think it finds anybody here. I am maybe almost found a not very likely there at all. Dusk is going to get out of mech on the Diva 1v1. Sam will help that out, but it's still now a 6v5 situation in favor of the Redbird Esports, although they give up 2 ticks. Somebody's got to touch this point to contest it. EMP is out. I don't know if they touch. They don't. 2.5 minutes remain.
Wow. Questionable duplicate there, especially after getting EMP'd. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance for them to push forward. I mean, Deadeye basically will be used as a reload here unless they can find a skull in some strange capacity. Rally to get them onto the point. Hydran with the Bob will keep them off the point.
Oh, no. Oh, big Bionade there. That's where you want to dive in. 4 people on Ultraviolet's Bionade. It's absolutely huge. Nothing you can do about it to stop them, and Redbird Esports already have their first fence and didn't even touch the point.
Sleep in as well. That's beautiful. Yep.
Oh boy.
Man.
Oh, wait. No.
Biz? Okay. That's a little bit of BM in there. So I love it. I love seeing what we're getting out of here from Ultraviolet. Going to throw in an anti-nade, you know, make them anti on their move in. And still, they have the rally available to them in this next fight. They're going to have self-destruct as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the ultimates available here for Redbirds is just, I mean, the ultimate selection could be key, but so is Nocturnal's one. Starfish hit by the Bionade. Not going to dive that quite yet. Biz almost goes down, but we'll translocate right back. And now Lena has the Primal Rage. They're going to go just right in. Lena might be using this Primal Rage very early on, which they do. It's just going to push back. This entire team splits them up, allowing Sam to get in and basically kill off Starfish immediately. And as of right now, Redbird Esports has this in their entire way to defend this point.
I mean, Bob is still available as well, and Duplicate's going to be coming up for Sam. I'd be going for Diva, personally. Let's see if you can get a couple of self-destructs online. You've got the natural self-destruct ready to go from both Dusk and Iron, so this could be an extravaganza coming into this next point. I mean, they're about 30 seconds difference between the time banks right now. This is going to have to be a very fast push if Nocturnal going to match them.
They just got to end them. But if we've seen anything like the stalls in basically what was contenders, this is not going to be easy for them to match up this time bank whatsoever. Duplicate available for Sam. Now the EMP is out, which means that duplicate's not going to happen anyways. But it's still just winning the fight here. Lena is going to be nano boosted up, as there's no Genjin in nano boost, but still working out in their favor. The trades now happening, but those trades now turning into red team kills, and Redbird Esports forcing away Nocturnal. The time banks will not match.
No, they will not, and you still got both of your DPS ultimates ready to go for Redbird Esports, so there's a lot of staying power here for the Redbirds. However, Supercharger still a massive fight-winning ultimate, and I'm looking to see, do they stack both tank ultimates on top of each other? We see Biz swapping over to the Tracer now, so you need to get the speed and mobility to try to work up towards that Pulse Bomb.
It's right now as it's now. Oh my god, Hydron gets caught out and now has to use the Bob right away to knock them back, and that's a very early use of the Bob, especially for positioning wise, but it's not going to help you out in trying to attack, and trying to defend rather, excuse me. Supercharger already gone by the hands of Sam, and now Sam duplicates into the Diva, trying to hold on, almost kills Palumu here, doesn't get the remake in time, tries it, but isn't going to find it, has the self-destruct out, won't find anything, and it's just tanks traded out on each side, but it's DPS traded on each side, but defending-wise, this is all Redbird Esports to hold on.
Oh, you're down your Winston right now, and Window coming out. This is going to be a nice play for them, being able to rain this extra damage in.
Bio Grenade is huge for Redbird Esports as well, because that's 3 people inside of it, but Sam and Luke Mino both getting good kills, what they can, and that already forces them back. So imagine, again, the time bank was about 5.5. Nocturnal's down to their final minute.
Nano boost available into this next fight, Clutch Key, and I just throw it on Lena again. Lena's been getting lots of value when they do have that nano applied to them. I'm looking for Biz, though. Biz and Palumu have got to turn the tide of this fight, otherwise they're going to go down 3-1 and face match point.
And you never want to go down match point, especially in a 3-1 situation. You try not to do that, unless you're trying to pull a Shanghai, of course, and trying to 3-1 reverse the Dallas Fuel, but that's for another time. There's 45 seconds remaining on the clock, and they're just playing in the side cavern here. Deadeye's going to come out behind the shield. Is it going to find anything is the question. Might not. Already, Defense Matrix will hold on to that, as well as everybody behind the wall. And now the nano-boosted Winston isn't flashbang either, which means that's a lot of damage being rained. But the Winston also separated out, which means that nano-boost of no use except for getting rid of the immortality field. They don't get a free... Actually, they do get a take off of that point. 20 seconds left to go. The Bionade again! 4 people inside of it, the fight you want here. And now you have a self-destruct out on the point. Sam takes care of Dust. And it's right now another Bionade. Biz cannot recall either for the time being. Self-destruct out. 5 seconds left to go, but somebody's got to touch this point. Somebody's got to get close to the point. Somebody's got to touch, and I don't think they do. They were stuck in the cavern, and nobody's going to touch it, and Redbird Esports up 3-1 now. They are 1 point away from moving on into the first spot in Contenders Trials.
Oh my word, that last second boop there coming in, the shield bash that just took care of it. I mean, they've body blocked the point basically. Sam with one of the best blades here. Just beautiful work coming out from them, and I loved every minute of it. Just slash, fast as you like. That is how you close out a point there, and I mean, the time bank had to have been in Nocturnal's head. They're going on to point B. They had more time almost than what we saw coming in from Redbird Esports. So, man, this has been a real back and forth battle all day. And I'm telling you what, as we head into map number 5, this is match point. We're going to go to control, and we're going to, take a look and see what does Nocturnal have left in the gate, Clutch Key. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with map 5. Will it be the last? Right after these few messages.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, day number 3 of the Open Division, and we are in the winners finals. One team will take their place, or to become the first team to make the Contenders Trials coming up in a little while. But Redbird Esports is that team right now, but they're just one map away. Coming up next is Control Klutchke alongside Chef Billy here, and I mean, it was a good start for both sides. It was a 1-1 start, and then all of a sudden, Redbird Esports just has turned on a switched momentum or something. But right now, match point for them. Nocturnal's got to find a way to come back.
They really do, and Control was won by Redbird Esports, pretty convincingly 2-0. But, you know, I mean, Nocturnal has been game all day long. They have not been a pushover. They have really pushed Redbird Esports to the limit, and now we head to Greece, and I tell you what, I mean, a pick here or there on Blizzard World, we could be looking at a 2-2 tie right now. Redbird Esports absolutely dominating on Temple of Anubis. So, Ilios, this could be the penultimate map of the day for our winners final, or it could be, you know, the start of the turnaround for Nocturnal to come back in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturnals has a tall task to do it. In order to make Contenders Trials, they got to win the next 3, and it is a 1st to 4, so there is space, but the gap has closed a little bit more. Take a look at the team compositions on each side, unless they change at the last second. Looks like both sides are going to bring out the Symmetra teleporters to start here. But, I mean, other than that, you take a look at the rest of the team. Sombra's there, but the difference here, really, the tanks and one support. You have Ultraviolet back, and Ultraviolet's so impressive on the last round in Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, and I mean, as they engage here, you know, I'm looking for Lena to get the tickle damage going. I'm looking for Sam to hack out Starfish, or Palumu. Right, Palumu going super low there. Sam already 25% towards that EMP. So, Lena, I'm really impressed with the Winston play coming in from Temple of Anubis. Now we're carrying it over here onto Well. Primal Rage is going to be a very scary proposition once they get the Primal Rage up.
Yeah, so Redbird Esports, I mean, so far flips the point in their favor, and as of right now, look at the ultimate percentages building as well. Sam's almost got an EMP, whereas Nocturnal's only a third of the way there, so it's working out so far if you're the team of the Redbirds, but, I mean, Nocturnal's got to find a way to push through, and not good if you're already losing your Brigitte and your Zenyatta. I mean, it's just not a good start for Nocturnal so far.
Beautiful hack out there from Sam as well. Is going to get that EMP online, so the fights are going to go really in the favor of Redbird Esports right now, especially getting manual hacks onto Dusk and forcing them out of the fight. 35% and counting. Like I said, you've got EMP. You've also got Nano and Pulse Bomb into this next fight. iZone needs to land a couple of those dingers that we've been seeing from them all day long to get this Transcendence up and be able to survive the EMP.
I mean, EMP is available, like you said, for Sam right now, but where do they want to use it? I mean, they're split pushing right now. You have no, that the hack doesn't come, or it does. Dusk is caught out in the hack so far, so that self-destruct not available, but iZone taking care of Lena. That's a big pick for you. The EMP is out, catches iZone and Starfish, which is big because both of them look like they're about to go down. How are they still alive is the question. I mean, Starfish living in depth right now. He's just living on the brink of death. And somebody knocked off the map? No, recall's just in time. Oh! Knocked off the map, but that's the Primal Rage that you want to see. Knocking Snail Gang off of the map. And now Redbird Esports, even if it started to look like Nocturnal was going to flip this point, it is Redbird Esports coming out to flip it again, or rather to keep it.
Yeah, they win that fight on the back of a beautiful Primal Rage out of Lena. And, I mean, you look at Pulse Bomb, you look at EMP, didn't get a lot of value out of it. I think the rally is really what kept them into the fight. But now you're going into 4 ultimates for Nocturnal. Palumu does not get the kill with the Pulse Bomb and goes down in their own.
All right, that's huge. I mean, the EMP is out from Sam, hacks 2 people, Lena and Iron. Or rather, from Biz, I should say, hacks onto Lena and Iron. So, good start for the side of Nocturnal, and getting Lena again is a good starting pick, but we've seen this before where even if Lena goes down, the team out of Redbird able to flip it back in their favor. And it's not, I mean, this is just a back and forth fight trying to hold on, and you're trying not to land up in that center line either. Because if you can land him in the center, of course, you fall down. Good Bionate again, Snail Gang. And Paul Lumu caught him inside of it. Going purple, Biz able to get out of it, but now Hydron again. This team from Redbird Esports, so impressive. Trying to put back And oh, that pulse bomb almost lands up a stick. And now the overtime clock starts to run. I mean, this is back and forth so far. EMP catches out iZone, who switches on over to the Lucio. There's no shot whatsoever. Not a speck of dust on the well. It is Redbird Esports 100% away from Contenders Trials.
Oh, my word. Sam and Lena were getting so much work done there. The manual hacks just absolutely disrupting anything that Nocturnal wanted to do. Oh, my gosh. Ultraviolet was absolutely murderous with those anti-nades. But they're going to go ahead and swap over to the Zenyatta here. And a little bit of a change coming out from Nocturnal, looking at the Winston Wrecking Ball line. So lots of mobility here for Nocturnal. Probably going to see Biz swap off to the Tracer, question mark, or Sombra after they get their team teleported out of spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's so far so good. I mean, for Redbird Esports, 100% away from taking up the first spot in the grand finals and the first spot in to Contenders Trials. Will they be able to succeed here on the Ruins is the question. Starfish is wanted to mirror, but it's not going to happen here. It moves on over to the Winston, and maybe this is the change that they needed, as the Winston will back up for right now, but that Wrecking Ball is just making sure that counters it so perfectly here. And Sam able to take down Snail Gang, who switches on over from the Brigida to the Lucio, and it is all Sam on the kill feed right now, depending on how you look at it, but Redbird Esports just absolutely with all the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, even Biz on this Doomfist, which I, by the way, love, see coming out, once again, trying to adapt to the changing conditions of this series. You still have a hack target on your back. I mean, Sam's going to be looking for that. Luke Mina's going to be looking for the shield bashes as you try to get your tech in.
Yes, I mean, it's not looking really good so far for Nocturnal. I mean, the ultimates are still lining up in favor of Redbird Esports, already having a Pulse Bomb, already having a Rally and a Transcendence to try to counter. And with Sam taking down Paul Lumu, this is not even going to be a close fight here. Biz onto the Doomfist, I mean, I don't know if that's your call here.
I definitely don't think it's the call. I think you need to run the Sombra or run a Pharah. There's lots of heroes to choose from. I even bring out, maybe put Palumu on the Widowmaker here, as you have great sight lines, and see what you can get out of that.
Self-destruct EMP. You love to see the combo. Even now, it's still good. That self-destruct is big. Dusk will fall off the map, and now, at this point, I'm calling it Nocturnal's in desperation mode, because they're already having them touch the spawn room door.
Yep, there's the gold star right there from Hydron. Yeah,
wave the finish flag.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is all done and dusted, crossing 70%. You're going to have 4 ultimates, 5 coming out the gate here. Let's see what they can get. Maybe Biz can touch point here with the Meteor Strike.
Yep, and I mean, right now, duplicates in Paul Luma duplicates into the Tracer. The Pulse Bomb is out. That finds a stick kill onto Luke Mino. I think the Transcendence runs into him at the same time. But, I mean, still works out in their favor. 88% enrolling, and now Nocturnal looking like they've got the fight back in their eyes. But 91% enrolling. This is still looking really good for Redbird Esports. 97% enrolling. Can somebody touch the point? They will not be able to raise the banner red and white. It is Redbird Esports into the grand finals and into the first spot in Contenders Trials.
Oh, I mean, they lost their first map here, and Nocturnal absolutely filthy throughout this entire series. I mean, 4-1 losers here. They go down to the losers final. So, I mean, they're going to have a chance to get a little bit of rest before they play in that losers final and see if they can get themselves back up into the grand final to get a rematch with Redbird Esports. But as we have mentioned, Redbird Esports punches their ticket into Contenders Trials North America for August. And we will see what kind of work they can get done up there. It was, I mean, back and forth all day long. The scoreline does not tell the true story of this series. And I tell you what, man, I'm really impressed with Redbird Esports. I know it's American Tornado or Dark Tornado as we monikered them, but Nocturnal, they are going to be a threat whoever faces them in the losers final. I've got to give the edge right now to Nocturnal.
And I mean, speaking of which, for the losers final, that will be coming up soon. Later on today, but we see the bracket now, 4 teams remaining left to go. Redbird Esports punches their ticket into not only the grand finals, but the first slot into Contenders Trials. And the match that's coming up, that'll be important. Best Buds versus Free Funky Kong. So that will be your matchup for the loser semifinals, if you will, because they will take on Nocturnal, the winner of that one. So Best Buds is in. They did win 3-2 against Gaia Hyperion, who goes down swinging in a 3-2 matchup. But it's going to be great with the final 4 teams left to go here in Open Division. But Redbird Esports looking just too strong for any team. And again, it showed in that last one as well. It was it was not even a touch coming up from the side of Nocturnal. I mean, they had contests, yes, but not a percentage point. And that went back all the way to the very first map you and I saw today against Gaia Hyperion when Redbird Esports took them on. It was the same. I think it was the same map as well. Not a speck of dust, not a touch on that control map. So overall, great plays from Redbird Esports. But Billy, we did this last match. We'll do it again one more time. Redbird Esports, if every player there, but your player of the match from this one.
Boy, Ultraviolet. I think Ultraviolet just absolutely crushed it in the support department today. And I tell you what, the anti-nades, the Discord orbs, everything that they touched today really seemed to resonate and keep the team up. And I mean, you saw the value of the nanos. So yeah, Ultraviolet, absolutely 100% my player of the match.
Hey, there you go. Support player getting your player of the match for this one. And overall, well-deserved as well. And this team of, let's call it, why not, Dark Tornado. This team out of Dark Tornado. Actually, no, sorry, you see their team name in the top left corner. Redbird Esports, again, advancing on. We will see what our next game is, but we are down to the final 4 teams. We will hand it off to the next pair of casters. But for Klutchkey, for me, for Chef Billy, for Blizzard as well, who's been great on the observing and the producing. Got to give props to him. But for all of us here at Open Division, we will see you guys in a little while. But Reflash Prod will be right back with the next matchup for the Redemption bracket. Again, Redbird Esports moves on into the Contenders Trials 4-1. And we'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Bye, guys. Love y'all.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Open Division Cup. We just saw the Illinois State Redbirds take down Nocturnal in a 4-1 victory, stamping their ticket into the grand finals. Nocturnal moving into the losers bracket final, awaiting the victor of our upcoming match. We got Best Bud taking on Free Funky Kong for the honor of moving on through here in top 4 of OD.
We do indeed, Bull Skunk, and it's going to be an exciting matchup between these two. Free Funky Kong did, I believe, put down Best Bud's last opponents, if I remember correctly, or there's some weird
transitive property going on there. Yes, sir.
There's some transitive property in between these two teams. So it's a bit of an interesting matchup. And I mean, on paper, given that sort of transitive property, Free Funky Kong, right, does have a bit of an advantage here, or theoretically could have a bit of an advantage coming into this matchup. And I know both you and I were a bit surprised to see these two teams ending up here, right? I don't think these are the winners that we necessarily thought of out of the gate, but in truth be told, they've both been making pretty convincing runs. I mean, Free Funky Kong has battled from losers round 7. They had a couple of 3-0s until their last match against Lo-Fi. That was a 3-2, but they emerged victorious out of that. And I've got to imagine coming off the back of that long matchup, they probably are pretty energized right now. Morale has to be high.
I mean, and the same is true on the other side, though. Best Bud's also coming off of a big Map 5 win over Gaia Hyperion. And that transitive property you were talking about, Lo-Fi Aim beat Best Buds. And Free Funky Kong just took Lo-Fi Aim out of the bracket to move on. So, I mean, given by that alone, you give a little bit of the edge to Free Funky Kong, I suppose. But as we've seen recently, even up in Overwatch League, where you've got the circle of 1-1s and everybody kind of beating everybody. I mean, anything could happen any given Sunday. I mean, Best Buds, not only did they 3-2 Gaia Hyperion, they also 3-2 Shoes Money Crew earlier in the bracket, who was number 2 in our last OD, and they beat Drifters, who were your OD winners in the last Open Division Cup. So, I mean, Best Buds have come through, and the newcomers have taken down a lot of the veterans that we expected to be in this top 4 right now.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, they are both solid squads. There'll be some familiar faces here as well. Of course, Free Funky Kong is coached by Bastion Main. They've got some of that like one-trick magic that they want to rub off in there as well, which I always enjoy watching those kind of players go at it. And then, of course, Best Buds. I think you were telling me about them because you're pretty familiar with some of those names.
Yes, the half of the squad also plays in a high school team known as We Are Powerful. They are absolutely dominant in the high school league that I have seen them in. This is going to be Hammer, who's their main tank, alongside Kai, who's the off-tank player for Best Buds. And Backstab Bud also plays for them, although the Backstab Bud you're seeing here isn't there's a little memeing going on there. That's actually the player named Caffeine. But they're all good friends. Built-in synergy coming from this squad. And I mean, they're going to need it. They're coming in with a very traditional Reinhardt comps. We've seen a lot of Rhine Diva and a lot of Reaper coming out from Best Bud so far in this bracket. On the other side, Free Funky Kong, like you mentioned, pure one tricks. I mean, we're talking hyper aggressive, very unusual compositions coming out from them. It's not going to surprise me if we see a nanode coalescence coming out from this team at some point today. That's how they roll.
Yeah, that is how they roll, and it always adds a bit of a strategic road bump in here. I do believe, do we have our map selections up and ready to go? Let's go ahead and take a look and see where we'll be starting, and it will be Ilios to kick things off here on this wonderful Saturday afternoon / evening, depending on where you are. And well, one of the classic control maps there, Bull Skunk, an oldie, a goodie. We all know it, we all love it,
and one of my personal favorites. I absolutely love Ilios. And I mean, this one it's gonna favor both squads depending on where you start. I think Best Buds would like to see us start on Lighthouse, where they can get in and control that tight little area, set up, and force the one tricks of Free Funky Kong to come get in close. Give Best Buds that positional advantage that they can then hopefully for them turn into a 1-0 lead. Now, if we had someplace like Well or maybe even Ruins, the wrecking ball compositions and the chaotic nature that Free Funky Kong like to run, I mean, it may come out on top, it may prevail. So this is going to be a little bit of RNGs to our opening map, and that may determine how the whole rest of this map and even this series goes.
Entirely possible. I mean, we all know that Koth is a bit of a wild beast in and of its own self, right?
No doubt. No doubt.
You know, it's always hard to draw like long-reaching conclusions from one Koth map because things can change. But I mean, it does set a tone. And let's be honest, right? These guys have been battling. There's been a lot of matches for them. It's been a long day building up to this point. You have to assume to a certain extent that that is going to play into this as well. And as energized as they're probably both going to be coming off of 3-2s, that fatigue will set in eventually. And obviously they're grinders, right? Both these squads are grinders. They know what's up. They play a lot of the game, but you know, it does matter. And it's always interesting, I think, to see how teams do adapt in those long haul scenarios and the effect that kind of morale and momentum can have on a game. And coming out and getting a win on the first Koth map, it might not seem like a lot, but sometimes it really can affect the rest of the match. It just by setting one team mentally a little bit above the other in a close matchup.
And I will say, I mean, if this match goes to a 4 or 5 mapper, the winner of this series has to move on and immediately play Nocturnal, who were formerly Bubbles Baller Babes, the team they were playing, the name they were playing under last weekend. Super strong squad that they're going to have to face in the losers bracket final directly following this series. So both of these teams need to save a little bit in the tank. I think that fatigue, that's the key word that you're talking about. It could really start to play a factor. So, I mean, endurance could just be the key value that takes this team or take the winning team over the edge to where they can maintain focus, not get thrown off, not get shook. And I'm thinking particularly on Best Buds, where it's easy for Free Funky Kong's chaotic playstyle to throw you off your game.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it's worth talking about the chaotic playstyle, right? We know that any team that has Bastion Main as a coach is going to bring some strange strats to the field. Maybe something's different. And sometimes it's just hard for teams to adapt to that. And it can really catch you off guard. Now, you sacrifice a little bit of tactical flexibility, all things considered, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, you can't make things really difficult for your opponents without having to switch it up that much. And a lot of these squads, they have surprises in their roster, things you just wouldn't expect. How many teams know how to really deal with a hyper aggro Moira? You know, it's something that you just don't expect, you don't experience in your ladder or in other organized competitions. And it can definitely be a bit of a monkey wrench in the works.
And Nolan Corona is certainly that hyper-aggressive Moira and is extremely proficient at it. It isn't just going to go feed in the backline and you're thinking, oh, well, they fade and you just pounce on them, Moira's dead, right? No, Nolan is not going to leave themselves that vulnerable. And they're going to often continue to press into the backline, get way behind your supports. This is not going to be your typical Overwatch composition that you see coming out. So I'm very curious because Best Bud's playing for all intents and purposes, a very traditional style. So I'm very interested to see how they deal with this. This is going to be a clash, and I can't wait to get it started.
Yeah, I can't wait to get it started either. I think, are we about ready to jump into the lobby? I can't quite hear in the back end, but I think we are. And yeah, you know, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And, you know, Free Funky Kong, sure, he did get left out of the last Mario Kart. So, you know, he needs his reps. He needs all the freedom he can get at this point in time. Because I don't know if you ever played Mario Kart, but he used to be like super jacked back in Mario Kart Wii.
Well, it's good to see the Kong getting repped. You know, out here supporting the true causes in the gaming sphere.
Yeah, the things that we should be worried about
truly matter. Yes,
getting the DK family into more Nintendo properties here in a Blizzard property game, but that's all right. You can already see these lineups stacking up here. Best Buds running pretty stereotypical sort of Rhine Diva brawl, and very similar sort of setup coming on the other side actually. So a bit of a mirror matchup here to start us off. Not entirely surprising. You will want to keep an eye on Nolan Corona right there on that Moira. That's the hyper aggro Moira we were talking about, but here they are jumping right into the action.
And I mean, yeah, this is a very traditional setup, kind of surprising me with Free Funky Kong rolling out with the Rhine Diva. Another one keep an eye on was Aquamarine. Right now you're watching Aquamarine go right back to spawn as the Junkrat is out of the fight, and with it goes a lot of the damage. That's half the team of Free Funky Kong dead. Best Bud's opening up strong.
Yeah, Best Bud's just kind of powering forward right here. You see Sloth trying to confirm a kill, but he won't quite find it, and they've done more than enough here to go ahead and push back and take the point. It was really just a matter of that first pick. You lost Aquamarine, and you lost a key source of damage there on the side of Free Funky Kong, and without those Junkrat grenades to really help moderate the fight, it really opened up some aggro, but Swap's coming in now. Oh, Jason going over to the Wrecking Ball here, and Carwash picking up Torbjorn.
This is a bit more what I was expecting to see, Corback. They lost that first brawl battle immediately and then go back to what they're most comfortable on. Unfortunately for O. Jason, they find themselves ahead of the rest of the pack, caught out in cage. Now Carwash in trouble up top, gets pounced upon. Best Buds coordinating very nicely in these opening minutes.
Yeah, they are looking quite solid here, not particularly fussed. They have 2 ults online, the Coalescence and the Pulse Bomb getting very close to the Shatter here as well. A little bit of aggression coming out. Oh, Jason just trying to backcap, but it's not happening.
Coalescence does come out as Backstab Bud teleports to the backline and finds themselves right in the trajectory of Aquamarine's mines, and it's a +2, just like that for FFK. As they move on to this objective, building up some ult of their own. Nolan does have that Coalescence ready to go should they need. May not even. With Aquamarine finding that pick, FFK get the flip.
Well, that was well done right there. So I appreciate the fact that Free Funky Kong are kind of widening up the boards here a little bit on this brawl-based team. They use O. Jason as kind of a distraction right there to pull some members off. They take a couple more individually oriented engagements, and they just win them out. And that's kind of what they're going to need to do here, but they can't lose players early. Aquamarine there becoming the flying rat to try and escape, but only for a second.
Yeah, it's going to respond with the tire. Kai right in their face. Eats that tire, uses the self-destruct to get back in mech. Both ults, Null and Void. Shatter coming down. I think that one just missed entirely. Hammer, aka Hattori, goes and just leaps right into a trap. Somehow managing to survive. Excellent support from those healers. And despite losing their Lucio, Best Bud's in a solid position to take this thing right on back. Still a few stragglers to deal with. As Fugo's going to go ahead and swap back over, and the point's going to flip up.
It's going to take a little while, but we'll see yet another tank swap coming out. Here it'll be a Reinhardt from Fugo, so that's a bit of a change in pace. Carwash does have the Molten Core there online, should they choose to use it. Carwash, I think, has been having a little bit of a rough go of it, trying perhaps to duel with Sloth just a little bit on the outside edges, play places where his turret can kind of skirmish, and I just don't know that it's necessarily been working out, but there comes the turret early on, and pay attention because this is going to be a solid ult for them to try and engage off of, or at least to bring into this fight and maybe somehow get some value off it. And yeah, there's the engage.
They're just going to throw the Molten Core all around that clock tower. Here comes the Death Blossom into the back. Push back, nice boop, and then the pin takes Backstab Bud out of the fight. Sloth moving in, trying to pick up the Slack while Hattori's in pressure. Throws out a Panic Ultimate. Oh no, that was a one-man Earth Shatter. Just an attempt to try to hang on. Sloth throws down Pulse Bomb, but only had 1 health left on that bar. Free Funky Kong managed to survive with 3 members left. They flipped that point again.
You know, plenty of credit to be given to Sloth here, to be honest. Has been doing a really good job of just being an absolute nuisance on this Tracer. They're working to shut them down, and sometimes they do kind of manage to do it, but you see pulse bombs coming out, you see constant engagements in unpleasant positions, just constant harassment, and this is what you want, right, from your Tracer player, just being a constant nuisance. Dropping very low right there, but will recall right back, no problem at all. The tire coming in over the top, and a sound barrier invested here as well.
Tire goes over to the opposing high ground. He's going to go on to the objective. Looking for Tori, finds that kill. Maintain down. Coalescence out from Nolan as Free Funky Kong past the 80% mark. They managed to just handle Best Buds. They've split them up. They've stretched them thin continually over these past few fights, and they're able to pick off the stragglers and win their individual duels.
Yeah, it's been kind of a key aspect of their game plan, and sort of what we were talking about before we started here about this sort of flexibility, adaptability. But Aquamarine is down early here, Bullskunk, and that could be a bit of a problem.
The answer is there. It's a +1 to Best Buds. 5v4 on this point. Mine's coming out from OJ, so I'm going to force Best Buds back a little bit. Even finds the pick on Orion. Oh, no more supports left for Best Buds with the 99-99 overtime wick burning. Hattori, as a result, does not have the sustain to stick around. Cleanup coming through. And this one going the distance. Sloth trying to bring it back. What a pulse bomb. Picks up 2 key picks with it. But there's just not enough reinforcements. Free Funky Kong taking the 1-0 early on Ilios.
I'm telling you, man, Sloth's been a performer. He was doing everything you could want out of a Tracer player on that match. Has just been an absolute pain there on the DPS. The other person who I think deserves just a little bit of a shout out, might have gotten lost in the action there, is, and you can tell me if I'm pronouncing this wrong because I'm sure Twitch chat will tell me as well. Sakuno fan, is that it? Am I getting that right? Okay, I can't.
Sounds good to me, yeah.
Sounds good to me. All right, Sakuno fan has actually kind of been alphing a lot. Redix is having some problems, and you saw a couple of environmental kills coming out there as well. Has just sort of been a dominant force on that Lucio, and it's a small thing, you know. You don't always think of Lucios; they get fame for some things, but you don't always think of them. He's been consistently playing quite strongly in that off support, on support role, and has just really been almost as much of a nuisance as Sloth has.
Definitely be keeping an eye on Sakuno fan throughout the rest of this series. Car Wash coming out on the May, the only difference in composition from either of our 2 teams. And Free Funky Kong trying to hold down Cage, loop around, get the rotation, find the early picks. Nice May wall. Hattori's in trouble, will fall. It's a +2 to FFK on this objective. Backside Bud's got to fade on out of there. Kai's going to get demeched, and Free Funky Kong with another strong start.
Well, the use of the May right there reminds me of an older time before I started stop playing competitive Overwatch right before, where she was much more of a factor. I mean, she can still definitely be. You saw there was a perfectly placed wall by Car Wash. The engagement's still going on. Aquamarine actually dying here, kind of in transition. And look at Sloth. I mean, just a mosquito that just bites and bites at this team in the back line, and there's a really good kill there as well.
Oh my goodness, that pulse was a thing of beauty. What a play from Sloth. And it just opened up this point wide for Best Buds to move in. Well, it does eat a bomb there, and point just now flips over. FFK got about 30, we got 32%. They've got to wait just a little bit for some reinforcements here where they can re-engage, Corbeck.
You do have ults coming online, though. They've got the Coalescence coming up. They have the Sound Barrier, and they have the Mines as well. Not necessarily ideal ult combos, but you can definitely use them. The Mines already dropping in to start this engagement. A Coalescence prompted from Orion right there to keep things going.
Yeah, it kept Tori nice and topped off as they make the rotation all the way to the other side. Nolan drops a coal of their own. They'll pick up one. Shadow comes down, and there's the Death Blossom to couple with it. Follow it up, trying to bring it back. And this is just an absolute bloodbath in the corner of the well. I think Best Buds have more bodies less standing once the dust settles. Oh, Jason trying to still poke and prod, but I think it's just time to reset for Free Funky Kong.
That was a proper brawl there, wasn't it? Really, all things considered. 3 ults used there on the side of Free Funky Kong, I believe. And, I mean, didn't get a ton of value out of them. Best Buds is now sitting on the Pulse Bomb yet again from Sloth, unsurprising. And then K41 does have their Diva Bomb as well, so plenty to use. But Fuga does have this Shatter. He's going to try and set up for it, but they seem wise to the game. It's going to have to be big, though, if they really want to make something off the back of it.
Tire coming in over the top, try to couple with it. Shatter comes down, it only finds Kai. Kai's low, but Tori out of the fight. The Tire coming in from above, another nice stick, again, focused on Fuga, and they're gonna fall with a little follow-up there from the rest of the team. Sloth continuing to be the X factor here for Best Buds, and give them the advantage just when they need it most.
Love that. I just love watching Junkrat tire attack. I don't know. It feels like an Olympic event. You're like seeing how far they can go on the distance. You're like, oh, here it goes. It's going to drop it on this guy on top of him. But speaking of getting on top of him, Sloth right here on the back, already putting the pressure on. The Coalescence coming out from Nolan. He's got no choice but to use it here to help them through this choke. The Shatter will not shut down the Moira, and that enables them to keep going.
No, but it shut down the push and just denied Free Funky Kong being able to get aggressive. They even lose Fuga along the way. And now it is Free Funky Kong just battling for their lives. Best Buds in the driver's seat on well, and Lucas to take us over to Ruins. Just a couple of supports left to clean up, although each support coming up with a pick. And now Fugo's returned to the fight.
We'll get on. He's got reinforcements coming in here as well. Oh, Jason rolls onto the backside. They've got Aquamarine there too, so they have tanks and they have damage. Can they disrupt enough? The Death Blossom coming in from backstabbed. Will it work? It gets 2, and that's exactly what they needed to shut this one down. He'll go ahead and get a 3rd, finishing off Car Wash and securing the point.
Backstab got that in not a moment too soon. You saw the Sound Barrier come out from Sakuno. I mean, literally just as the Death Blossom finished up. If that Sound Barrier had got onto the Reinhardt, onto Aquamarine, we'd be looking at a different result right now.
Shows you that these two teams are quite closely matched, which I don't think is a surprise given their trajectories in this tournament, right? The way that they've gone about it. I just don't know how much we're really going to be able to draw off this cost, just looking at the way they play. I mean, we might perhaps say that one or the other comes out better after this, but really I'm going to be looking forward to the next couple of maps. I think we need a more structured environment really to get a job, sort of a proper job on analyzing who's better in this setup. I'll tell you what, it's actually very entertaining. I haven't cast Overwatch in a while, and this is a fun one. I forgot the sheer joy of watching people go at it in Overwatch. It really is a thing. Car Wash trying to push early here.
Oh, a thing of beauty indeed. Car Wash going back over to the character that made their namesake, the Symmetra. And this is Free Funky Kong are looking to win this first fight. If they get control, they're going to be very difficult to dislodge with Car Wash going over to that Symmetra and then Aquamarine sitting on this high ground just putting down all the spam damage. So far, nobody really going up, but that's a 3-man shadow coming through. And Backstab Bud's able to get a little bit of follow-up on it, giving a good advantage with the main tank absent from Free Funky Kong. And now, without that shielding, without that sustain, they're forced to retreat and Best Buds gain the ground.
Just the space that Sloth is operating with. I know I've been talking about Sloth a lot, but it is very impressive. I mean, just completely. Yeah, he's just not really having any problems. He's playing almost uncontested here on these outside edges. It's freer than a Costco sample for him out here on the edge, and they're not really doing much about it. And he's going to come back in here and continue with a pulse bomb here as well, though Hattori going down early is a bit of a problem.
And that has been atypical. It's a good start for OJ. Some managing to find both tanks, as a matter of fact. It kind of just left Aquamarine. I think Aquamarine was looking for that tank as well. I was like, all right, I'll settle for Redix with that tire.
Sloth diving in there at the last second for a little bit of contest. Still free here in the back line, though. Could continue to be harassing. But, yeah, losing Hattori early on, I think that was probably a big problem there. They just kind of rolled over him. And it does tend to be the way in these brawl comps, right? Your main tank goes down, and suddenly there's just a lot more pressure than they used to be. So something to keep an eye on there, but atypical, like you said.
And this is Best Bud's forte. This composition, this matchup, this is exactly what they wanted. And right now, they're on the losing end of it. Oh, as I say that, the Sound Barrier coupled with multiple ultimates, and Best Buds are going to steal it right back. They got Angry Core back, and they're like, no, we are the Brawl Kings in this matchup.
Yeah, succumbing to their rage right there. They used quite a few ults in that fight, actually. That was a pretty significant investment. I genuinely kind of on both sides, though. It's not as though Free Funky Kong is winning the ult economy battle by any means. In fact, both teams are a little starved, though this Diva Bond from K41 could be a bit of an issue.
I mean, if anything, it's an extra 600, 750 active health or usable health. That's a big shatter coming through. That's going to be 4 man down. Fire Strike picking up 2 with Nolan out of the fight, but there's the response. Hattori and Orion go down as well. A 3v3 on this point, I believe, as Fugo gets demacked. And Free Funky Kong looking to come back in and take it right back. They still have to deal with Sloth. The X Factor's already picked up too, but only had 11 health and no supports to top him off.
Well, there you have it. Car Wash getting a couple of shots in. Finally managed, I think, to get a turret down for a little while, but it did die quite quickly. And the members of Best Buds flowing back in here in kind of an extended engagement. Aquamarine putting a bit of damage down range, trying to find some picks. Gets K41's mech and then gets K41, as you would expect. Does have the Molten Core here, too, if they choose to use it, though I think they could hold it for now, Bullskunk. Not needed, really, in this fight.
No, great re-engage, kind of reading the broken fight. Free Funky Kong got their members back in there courtesy of the speed of Sakuno. And now look at this ult economy. Now they've pushed up. I mean, both teams were about even, if Best Buds maybe even having a slight edge. Now look at all the check marks. Aquamarine dropping this tire to open things up. Hovering above the door on bridge. No takers there. They're going to circle back around. Both support ults available for Best Buds. They cannot lose those supports, and they do! Redix goes down. A disastrous start for this push.
That was probably the worst case scenario there, all things considered, losing Red X early on, because you lose that sound barrier, and that, I think, might just signal the end of this. They're backing up mightily, but, I mean, Backstab Bud is here. The Molten Core coming out at the tail end to just buy him some room.
Red X returns to drop that sound barrier. Orion and Nolan, for that matter, dropping Coalescence into the fight. All the support ults out as we quickly approach final fight territory. And again, a proper brawl on the point. Backstep and Sloth both coming up with the goods. You can see Sloth all the way in the back has the attention of both supports while the tanks of Free Funky Kong are trying to brawl this out. But their healers are nowhere to be found. They have to deal with Sloth on this Tracer, and it's just created so much space for Best Buds to work. They're able to push in, drop the Death Blossom on point just to make sure nobody's going to get close. And that's going to be Best Buds proving superior in the Brawl comp, and it's going to net them a 1-0 lead in the series.
There you have it. I mean, I stand by my assessment. These teams have been very closely matched. This is going to be one that could theoretically go the distance here, Bullskunk. It would not surprise me at all, assuming that kind of morale or frustration, fatigue, what have you, doesn't come into play. But, you know, that's a great ult from Backstab. I mean, did a bigly job right there. Kind of saved the day from a dramatic recontest, all things considered. Like you said, that sound barrier missed him by about an inch. And that was unfortunate indeed. But hey, sometimes you get the bear and sometimes the bear gets you. So the bear was in a getting mood, I guess. I think what's quite interesting is something that they will need to change on the side of Free Funky Kong is they have to do something about Sloth, and they have to get more value out of their ults. Those are the two things that if I was looking at this in kind of an objective sphere, right, is what I would say. You can't let the Tracer just kind of chip damage you the entire time. Do you have the healing to get over it? Yeah, theoretically. But that constant looming presence is something that you have to worry about. And then I feel like when it comes to ultimates, I really do feel like Best Buds is just straight up getting more value on the vast majority of their ults.
And again, they're proficient at this comp. This is the matchup they wanted. That was Free Funky Kong playing to Best Bud's strength. We were hyping up the chaotic play style that Free Funky Kong has brought to the table all tournament long. And then on Ilios, they just opted into the Brawl Mirror for the majority of that. I mean, barring a little bit there on Lighthouse, which was the map that they won, by the way. Or that was on Well. Forgive me. Nevertheless, when they're going into this Brawl Mirror, Best Buds have the edge, and they're playing into Best Bud's strength. And then going back to what you were talking about with Sloth, it didn't matter whether Sloth was pressuring the DPS. We did see on Lighthouse where Aquamarine and the Car Wash, excuse me. Jeez, I just brain farted for a second. I'm so sorry. Aquamarine and Car Wash were sitting on high ground, seemingly away from the Tracer, but no, Sloth just gets right in on there, still puts the pressure down against a Torbjorn and a Junkrat, and then on Ruins doing the same thing with the supports.
Well, it looks like Aquamarine has actually been taken out here, and Bedtime Story will be put in for Free Funky Kong. So hopefully it's a good bedtime story, very entertaining. I think we're ready to hop into our next map selection here, and it will be Rialto, which is a map that I think we've seen quite a bit here in this open division. It has sort of become a stable, old, reliable in the overall setup for a lot of teams.
Yep, and this is Free Funky Kong's map pick. So they have chosen to go to the big, wide open streets in Rialto. And I'm anxious to see what they decide to bring to the table. This should work very well for the Wrecking Ball comps. There are decent alleyways to work with, decent runways and pathing for the Wrecking Ball to take and cause a lot of disruption. But, I mean, every time I think I know what Free Funky Kong are going to bring out, they do something different on me, Corback.
Yeah, it's just the way with teams like this, isn't it? To a certain extent, you never know what they're going to run. Like, I guess a Sigma Orion. Then we'll see if that maybe is a Jabane, and it is. It'll be a double shield with a. No, there we go. Okay, they'll finally settle on Sigma. I was like, are you really going to run double shield with the Symmetra? That's a bold proposition, but no, it will not be what they go with here in the end. Meanwhile, over on the side of Best Buds, it looks like pretty much a standard run here. Again, though, I mean, Sloth, there isn't really apparent hard counters here for a Tracer on the side of Free Funky Kong. And, Sakuno fan definitely had his moments over there on Ilios. Gonna have a hard time on this one. This is gonna be a lot of pressure applied to that Zenyatta by Sloth. Because you know how Tracer players are. They see a Zenyatta and it's like the scene from Terminator. They just immediately hone in on their prey and they come straight down on top of them. So hopefully you can deal with the Predator in the back line there.
Yeah, Sloth has been an absolute T1000, just relentlessly giving chase. Bedtime Story going over to the Ash, coming in as the hit scan specialist. A lot of range for them to work with, but also vulnerable to that Tracer. We'll see if their aim is on point. Perhaps can keep Sloth in check. Sloth is working around towards Mega right now, and Best Buds just waltz into the courtyard. This is where the real brawl is about to take place. Clever teleporter puts Bedtime Story into a nice position and follows it with a great shot. What an opening kill, taking Hattori out of the fight. This should open things up for this defense. Sloth is going in there trying to equalize, but now both tanks are down.
By the way, those of you who are watching at home trying to learn something from this, that was very solid positioning there from Sukuna Fan, playing just tight enough on the team with their back to a wall that when the Tracer came up and tried to cause problems, it was very difficult for the Tracer to put anything down. But, I mean, they're playing a very long-range style of engagement here, Bullskunk. It's not something that we usually see on Rialto. Normally, people push up on that blue corner, and they're just giving him space, and Hattori's going to try and take advantage of that with the rest of the brawl.
It puts a lot of pressure on the Bedtime Story to land some opening shots, make it difficult. Sukuna Fan as well. But like you said, Hattori just fearlessly pushing in, has claimed a lot of space. Now they've got Orion's Coalescence to back them up. They got to deal with Robert the Deadly Butler hanging out on the wall. But they're able to just shield that. They're going to send the Bob right on out of here. And with a +1 advantage, Best Buds moving in. Sloth with these pulse bombs has been absolutely vicious all day long. Has it ready to close out point A.
Yeah, it's just that matter of, you know, pushing back with your ranged, and when they finally get into close combat. But look at this, an absolute ult fiesta unleashed. Mines, barrier, you know, the sound barrier going out as well. The Gravitic Flux was in on this fight as well. Backstab does have this Death Blossom if he chooses to use it. Sloth there trying to put some damage into the Sigma. Backstab will not get it off though. Backstab but can't find the room to do the ult. And is it enough for them to re-secure? I think it very well might be.
That fight started off so good for Best Buds. They were able to neutralize 3 ultimates with Red X's sound barrier, but they're not giving up on this yet. They have a Coalescence invested in. They still think this is winnable as Bedtime throws yet another Bob out there, but the self-destruct might have just been the difference maker. Kai coming up with a big pair of kills, and they'll grab that last meter they needed.
Sloth did finally die, but Sloth, again, I mean, I hate to keep saying the name because people will think he's paying me or something, but no, he's just everywhere. I mean, it's just constant presence. Should change his name to Giant Sloth. I think they were the much more scary species. But I don't have time to talk to you about Giant Sloth, Bullskunk, though I really wish I could. They're fascinating. Look them up.
A story for another day, my friend. A story for another day. And when you're performing at the level that Sloth is right now, you know what? That's what happens. You get your name mentioned time and time again. Because Sloth has been a huge difference maker so far for this squad. There's just no doubt about that. But now Best Buds have to take the hardest corner, in my opinion, in the entire game of Overwatch. This can be so difficult to push through.
Yeah, 100%. I would rank it up there amongst the most difficult spots on any map 100% of the time. The Shatter coming out there. The Gravitic following it up, though.
Oh, Tori's in trouble. Yeah, but Tori got discorded and damaged while in the air. Death Blossom coming out on the objective itself is able to pick up one, trying to follow up with that kill on the Car Wash as well. Opts to move forward and try to focus down Suulu, but cannot make it there. Car Wash not letting them escape. Backstab Bud is down. Sukuna Fan dies for the second time in this fight with a sound barrier onto Sloth. That is a very dangerous Tracer. And Backstab Buds have done a good job of weathering this defense, and they're still standing. They're a little beaten and bruised, but they're continuing to press forward.
Yeah, they've not really lost a ton of momentum there, and the death of Sukuna Fan at that point in time is an absolute tragedy. You lose Bedtime Story as well, and that's 2 critical pieces down. You're not going to be able to recontest this, and you're coming into the final stage of Rialto with about 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. That is a hefty time bank when you get through that difficult second stage, and they're already up to the double doors. The doors of death are not even intimidating them. They're going to press straight into this enemy team. They're not giving Free Funky Kong any time to rest.
Best Buds are just fearless, absolutely fearless, and you love to see it. You go and you chat it out, you make plays. 7th man on the battlefield. Self-destruct out takes Bedtime Story, and Zenyatta Sukuna Fan invested that Transcendence that will protect Rez and get him back up to equal strength. And Suulu up there finding the kills. Now is going to drop the Gravitic Flux to see if they can stabilize with 3 minutes left on the clock. That kill on Hattori should do it.
maybe the Transcendence was actually valuable there. It might have made the difference.
Yeah.
It definitely worked out. It was unfortunate for Bedtime Story. We saw that very tragic attempt to kind of coach gun away from incoming danger of the bomb, and unfortunately they just ran straight into a wall. You hate to see that, but taking a look at the ult economy, they've got some tools to work with here. They're going to have a sound barrier, they're going to have a shatter, they're going to have a pulse bomb. Those are some big ults, and they're starting off with a shatter, which gets very little.
Absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, Nolan's going to take to the sky, try to counter have a backstab Bud with Orion at their back, and Notori leading the charge. Finds 2, finds 3 for the Reaper player. And the Hellfire shotguns have cleared the way for the rest of point C. There's going to be time for a re-engagement, though.
They've got to get as much distance off of this as they can. They just invested a significant amount of ults to secure that take. Sloth does have the pulse bomb here, and that's going to be the ult to watch.
Nails. So Lulu with it. Follow-up is there, but Fugo drops the self-destruct. Orion Sloth down. What a well-played self-destruct coming out to dash the hopes of Best Buds. They're going to have to take another stab at this one.
They got plenty of time to do it, though, don't they, Bull Skunk? 1 minute, 45 seconds. I was getting, a little bit more tense there for a second. Then I looked at the clock, and I was like, oh, geez, this is ridiculous. You take all the time that you want. You could literally just dry push this a couple of times to build up ults. I mean, Hattori is back on the Shatter. There's not a ton to contest them on the other side. The Bob is here from Bedtime Story. Might need to invest this in the fight, but I think you could actually probably get by with holding on to it, all things considered. You do have the defensive advantage, but really when Best Buds gets in on those aggro tears, that's when Free Funky Kong just does not seem to be able to hang.
Sakuno and Nolan making swaps as well. What the? How did that work? 2 go down under that shatter. I'm going to talk about the supports in a second. Oh, but because you saw that big anti coming through from Nolan. I'm sorry. I was just shocked that shatter even worked. Katsubuli right in that 2-second cooldown on the shield. But with Nolan and Sakuno swapping over, you usually see Sakuno playing the Ana. You don't typically see Nolan picking up the Grandma Healer. So this is an interesting swap. But so far, I mean, that fight, Nolan did great on the Ana.
I think truly it was a matter of desperation, and they're just kind of sticking with it now. I mean, they'll have the gate here as the Gravitic goes in again, but I didn't see where it went down. There it is, finally coming out. Look at how high that Sigma gets off the back of that one as the Coalesce is invested here by Orion, completely negating any positive impacts right there. Backstab Bud building up to another ult. The Diva Bomb coming in. The teleport into the back now from Backstab. Backstab considering using his ult as well. He just can't find the room. They've got him on plenty of lockdown, and he'll back right up to the team here as the barrier does come out there from Car Wash. They're still fighting this one out.
Yep, self-destruct down, and now we're going into overtime. And wow, that's 2 kills for the defense. Each one of those kills oh so important. Backstab not able to get much out of that Death Blossom. Did enough damage to where Tori could follow up with a couple of good hammer swings. I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to push in. There's a Nano Boost on Fugo right now. Has the heal nade as well and just refuses to die. Bedtime Story returns on the gauntleted Doomfist, trying to lay down some right hooks, but gets focused down. Kai taking him out of the fight. Sloth moving in the back with the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't land the stick, and no one's able to jump out of the way and avoid death. Coalescence coming out from Orion as they desperately try to push this home. They take care of the Bastion. They take care of Nolan. And Best Buds are in a prime position, and they do indeed pick up all 3 points.
Ooh, lordy me. That was dig in your heels moment there for Free Funky Kong. They did a really good job of taking down that time bank on that 3rd stage, though. That could have been much worse, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, seeing how Best Buds kind of tore through those first 2 points, including that particularly difficult corner you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. I mean, it was nice to see them pull through that with plenty of time, but all credit to Free Funky Kong for really digging in and fighting it out. And I'll be honest with you, I think the swaps on the supports were actually huge just from a sustained perspective. I mean, you get the Baptiste healing out there, the addition of the Immortality field, the Ana obviously cranks out healing at an accelerated rate. You throw in the grenade in there as well. And I think that was a real difference maker. Another thing too that I think they got pretty significant push out of was the fact that they really didn't seem to be getting as bad of it when Best Buds were using their ults. Like, it just didn't hurt as much up until the bitter end. They were doing a lot better job of containing the ults. And a great example is when we saw Backstab Bud kind of slip around the outside edge, try and come in, and they were just they were on that in a second. There was no room to move on that one. They really shut him down.
And it took a couple of tries, right? We saw Backstab Bud move in, sees a Diva, sees the sim they're waiting for it, sees Sakuno fan on the Baptiste with Immortality Field ready to go, and Backstab Bud just knew that was a fool's errand, and they're forced to waste even more precious seconds. And now, I mean, Free Funky Kong going on the attack, and there's nothing left in the time bank. We'll see if they can push up and equalize, making very little changes, in fact, no changes here to their composition. Keeping Nolan on that on Sakuno, on the Baptiste. I would like to see a little bit better Ant Matrix use from Sakuno.
Yeah. I agree. If he's going to continue to play it, we will need to see better Ant Matrixes indeed. I do like how they're setting up this attack, though, taking that high ground positioning up on top of Hotel, just denying that to any members of the Best Buds squad. But they got to be careful, because, I mean, this is a brawl comp that Best Buds has. They want those kind of split pushes, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Sawulu just beaten down on the low ground. They consume him right there, and there's not a whole lot Free Funky Kong can do about it when all those bodies are mustered on one target.
Yeah, Sawulu got a little greedy there, trying to get the off angle and make a play, but you hit the nail on the head. It's exactly what Best Buds are looking for. They see Sawulu separated and pounce 6v1. That's a key kill, though. Bedtime Story able to take Sloth out, have been checking those flanks, and, well, then gets just taken down themselves. So despite a promising start, I think Free Funky Kong are going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, something's clearly not working. I don't know if it might actually genuinely be their composition is just not capable of getting in the head-to-head fights that they need to. Their positioning is okay, but I mean, look at Bedtime Story. He's the one you think would be on the high ground, but he's actually kicking out to the right-hand side and trying to put it in, but here comes the pressure again on the front line.
Coalesce interrupted by Sawulu, who was nano boosted, able to get that kill. As Best Buds this time kind of overstepping, biting off more than they can chew on the defense, and Free Funky Kong right there with the punish. Beautiful nano boost.
Oh, you hit the nail on the head. Bull Skunk is overextension. They got a little too big for their boots right there, and they were more than happy to punish that. Where Free Funky Kong, that's gonna be a tragic mistake. I'm honest, because I think that really, if they hadn't overextended there, Best Buds was in a pretty good position to just continue to hold that.
And now ult's starting to come out from FFK, and they've got sights on the back end, and they've got ults to spend. In fact, it's going to be the Photon Barrier coupled with this Flux coming out, and Sawulu's found themselves in a good spot, a bad spot. Turns out to be a bad spot. Best Buds recognize it, cut off that flank. Death Blossom coming out. Backstab was anti, doesn't get the heals, but still manages to put down the hurt. And now Fugo just trying to get out with their mech.
Oh, not the gelato shop. all that violence in there is going to ruin
That was my favorite gelato shop.
Oh, not the gelato shop. Tragic. Oh, no, seafood. I always thought that was ice cream. It's just ice. You don't want to eat that. That's going to put those wholesalers out of business right quick. I tell you what. So they're just going to push up here and take a little bit more room. And again, they're going to have a lot of trouble here, Bullskunk. They just don't have the front down authority in it.
That Shatter Bomb combo wasn't fishy at all. That was well done by the front line of Best Buds. Forgive the bad pun. I had to.
It was worth it. It was worth it. 100%. Don't disapprove of that at all. But again, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. That head forward aggression. Just put your Reinhardt straight in the front. Get him in there. Drop the Shatter. I mean, let's be honest. Who's going to block that? Sawulu, I mean, obviously Sigma can block that, but it's a hard business. Anyone who's played Sigma in that position at this level will tell you that's not easy to do, right? You can't just do that on the fly. And I think that really Best Buds are more than happy to take advantage of that. And this is an example of their kind of inflexibility, I think, coming in big. Oh, it was so brave.
Oh, Nolan almost got the sleep off in time, but to no avail. Now with seconds dwindling, Best Buds are looking to move up on match point. Somebody's going to have to go ball. No one's going over to the Lucio. Yep, Sawulu's going to go ball. Nolan gets taken out. Backstab doesn't let the Lucio touch. And Best Buds move up to match point here in the losers semi-final, only needing one more map win to go face Nocturnal in the losers finals.
Yeah, the distance between those teams kind of becoming much more apparent. This is what I'm talking about. They went so close on Koth, and then we swapped over here, and it really looked like Best Buds just has the advantage. This was a good play from Fuga, but it just wasn't enough at these final stages. The individual plays have not been enough for that Free Funky Kong side, and that's got to be a frustrating map. I think that must be frustrating if you're on the side of FFK. There's no way that isn't.
We'll see if Free Funky Kong can adjust. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, map 3, we'll see in just a minute. All right, Bull Scud Cormac back at you with the losers semifinals at Open Division Cup. Best Buds up 2-0 at the half. Free Funky Kong. Well, wishing they had a coach main instead of a Bastion main, apparently, according to Nolan and chat. I can't help but feel like the coaching tips are like just go all Bastion. Just throw 6 Bastions at it. Like, that's just Bastion main's coaching at this point. No, great guy. Bastion main's a super nice guy. Like we were talking about, this is a squad that loves to have fun. They are out here enjoying every minute of this, win or lose. They love playing this game. I love this squad. I would mind seeing them, come back and put a couple map points on the board.
No, I wouldn't mind that either. I don't know if it's going to happen. The Koth map was close. They came out of the Koth map. Best Buds just did not look particularly fussed there. And we're pushing onwards now to Blizzard World. This will be Free Funky Kong's map pick again for this hybrid stage. I don't disagree with this. I think that it plays very much into the style that Free Funky Kong seems to want to do, which is more these sort of ranged fights, right? That seems to be what their idea is. They want to keep their opponents at a distance, kind of dance around them, get the picks and the pulls. But the problem is it's just too much aggression from Best Buds, and there's nothing to really slow it down. They just come straight on top of Free Funky Kong, and they can't do anything about it when they get in close.
And I mean, to that avail, they are keeping a bedtime story in this map.
Yeah.
But they're bringing Aquamarine back in to fill the other DPS role. So we're getting the third set of duos coming in. So we can expect most likely an Ashe and Junkrat, which, I mean, Junkrat can be very oppressive, particularly on the defense of Blizzard World.
Yeah, it definitely, this is going to be the setup that they want to have. It's all going to be about trying to kill their opponents before they can get to them. Now, it will be interesting to see how Best Bud adapts to that, like whether they have the capability to really come back in on that one. Also, I love that shot. That was
awesome. I was thinking the same thing. Well Observers killing it out there.
Dude, that was good. I was, this is funky. Like, all right. But yeah, no, it's going to be a lot of spam here going into kind of the brawl that Best Buds wants. The thing, though, that's going to continue to be a bit of an issue is Sloth. They've not had an effective way to stop the Tracer, and it does make it really hard for their ranged DPS to just kind of plop down and continue to focus fire when they kind of have to constantly be looking in their backline. They constantly have to be worrying about the peel, worrying about where's Sloth, did they have the pulse bomb, and what have you. Now, Bedtime Story on the Torbjorn maybe could cut down on that, but you're taking a bit of a risk putting it all in Torb's hands in the specific scenario. And look, Best Bud's already trying to close the distance here. They know exactly what's coming.
And I mean, once again, it's Bedtime Story instead of Car Wash on the Torb this time, but we've seen this DPS duo before from Free Funky Kong, and it didn't seem to stop Sloth much at all. And Best Bud's already getting aggressive, fearlessly moving forward. I love how proactive this team is, as they're already moving to claim this corner. They want to take point A in one fight. Sloth, under a lot of pressure, was trying to work around the outside from point B, but gets sent away by Aquamarine. Red X does take out that pesky turret, should open things up for Sloth to move in. Sloth is going to go grab that high ground, recognizes the trap, gets rid of that, and is now pressuring down. Early Shatter, Coalescence combined coming through from Best Buds, and they just sandwich Free Funky Kong.
You saw it illustrated there on that, exactly what I'm talking about, by the way. Aquamarine is the spam damage source in this composition. Those grenades need to be straight into the Reinhardt shield as much as possible. You need to eat up shield, you need to eat up D-Matrix, you need to eat up support resources. What's Aquamarine being forced into doing? He's forced into taking pot shots at a Tracer in the back line with that grenade launcher. You're just spitting into the wind. I mean, it's really hard to do, even for a talented player. It's not doing him any favors. Maybe they can make something off of this tire, though. That's the only thing that I can think will really slow Best Buds down here at this point in time.
You see Aquamarine was looking for it, making sure there's no threats, and in fact there are. Backstab Bud's already pushing up there. They send Backstab Bud away and unleash the tire, going through over the top of the turret. Looking for a route through out of the back, Ray pathing, and it finds Satori. Good priority pick, taking the main take out of the fight. This is going to allow Fugo and the rest of the crew to push forward and try to clean up, but Best Bud's doing a good job of disengaging.
I think the swaps here on the side of Free Funky Kong are both wise and good. You get Fugu over here with the Reinhardt. You have the Sigma in. These are good things, and it's going to maybe buy a little bit more room for the frontline brawl. And you can tell, too, as this Gravitic Flux comes in by Sawulu, that they're just looking for an opportunistic early kill. That's not going to help them, though, Bull Skunk. Those are some pretty big losses.
No, and I think they were hoping for that Molten Core to follow up on this, but no avail. No DPS left. Sawulu trying to take matters into their own hands, but they just don't have the damage. Death Blossom Shatter coming out, and look at the life bars. Both tanks gone. Those early picks from Best Buds proven fruitful in the end.
I do still think that the tank swaps are the right idea. Sloth tries to finish off Nolan here. Nolan did manage to get K41 out of all of that, so that will take the diva out and maybe buy a little bit of time for Free Funky Kong to reset. The death of Sloth there is a big one as well. Aquamarine finally hits Pay Dirt with that dynamite fishing. It was bound to clip eventually, right? Just needed 1 or 2 grenades really to do the job. They will also put pressure on another flanker in the back line. Backstab Bud was there as well on the Reaper, and flanks, I think, have kind of been the bugbear of this Free Funky Kong squad.
Aquamarine all over at that time, and able to send them away. Shatter comes down, but there's no DPS left. Hammer has to drop down AKO Tori and then just eats a big charge. Now trying to back up. Sound barrier used to reinforce Fuga, but still gets burned down, had no life left. But it's given enough space and enough time for the rest of the team to find those kills.
Well, you see that they're able to push up. Their aggression is actually not bad either. That was a beautiful little bit of play right there from the Lucio. Sakuna fan continuing to show us some real quality Lucio play in the midst of all of this. And I have to give credit where credit is due from one support player. You know, you got to ramp up when you can. They'll come forward again here, Will Best Buds. They have 1 ult in the tank, not a lot to deal with. But then again, ult economy's a little bit level. Free Funky Kong has 2. And they're nearly on the Coalescence, so they might have a little bit of an advantage. But another big tire to start. Here it comes, up and over. I love these tires.
Tori has already eaten a couple of these today. It's going to be Orion getting the business end of that one, and Sloth Pulse Bomb gets gobbled up. Another good start for FFK on the defense. They're going to punish Backstab Bud with this aggression, finding them caught out, separated from the rest of the pack, and they're going to continue to push forward and build ultimates. Oh, but they lose Fugo. That could be bad.
That could be bad, but I think they can recover from this one. Aquamarine gets the instantaneous kill there on Kai. Sloth is forced to back up a little bit, and they don't really have the bodies. Yeah, Red X jumping off the edge of the map there to just go for the reset.
Yeah, I think they're trying to reset before Fugo gets back into this fight, but I think too much time has passed. I believe the Reinhardt will make it back. And Free Funky Kong still a touch ahead in ult economy, although I'm looking at Red X with the sound barrier.
Yeah, that's something to watch. That's going to be a big play. Sloth also, again, on another pulse bomb. And there's the sound barrier to initiate. The Molten Core comes out basically as a defensive ult to protect them on their position.
And Free Funky Kong split up. And half of them run to the top area that did not have the Molten Core. And they get chased down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Kai for Sakuto on the other side. And then a Tori for Bedtime. So no tanks left for Best Bud. They're trying to push forward just the prowess of their DPS, who are quite skilled, mind you, definitely very capable. But with 60 seconds left, I don't know if I'd stick around in this fight. They're playing it a little safe. Sloth not choosing to hard engage, just doing some peppering right now.
Sloth has had a harder time, I think, overall on this map. The turret actually has been kind of shutting him down. You see an example of it right there. He pushes forward, immediately taking that chip damage. No choice but to fall back, but here's Orion with the Coalescence. This could be big.
This is go time. Self-destruct looks to go a little too far back. Oh, Tori doesn't get swung around in time. The Shatter comes through. Just a nick of time to put them down. Backstab Bud responds with the Death Blossom. It's a 3v2 on this point. Nolan drops that Coalescence. We've talked about how deadly they are with this ultimate. Look at that. Simultaneously burning down the opposition, keeping Sawulu in this fight, and it's enough for them to hang on with just under 3 meters left to go. 10 seconds on the clock.
The sprint coming in here from Backstab Bud. He's trying to get back, blocks the legs. They're going to run for it. They regroup for just a second because they've got about 2 seconds to work with. They are in overtime now, but the tire, the turret, the Shatter does come in here from Hattori, but is it enough to get it done? It's not. The Molten Core paying off there for Bedtime, and they'll clear the point and hold on right at the end of stage 2. Beautiful.
Well done. It's just those opening picks. They're able to take down the supports early. The aggressiveness coming through. Free Funky Kong seemed to have really woke up and found some confidence in map 3.
They do look better. I think a key part of that was that Sloth did not have as much truck on that second point.
Agreed.
There just wasn't places for him to go where he wasn't being shot by the turret. It was very different from the first point. It was very different from the last map as well in that regard. And I think that quite hurt them. I also think they're doing a little bit better job of staging some of their ults. Specifically, the tires coming out of Aquamarine have basically just been fight winners every time he's used them. It's parceled into a victory. And you got to give credit where credit is due. The other player who I feel has really stepped up here, Bullskunk, is Suulu on the Diva. Has looked really good, like making the heads-up plays, dropping immediately onto Kai after the bomb usage and just killing the enemy Diva right off the bat. Playing really well against Nolan Corona when they were using their coalescence there in that kind of 2v2 situation to take down the Diva. It's been very smart from them, and they've been a little bit quiet, I think, overall, but they have been very competent in playing that off-tank role, and it's nice to see a player just really putting the effort in on that side after the swap.
Yeah, good swap indeed. I mean, the signal worked on point A, wisely moved over to the Diva for point B, and they're going to stick with that Diva, heading on to the attack. And the first real attainable win condition I think we've seen from FFK here today.
Yeah, I would agree. The swap two of Sloth now over onto the McCree, that's going to be interesting to watch. We'll see if the talent on the Tracer translates to other heroes, continuing to kind of be a pain on the flank and already picking a couple of shots there on Aquamarine.
Orion also swapping over to the Baptiste, so it's the first time we've seen changes out of Best Buds today as they look to adjust to this composition. The first time they felt pressured to make these changes. And they're going to choose to just hold down at point. They did a little bit of poking like you were talking about. Orion and Sloth were getting some good ult charge along the way. But they're trying to gauge this attack. Read the attack from the left-hand side, make the rotations. You can see all of Best Buds moving over here. They're going to throw down the Ant Matrix and send FFK all the way around to the other side. Now the Coalescence out from Nolan to try to push in, try to hard engage. They've got to get past, and they got to get Hattori down before the Shatter comes up, or Hattori might just bring it back. Sloth has the Deadeye ready to go on the back end. The backstab Bud is already down. First kill coming through, and Best Bud's on the back foot. They got to fall all the way back to the point B archway. Sloth is going to return. There's the Shatter. There's the Deadeye. Indeed, Best Buds bringing it back with the two ultimates they needed, finding the DPS with that combination, and it should be enough to hang on.
Well, Sloth saving the day again as dueling Diva Bombs engage, and they're actually not done here.
No, they're not.
Going for the recontest immediately, not wasting any time at all. Bedtime Story, though, still trying to come back in. Speaking of time, Fugu having to back off, go the opposite direction. The sound barrier was invested there, as was the amplification matrix. The tire coming out on the backside. Aquamarine sends it over.
Another fight winner!
Free for the Junkrat. Those tires have just been so decisive all match long, Bullskunk. You love to see it.
Wow, what a read from Free Funky Kong. Sans DPS, they just soft reset, not disengaging, build up that sound barrier and go in strong. Gives Aquamarine time to get back into the fight and get that monstrous tire on the battlefield. Best Buds have had no answer for it.
They have not. They really haven't in this matchup. And part of it is just Aquamarine's tech has been impeccable. Really been flying them high, kind of basically dropping them in like bombs over the top deck. I mean, Aquamarine has really done well on this Blizzard World map and is continuing to do so. That's a filthy angle up there on top of the siege tank, but they will have to drop down.
Very defensive Molten Core coming out, particularly combined with the Coalescence, which means they're going to get aggressive. Shatter's going to fly too. Orion immediately out of the fight, and Kai pushed into a very dangerous spot, just gets swarmed and chomped down. And now Fugo can push way past the box of victory and claim a lot of space. Sloth is still on the high ground, but they're alone on this high ground with 50 health. Still managed to pick up 2 kills.
Oh no, that Sloth is alone on the high ground with them, or they're alone on the high ground with Sloth. I think was how it was. They'll try for this Death Blossom as well from Backstab Bud, and he'll get one more. Fugu does pin it back, but they've done enough. The 2 DPS have done enough to bleed this attack just enough where they cannot continue to push if they're on the side of Free Funky Kong. They will have to back up and regroup. They might also lose Sikuno Fan here, but it does look like he will get back to the rest of the team.
How did they win that? Best Buds had no business winning that fight. That was all the space claimed by Free Funky Kong. And Sloth comes through, the X Factor once again with 2 picks. Gave room for Backstab Bud to come in and follow up. What a play. Now Best Buds have plenty of ults to work with. They're going to open up with that self-destruct and come through with the shatter. That's 3 down. Sakudo does manage to get back on their feet, get the sound barrier up and running. Self-destruct out from the attacking team as Red X respond to the sound barrier of their own. It means Hammer's going to try to push back in high, but Sloth has been forced back by Suwulu. Hammer cannot hold this high ground, and Free Funky Kong are looking to move in and find some picks. They still have to deal with Sloth, who now has a Deadeye ready to go.
Tire coming in now over the top deck one more time. Why not use a tire? It's worked so well so far, and it does!
Oh, no!
Suwulu gets one as well, and they might just have broken through. Kai does manage to get a kill with the remake. Will it be enough? Bedtime Story in here, just opening the damage at point-blank range. Has the Molten Core here as well to cut off the bomb site. Oh my lord, Free Funky Kong, they'll do it! All on the back of Aquamarine's huge tire. Aquamarine, take a bow.
That was a great tire, but a little bit of a misplay there from Best Buds. You had the Immortality Field up, and the Immortality Field was thrown a touch early, I'll give you that. And so I don't think the confidence was there from Sloth and Red X that the Immortality Field was going to stick around. But both of them step out of the Immortality Field.
Yep. And
they end up getting killed by the tire, whereas Orion stayed safe. Yeah, they only had 10% health left. But if Sloth and Red X had stayed in the IF, they would have lived. And they step out of that range, and it cost them that final fight. Yep. But I mean, that's just the fear of God that Aquamarine has put into them with these rip tires.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make. I mean, admittedly, it's just an easy mistake to make. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think they saw that tire either. The way it came in at the angle, I'm pretty sure, thinking about how FOV would work, I don't know that they necessarily would have expected it, but, they should have played in the Mortality Field, right? Like, it's just at the end of the day, it's a misplay, whatever. It probably would have been a pretty big high noon, at least, I think, could have turned some things around. But, if wishes were fishes, the sea would be full. They didn't do it. It's okay. I think that Best Buds looked fine on a lot of that. I mean, they did lose, but I don't think they looked particularly bad. I just think that Free Funky Kong really came into their own on that map. They were able to do what they wanted, barring that kind of disastrous first point defense. That was not so hot. On that second stage, that was really their stage. They played it well. They got the positioning that they needed. Their tanks were pushing up. There was some really solid coordination coming out from them as well. And it was almost like we were watching a bit of a different team play than the team that we saw on the last map. They looked a lot more invigorated here.
Absolutely. Aquamarine in particular on that Junkrat. Now it's Best Buds who choose where we're headed next for map number 4 for Assault. Well, get your parkas. It's going to get cold. We're headed to Volskaya Industries here for map number 4. Best Buds still on match point. FFK looking to send us to map 5.
Man, I don't know. I think they could do it. I do think they could do it. It'll be interesting to see. I think we'll get a pretty good idea in the early stages of this Volskaya map how much of a momentum shift that Blizzard World map was. If that was a significant kind of momentum swing, I think that'll be apparent in the way that Best Buds play this, but it's too early to call, right? Volskaya 2CP, I mean, it's not popular game mode. There's a reason there's not going to be an Overwatch 2, right? Like it's a bit of a difficult creature. I think the initial advantage in my mind would probably go on to Best Buds here, just because they have kind of that structured style of play. But if Free Funky Kong can ride the wave and harness some of that energy they had on the last map, if they can really set up some solid defenses that seem to play into the things that they like to do, specifically really solid range combat, getting off angles with your DPS and putting the boot in, that's going to be the difference maker here for them.
We'll see. I mean, maybe FFK just took a couple maps to download and get Best Buds style, where it's now they've got the counter. Yeah, exactly. It was a little bit, they got a little bit of a slow processor going on. They haven't upgraded to their 3080 yet. So it just took a little bit longer than maybe they would have liked. But I mean, I think the momentum is clearly in their favor. I agree with you. We'll have to wait and see if they can carry that over. We are not getting any swaps. They have decided to stick with the same set of 6 Free Funky Kong have for the first time today. Well, at least in this series.
Yeah, they're not made any swaps. I don't think I blame them for that at all. I mean, the last lineup was the one that won. So,
yes, sir.
keep them in. Hope they can win another one. You don't have a lot of choice in this situation either. Best Buds here showing us a bit of an interesting compositional setup, though. More of a dive. Kai coming out there on the Wrecking Ball. You've got Hattori on the Reinhardt, so still a little bit of brawl capability. And we're maintaining Orion on the Moira as well. And they will actually just slowly transition back over to a full-on brawl, and sure enough, I will swap off the diva. I was kind of hoping we would see something else from them, maybe just put a little bit of an ant over in Funky Kong's pants, but not gonna happen. They'll stick with the brawl, and they like it. It works for them, and I think they can get value out of it. So go for it.
A little bit of the old fastball, if you would. They've run into Aquamarine quite quickly in this right room as they're looking path across over to the high ground. You got Sloth in the backline. You can hear those machine pistols going off and putting down some hurt. It's just going to now regroup with the rest of the team while they look to set up on this high ground, but they don't have any long-range damage. They got to find a way to engage on this Torb Junkrat combo.
They do. They've taken the turret down now, though. That's going to give Sloth a little bit of room to operate, which is, I think, something they desperately need. And sure enough, Sloth already putting in damage on the backline there, and the front line starting to feel the pressure as well here.
Yeah, nice little pincer move, and Best Buds have claimed the objective itself. So now it is up to Free Funky Kong to come dislodge them, and they don't seem to have a whole lot of room to work. Aquamarine 91 to that tire. See if they can get another one of those fight-winning ultimates out on the board. 98, tire ready to go as the Coalescence duel each other over the objective. Tires unleashed, looking for 2. At least we'll get 1. Orion is going to fall, but Kai will punish the Junkrat Aquamarine out of the fight. And Best Buds seem to have weathered the storm that is Aquamarine and are now looking to move on to point B.
It sounds so strange to say this, but here we go. So much of these fights are dependent on Torbjorn's turret. Like, whether or not it survives. I'm not even kidding. The minute the turret went down, that was literally the signal for the engage, because they knew that they could get Sloth in the back line to cause problems. That's what they're looking for here, is for Sloth to try and take one of the DPS from Free Funky Kong out of the rotation. As long as the turret exists, it makes it really hard for Sloth to be anything more than a general nuisance. I mean, look at what's happening right here. Waste a pulse bomb on it, as out comes the Molten Core.
I mean, just indicative of how important to get that turret out really is. And now Sloth free to move in, pick up 2 kills, take Nolan out of the fight. And Best Buds already moving on to this objective. Now, they did lose Hattori. They're going to have to find kills quickly, which that self-destruct does. That's a pair down. They haven't quite gotten that first stick of permanent progress, but they're starting to get some now. Aquamarine coming back on the Doomfist to try to keep them from getting any more. But Sloth lands a double with the pulse. Sloth coming back alive, has had enough of this Free Funky Kong squad, but Nolan there, Coalescence, eventually gonna whittle this down.
Woo! Boy, Free Funky Kong over there, they're gonna be sweating. That's a sweat.
That was about the skin of their teeth, Cormac. That was about the skin of their teeth.
That was a sweaty save. Like, there's nothing more to be said about that. They desperately hung on to that. I thought for sure they were doomed when Sloth got the pulse bomb overkill, but they're not. Here comes Best Buds again, though. No time to rest.
No, and they've got support else to work with. Free Funky Kong had to spend everything just to hang on last time. Now the Shatter's going to find some little big charge, and both Reinhardts go into the water. Obviously, that trade's going to favor the defense. Sloth able to pick up a pair, though, going back ham on this Tracer, and that's going to give them the cap. They don't need no main tank. They got Sloth out here with a pair of machine pistols.
He's doing everything right now, to be honest. You know, I said about momentum coming into it. I think maybe we have our answer.
All right. I think I owe you $5, Corbeck.
It's just like 338 in the time bank. Like, ooh, boy.
I owe you a Pepsi.
Yeah, you owe me a Pepsi. Yeah, no, hold on. Oh, yeah, no, it's be Pepsi now. Yeah. No, it's. It's oh boy, I'm gonna hear about that from someone.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
that's all right. That's all right.
Best Buds there really did kind of surge on, and Free Funky Kong was back to their old habit of not being able to kind of hang, right? You just saw them kind of back up. There was not a whole lot they could do. And again, it was just a matter of kind of aggression and timing, and Best Buds is just showing the better of those two. And a lot of it was down to the initial attack that came onto point number 2. You never really saw Free Funky Kong fully stabilize. Even when they had bodies on the point, you really felt that they hadn't fully kind of recovered from how stressful the first kind of defense, the one where they really had to desperately fight them off, was. I think it was genuinely an inevitability that we were going to come out with a solid time back.
Absolutely. I mean, furthermore, they had to spend everything in their ult bank just to make that hold and make swaps to get back. So for the second attack, Best Buds just had everything in their favor, and they took full advantage.
Attackers incoming.
And they're going to look to do something similar on the defense. They're going to dictate the times of these engagements here. It's going to be on the side of Free Funky Kong to really stave that off. And I just don't know that an Orisa with these kind of 2 spam range characters is going to be enough to overcome this brawl. You're going to have to secure very good positioning for your DPS here if you really want to make that work. And they come in the front entrance and they do look a little discombobulated at the moment about exactly where they want to go.
Agreed. And Aquamarine moving up top. Here comes the rest of the team. As Aquamarine decided that the high ground's the way to go, but they leave their Ashe back in main. A mistake I see time and time again is leaving those long-range DPS in main, and they're just so vulnerable. Best Buds recognize that, find the early picks, and are +1 on this defense right now. They're pushing in, so Wooloo is 1 tick away. There goes the mech. Bedtime Story swapping over to Afar now to try to come back in. The Orisa's still just hanging out up here with Aquamarine.
It might actually hold on to this. Fugu is getting pressured here. There do appear to be quite a few red bodies, but they got backup, and they've got a swap here as well. Bedtime Story coming in on the Farah, and Fugu is still alive on the high ground. Just Battle Cow up there battling it out. Bedtime Story now trying to get in some wins with the rocket launcher from above. Fugu's still alive.
What? Okay, Best Buds, you had an Orisa just standing up there. That was a 5v3 with an Orisa way out of position, and they don't capitalize. Now you've lost Hammer. Your main tank's out of the fight. That was a great opportunity for Best Buds to put down the brakes and stop this, and they let it slip through their fingers. And now Free Funky Kong have the ults out. They have all the space to work with, and they're finding the picks.
I don't know. I don't know. How did Fugu live? He just lived. He just lived forever. He's immortal. He's unconquerable. The battle kept this The charge comes in there by Hattori, but that's just, you know, kind of a petulant maneuver at best. And Fugu just continues to live. Has not died, by the way, for like the last minute and a half, despite, like you said, being in basically a 5v1 scenario. Literally had Sloth pouring damage into him, and somehow he just walked out. It's appalling. I mean, it's amazing, but it's also appalling if you're on the other side.
I think it was a misplay by Hammer, to be perfectly honest. Hammer decided to go down and hold Mega, and they needed to get that kill onto the Orisa. But hey, you know what? Now Hammer's got Shatter ready to go. Best Buds have a lot of ultimates. They can stave off the snowball. They did feed a little bit on point A there at the very end and ensured Fugo was going to have this supercharger. He is self-destruct into the back. Shatter comes down, finds a bunch of nothing. Death Blossom, no, that gets the goods. 2 there for Backstab Bud. Sloth able to finally put Fugo in a coffin.
Oh, well, yeah, it had to happen eventually. Even Dracula did get killed at the end.
Hey, there you go. Even Superman died eventually, right?
So, even Superman. Oh, more spoilers. Oh, gosh, we're ruining it. We're ruining everything.
Oh, no, we're terrible. We're terrible.
Poor fans, but no, it was an inevitability. And I mean, also, let's just be honest, Backstab Bud with a very stereotypical kind of Volskaya 2CP play, right? Reaper on the high ground drops in and causes havoc. But the ult economy favoring Free Funky Kong now. If they can get value out of the barrage, they might be able to do something big here. Namely, though, they're going to have to try and stop Kai from being a continued presence, right? You've got to try and take that D.Va down if you want to maximize the value of the barrage.
See Kai up on that high ground just to the right of your screen, keeping tabs up in the sky for Bedtime Story, and it's going to be Red X taking him down mid-barrage, no deaths. Tyre does get one on the other side, and that may have interrupted Sound Barrier. I didn't quite see if the shielding came out, but I certainly didn't see any blue bars on that top right-hand side. Self-destruct coming out, and the Backstab Bud just able to Wraith out of the way of that, find that pick. As Hattori will fall. Aquamarine picks up 2, picks up 3. Aquamarine trying to carry this thing and at least get a little bit of permanent percentage. Has got their backs up again. It's just 2 supports. Bedtime Story has returned to the fight now. Still no tanks. Okay, there's the Wrecking Ball. Sawulu has returned. And Free Funky Kong, they've got the reinforcements now and they're getting the progress.
This is filthy. No, I refuse to accept this version of reality. Aquamarine finally dies, but again, it was a Fuku situation. They just couldn't kill him. That was insane. Bedtime Story does come back in and get a pick, but you feel like it's all a little bit over right here. I say that though, Bedtime Story fighting back. They're not giving this one up, Bull Skunk. They got the resin on Fuku. They got it back up.
Yeah, self-destruct is just used to clear out Sakuno from the high ground. Bedtime Story able to find that finishes. Aquamarine brings in another tire. The tire does not find what he's looking for. Ryan able to fade out of the way of that. Bedtime Story still fighting this one out. Is going to go and drop the barrage. Picks up one. Looking to get Sloth. Gets Sloth as well. Now turn it down. Finds the direct on to Kai. Kai's just got to fly out of there. You think he'll be in Bedtime Story face. No, Bedtime Story just putting down too much damage. Nobody challenging the far right now. And it's given 2 ticks over to Free Funky Kong.
This is madness. This
is madness.
This is Lovecraftian madness. Bedtime Story will be forced to jet out. Aquamarine does finally go down. The only thing I will say here as they do start to clean up this pharmacy is that was a lot of time that was invested into those continued engagements, and it does not work out here in favor of Free Funky Kong, though I will not blame them, Bullskunk, because that was so close that entire time. You felt like it would really tip at any moment. I can't say that they made a mistake continuing to try and pour bodies and resources into that, but now they've really put themselves in a difficult situation with this time bank because they've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left. They really have to make something work. That's a very good kill to open it off. Sloth taken out at long range. Bedtime Story coming out in the Hanzo now, so a little bit of instant pick potential being put into this attacking lineup.
I was about to say I would be surprised if Sloth didn't go back to the Tracer, which they do. Best Buds did have to invest everything to make that hold. Free Funky Kong have this supercharger out. They just need 33% of this objective. 40 seconds on the clock. We're looking at Final Fight territory. Trades coming through. It's a +1 to the defense. For the offense of Free Funky Kong right now. Self-destruct trying to buy some space for Best Buds, trying to get some reinforcements back in this fight. Back 7 low, finish off Aquamarine. Sakuno gets res back up. Both supports back in this for Free Funky Kong. 20 seconds left as Aquamarine takes Red X out of the fight. Now going in, but a lot are hurt down on the Kai. Shatter comes through, puts both DPS on their back. Bedtime Story, Aquamarine both sent back to spawn. Res already been used. They are not coming back with 6 seconds left. Free Funky Kong has no choice but to stay in here. And now they're facing an Ant Matrix. Quarterback.
That's going to do it. Oh, man, that stings. Free Funky Kong were so close, but Best Buds taking the win. And I will say it was a well-deserved win. They did look the better team throughout the majority of those matches. Their organization was on point. Their ults were on point. They were making good, decisive swaps, and they had Sloth, who really I think was the standout player of this matchup in a large number of ways.
Oh, would definitely get my vote for player of the match. Sloth was just outstanding. Every single map was always a force to be reckoned with, always demanding attention and demanding resources. That's hands down Sloth, my player of the match for sure. I couldn't agree with you anymore.
I mean, how many times did he save him? Like, realistically, there were situations, I think, where, Best Buds would have lost the fight if it had not been for this quasi-divine intervention of Sloth, who just sort of jumped in and got a double kill or exactly when they needed it. The right pulse bomb, the right high noon, whatever it was. But, all credit to Free Funky Kong. Very entertaining squad. I enjoyed watching them play a lot. I loved, they all had their moments to shine. I loved Aquamarine on that Junkrat coming alive. His last stand there on Volskaya was really something to be enjoyed. This was a good open division match. This was a lot of fun to watch. I really enjoyed this one. Both these teams very much deserve to be where they are in these standings, and they both played very well today.
We'll go with Sloth the Divine. That's your new nickname, my friend, Sloth the Divine, with that absolutely godly performance here today. And it's put Best Buds into top 3 into Open Division in Season 3. The fun is not over. They are moving on to face Nocturnal in the Losers Finals and fight for that coveted spot in Contenders Trials. We're going to pass the baton. It's been a lot of pleasure casting with you again, Corbeck. It's been too long. And what a fun match. What an absolute blast of a match.
It was an absolute blast, and it was a pleasure casting with you as well, Polskuk. I hope that I did Chef Billy proud wherever he is. Like, watching this, I hope that he's not like, oh, this guy. No, I try
No
my best.
way.
It's always a pleasure casting with you as well. So thanks for having me, and yeah, I'm glad we got a good one. I really enjoyed that.
That was a lot of fun. Big shout out to Juke, our producer behind the scenes, keeping us on track. And a big thank y'all for you at home for hanging out with us, enjoying some awesome Open Division Cup. And stick around. We got the losers bracket finals coming up at you shortly.
Welcome, folks, to the Overwatch Open Division presented by Reflash Prod. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Acronator, and we're here with your losers finally against Best Buds and Nocturnal. It's going to be a great one. Acronator, I can't wait to get into this matchup. How are you doing today?
I could honestly not be more excited because, of course, while this is the losers finals, the penultimate match of Open Division, dare I say this one has even higher stakes than the grand finals because the winner of this match will secure the second spot in Contenders Trials. Obviously, they want to go on and win that first place, but at the very least, they'll be securing that spot in the next step in their path to pro.
It's a big one. The stakes are high, and if you're Best Buds, I mean, the stocks are even higher. They're making the magnificent run throughout this bracket. I can't believe they made it this far, but they have. They've taken down some big names, and now they have a bigger one ahead of them, Nocturnal. It's going to be a tough matchup, and how are you feeling between these two teams going up against each other?
You know, if it was anyone else besides Best Buds, I'd say Nocturnal would probably have this one in the bag. A lot of the old Antiku lineup. That had an unfortunate mishap. I believe it was last November in Contenders Trials, but we're not going to talk about that now because they're here now, completely different circumstances. A little bit of a redemption story for a lot of these players. You know, Vega, Pascal on the support line, Biz on the DPS lineup, right? They're so stacked, but when you look at Best Buds and what they've done thus far in the Open Division bracket, it's unbelievable. That's the only word I can use to describe it. I mean, they sent Drifters down to the losers bracket. They sent Shoes Money Crew home once they got down to the losers bracket. And now they're here, one step away from hitting Contenders Trials.
You got Nocturne turning over a new leaf and Best Buds making the magic run that they can. So let's take a look at the maps for our series today. It is going to be a 1st to 3 for this losers final. We're going to start off on Lijiang Tower. And that's going to be interesting in my mind because, you know, Best Buds, and they've been running quite... I guess a normalized brawl comp, and they've been succeeding with it as well. It's more of a rush comp in its own sense. So Lijiang Tower is going to be interesting. I want to see how Nocturnal approaches this, knowing that Best Buds doesn't stray away from their comp too often. And in that sense, they can really kind of work around that in a map like Lijiang.
Yeah, definitely. Lijiang is a really great map to show what these teams like to play. I always like to say there's a lot of versatility that can be applied to it. Generally speaking, there's a lot of different compositions that can be played on any particular round. So again, that'll give us a good idea of how they want to play everything moving forward into the series.
It is going to be interesting, definitely for this one as well. And I mean, do you expect to see a change? Do you want to see a change? How do you want to see the approach to this map number 1 from either squad?
Well, I mean, in terms of compositions, Best Buds have stayed relatively static throughout the entirety of their run thus far. We've been seeing a lot of that brawl composition with the Tracer Reaper, kind of their bread and butter at this point. Whereas Nocturnal definitely seems a little bit more fluid in terms of like whatever the map demands, whatever they feel like is required to win. So I don't know, maybe that'll make Best Buds feel a little bit too readable, or perhaps they know that specific composition so well.
It could be just that fact. And I mean, you look at this Nocturnal roster coming down from that winners final into this position where they have to take Best Buds down just to secure a spot into the Contenders Trials position. So when you're looking at these two teams in that sense, I think Nocturnal is going to feel quite comfortable going into this. They just took a map off of the Redbirds. Not a lot of people have done that. In fact, I don't think a lot of rosters have the ability to say that they've done that, especially in the Open Division. So I think that Nocturnal, they're going to be feeling quite comfortable. We are going to be going to Night Market for our first map on Lijiang into this control. And if anybody is new here, it is going to be a best of 3 in this map mode combo. And if you look at the middle of the screen, the percentage to each team, looking at 100 to be the first one to take this map. Nocturnal sticking to a brawl comp to go up against Best Buds. Anything catching your eye so far?
Both teams running out with the Symmetra, no real surprises in that regard. It's a nice, easy way to get onto the point as quickly as possible. A lot of the times, whoever gets onto the point first will win that first engagement. Relatively even in terms of timing.
Right off the bat, Biz. Punch right on the backstab, but it's going to be down a player. So 5v6 to approach into this, and players are dropping extremely fast for Best Buds. So this first matchup is looking good for Nocturnal. They just have to wipe the rest of them, capture the point, and they are going to be steady going for the start of this map.
That was great collapse from Nocturnal onto Best Buds. They got the teleporter a little bit late, but I don't know if it really mattered in the long run because Biz found that early pick, like you said. And as you can see, the ult percentage is just a little bit higher in terms of Nocturnal, right? Best Buds just a little bit slower behind. No real surprises that Sloth swaps over to McCree as well. It's so hard to approach onto the point as an attacker in this case with the Symmetra still in play.
Let's see if the Cowboy can make a difference this time around. Fishing for a stun, gonna land right onto the Reinhardt. No follow-up just yet. Biz again opens up with the first strike into the roster, so it's gonna be a 5-on-4 once more for our Best Buds to break on in, but it's just not happening whatsoever. Best Buds struggling to get onto this point, and they're getting cleaned up one at a time. Flawless so far from Nocturnals.
They've just been allowing Biz to do his thing, really, just whatever he wants. He's still going off camera there. He's finding a lot of the first picks here, which is honestly crucial in these Doomfist-centric compositions. You want to enable your Doom to get in there and cause a ruckus to allow the rest of your team to just do whatever they want, right? He's sort of a main tank in a way of he's taking a lot of space, obviously, while they still have Starfish doing the actual main tank responsibilities.
Here we go. Bat wall either side. Symmetra barrier to split the difference, and both Doomfists on either side are going to pull that first strike for the squads. A lot of ultimates dedicated into this fight. It'd be exciting to see who comes out on top. Diva Bomb not going to land on anybody, but it does look like Best Buds are going to split the difference with 2. Backstab Bud going to find Powell. And now looking to just clean up the rest of them as they are looking to flip this point over 77% and counting.
Oh, no.
Biz gets back into the business, finds Backstab Bud on this Doomfist. Can't find anything after that. The point is going to flip over. A wonderful take from Best Buds, but things are getting dangerous as it does look like Nocturnal want to get right back into it. The Diva Bomb has to be used. Same with the barrier. Dust still comes out with Sloth, and you have to be worried for Best Buds because they are using a lot into this fight, Acronator.
However, they are still in the lead, and they did flip over the point. Now the fight is starting to go more heavily in their favor. Nocturnal just need to back out. They already lost the point. They don't want to waste too many resources or feed too much ult charge to Best Buds, especially with Hitori Chise getting a little bit closer to that Shatter, right? Probably midway through this next fight. But Sloth having the High Noon, that's really the only ultimate online right now. That's probably going to be the next thing to keep Nocturnal out of the close range engagement for the time being.
Nice open up on a Amp Matrix as well. Looking to use it to open up this point. There we go. Onto the site they go. Reinhardt leading the way. Here's the Deadeye to answer back. Pulls out the Immortality, and an Amp Matrix used for the side of Best Buds is going to find Starfish and knock him down first. So without a main tank, you see Nocturnal, they are running to the hills.
Yeah, and they're just going to have to reset once again. But they still have time, right? They're almost in one fight territory. You see Biz being a little bit sneaky around the back. Don't think Best Buds has any clue right now. Actually, now they do, because he gets scouted out. And coming into this next fight, I expect to see Snow Gang's beat come out to engage from Nocturnal. There we go. Oh.
Shatter blocked. Biz still finds that first one with the Baptiste gone. There's no Immortality to help out your team, but still Izone gets caught. Backs up, pins. And Nocturnal, they get right back into this point while cleaning up Red. As that last one goes through, it is going to be the point flipping once more. 83% for Best Buds. This is looking like last fight territory.
Absolutely is. And when you're looking at the ultimate economy for both of these teams, Nocturnal has a distinct advantage. They already have 2 online, and they have 2 more coming up rather close, as well as Izones. They have Matrix. Best Buds, not so much. They're going to have the beat and the bomb. That's about it.
Let's leave Starfish. Can land this Shatter. Gonna open up with the Slim from Biz. Finds Sloth into the backline. Ults on both ends. Diva Bomb's gonna be onto the point, but the Immortality is gonna keep both teams up and running. Backstab finds the second one. So Best Buds looking to get into her, but you gotta watch that. The Wick is burning down. Finally, the TP on from the Reaper. The Lucio gonna keep that going. Shatter doesn't land at all for the side of Starfish, and Best Buds yet to push this out and make sure she's going to be dedicated into this fight to try to get this point flipped. And here it goes. The red team are going to take it. Best Buds flip this point. Shatter answered back, but Hitori not going to land it onto the opposing Reinhardt. 88%. And here comes Sloth with the High Noon. No, it's Powell with the High Noon. Looking to fish some players out, and nobody lands from that either. And Nocturnal backs into corner, looking to fight on back. 3 go down for Best Buds to get back into the site. It's flipped one last time into this overtime, and with the fight cleaning up, Nocturnal, they actually might walk away with Night Market.
More than likely, yeah. Now you're seeing Best Buds get into stagger territory, and while they might be able to touch with Sloth and Backstab Bud coming back rather soon, they're spread so thin, I'm not sure if they'll be able to really make a hard stance on the point.
Doesn't Doesn't seem like that, but one last try just to throw some bodies at the point. Not going to be the case whatsoever, so Nocturnal is going to walk away with Night Market, open up the control wide with the first strike of this round. You can see that is going to be the case, and I have to be interested because you're either going to Control Center or Garden, and it does look like it's going to be Garden. This is where Best Bud's composition might not be the best.
Yeah, and granted, they're still in spawn for about another 20 seconds. They can certainly tease us, but we are seeing, okay, we did see Hitori Chisei on the Wrecking Ball briefly, but they are now showing us the stereotypical composition we'd expect from them. Nocturnal actually on a very similar composition with the May McCree variants, as well as the Baptiste as opposed to the Moira. As in terms of who has the advantage just based off composition alone, it's hard to say, but Biz having the Blizzard potentially online every other fight or so could be a game changer.
Good old Redix is gonna get caught the boot from Snailgate. And that is not the way you want to start if you are Best Buds. You can see the collapse now from Nocturnal into the opposing roster. Without that Lucio, not a lot of disengage is going to come out of the fact of Best Buds. And there you have it. Backstab Hitori Chisei knocked on down. They clean up the Diva. They look like they are going to take this control point first once more. And you have to look at Snailgate. That opening was huge.
Yep, Snail Gang, also known as Vega. Former Contender's main sport, hoping to get back there, it seems, and a beautiful Maywall to start up this fight. That's Best Bud separated quite a bit. They're going to have to either wait for that to go down or disengage a little bit.
No follow-up on the Maywall. You do see the Immortality going to be used by iZone first, and the Amp Matrix to back this team up. And hopefully force Best Buds onto the opposite side. Coalescence is going to be burnt in slots. Looking for that pulse bomb. Is it going to land? It does not. And Orions Coalescence only keeping his team up. A big slam on the front line with Starfish looking to clean up that tank. Hitori Chisei off the board. They do lose out on the Diva, but without that main tank, it is going to be damaging for the likes of Best Buds to stay up. Paolamu gets the high noon into the mix as well. Backstab Bud going to receive it right onto the noggin. And again, Nocturnal, they stay alive. And the stagger onto K4-1.
Yep, Kai getting the traditional Diva treatment despite all the new remake changes. Well, I guess not so new anymore. Coming into this next fight, though, the big thing I'm really looking at is Biz's Blizzard. I said it earlier that Blizzard can be an entire fight turner by itself, let alone with the other ultimates they have online.
Diva Bomb doesn't land. The block from Starfish on the Shadow 2. Excellent plays from Nocturnal. The only thing is they are going back and forth with these trades. Kai does find Paolamu. There is no Baptiste on board either for the likes of Nocturnal, so no Immortality to keep your team up just yet. Very damaging indeed. Slosh takes out Biz. They're collapsing onto the team. The sound barrier used for Best Buds. Pulse Bomb's going to land onto Starfish. The flip.
What?
Looking to come up soon, and I don't know how that happens, Acronator, but it did, and Kai gets the remake kill onto Dusk.
I wish we had a replay feature that we could see what happened, because I've never seen that in the kill feed ever. Sure enough, Red X is going to be back, and kind of getting deja vu, because Nocturnal once again lose the point in right about one fight territory, so they're not really feeling too bad about losing that fight, especially with the disgusting amount of ultimates that are online for them at their disposal coming into this. They still have the Blizzard if they want.
Oh, Death Blossom stunned. So it's not going to come out with anything. In fact, it is going to be the death of Hitori Cheese and Backstab, but that opened this one up. The Blizzard dedicated onto the point to get an early flip and zone out this Best Buds team. But Ryan uses the Coalescence into it. And actually gets Starfish's Shatter out as well. A lot of ultimates going to be brought into this fight from Nocturnal. They're looking to put this one away, but Slot, the contention from the Tracer has to be a little bit annoying. The stick as well onto Paolamu. One player army from Sloth. The sound barrier going to be used from Nocturnal to keep them in this. That's looking to turn the tides once more and get this 97%. Looking to get to that overtime. It is prompt as well from Best Buds. Kai looking to do their best onto the point, but it's once again in that situation that we had on Night Market where it's going to be Best Buds just staggering onto this point one at a time. And as the candle wick burns on down, that's going to be our map number 1 going to Nocturnal.
The very end there, you saw Best Buds just getting a little bit too split in their attempts to recontest the points, and that allowed for Nocturnal to just play off of the strengths of this Brawl composition, right? They want to be a death ball, as it often was called back in the day, and the more that they could stay together, the more focus they could have, the better they would show up in the kill feed. And yeah, no real surprises. In all
No real
honesty,
surprises at all. We get to see Starfish swinging his hammer in the final play of the game over on Night Market, cleaning up house, especially with that charge on the backstab, but on the Doomfist after the slam comes on through. Huge plays from Nocturnal. Honestly, a little bit expected in my eyes going to Lijiang Tower. I have to imagine that the fast-paced team like Nocturnal is going to keep Best Buds on the back foot. Very proactive play as I expected as well. And, you know, coming out with a 2 on to Night Market, we now have to see how Best Buds are going to answer back.
yeah, definitely. You have to wonder if they're going to be swapping up the composition, or if they just have to change up the tempo, anything like that.
Might be the case, but let's take a look at what we are going to see for this map number 2. It is going to be Rialto here for our second map, and this is a map mode combo that Best Buds have been looking really good on in the past couple series that they have played today, so feeling pretty warm on this. Do you feel confident in this for a bounce back on Best Buds' half?
Well, in terms of escort maps, this is probably the best they could hope for. This is very much a brawl-friendly map, but they're going to need to play their win conditions a little bit better, right? Because, like I said, the fact that they've been playing just the Reaper Tracer variant of this brawl, basically the entirety of Open Division, means that it can get a little bit predictable. And when you're talking about, again, contenders level players on Nocturnal, it can be very exploitable for them, not necessarily in a difficult way. Right, so coming into this, both teams teasing the brawl, of course, Nocturnal on the offense. So they could change up their composition in any which way. Or no, sorry, the Best Buds are on attack, so they can change up their composition in any which way. Nocturnal going to be sticking on to this May McCree composition, pretty standard for the stereotypical brawl, right? Best Buds, I'd expect Backstep Bud to look for a quick pick from the Widowmaker and probably swap off back to the Reaper. That seems to be their bread and butter.
And yeah, it's worked so far for Best Buds, but this looks like where we've hit rock bottom for this team so far. I want to see if they're going to make any changes into it whatsoever throughout the series, but Nocturnal's actually going to make the slow approach for the spawn hold right in front of the door, and I like this Maywall to split this team in half. You see Palamo hunting for some shots onto this McCurry. The Doofus swap out into it. Is going to pull out the May Ice Block as well. Nobody dropping just yet. It's a duel. The Immortality's going to be on board. The boot from Red X is going to take dust out of the board. Immortality's going to mount to nothing at all. Just a little bit of stall from Nocturnal. And Best Buds, they handle this pressure early. Once they clean up this May, they're going to get the payload nice and moving.
Yeah, the challenging part about these close holds is that while you are guaranteed another fight in first point, obviously the card has so long to go. Unless you can stall for like 30 seconds to like 45, maybe even a minute, it's arguable that maybe you would have wanted to take a fight a little bit further back and have less to worry about in terms of the disgusting spawn advantage, right? Because there you just had Backstep Bud and the Doomfist getting picks left and right, causing a lot of chaos, and Nocturnal just couldn't keep up with it, right? So now coming into this, of course, they have another fight. They actually have the Blizzard online, so I wouldn't be shocked to see that come out rather early here if they need to stabilize.
Sloth jumps on Izone in the backline. That's going to call Ryan to pull the Coalescence into it. The Blizzard not going to be eaten up, so it is going to zone around these players. Redix is going to drop a headshot of Biz, snapping over to that Lucio. Ice block used as well, and Best Buds, they're looking to clean up the house with this. Palamu, High Noon from afar to back up the attacking team of Best Buds. And you're going to find Sloth with it as well. The Shatter in answer is going to drop Izone, but that's the beat drop as well to keep his team nice and healthy. Starfish taking out Hattori Cheese, and as Nocturnal get right back into this point, the reinforcers are going to come back on in, and they're going to hold on tight to this point number 1.
One of the major factors I'm noticing here between the fights that Best Buds win versus the fights that Nocturnal wins is that Nocturnal is using a significantly less ultimates to win these fights, right? You look at their ult economy right now, and they're still significantly better off than Best Buds. They have both tank ultimates, they have the Baptiste Matrix, that they're probably going to use rather soon. Biz is coming up to another Blizz. They want to.
The bomb only zones out. Here comes another Blizzard, and look how separated Best Buds are off of that. Sloth does have the pulse bomb. Most likely looking for the Baptiste in the back line, but there is a Tifa hoping to keep this Tracer in check. Tifa bomb and answer. The calls for the post bomb going to be right on the front line. They back him up even farther, but Sloth gets caught by the Tifa bomb. Kadesha not going to be there, and Best Buds, they're going to walk away with the first point. Nocturnal, they don't get on for the touch, and it's going to cost them a little bit extra time.
That's one of the... Oh, they're still going. You do have a very late shatter from Hitori Chisei to clear off the bridge a little bit. We'll pay for it with their lives, but they're going to secure the bridge more than likely. As I say that, the kills are actually coming in for Nocturnal, so maybe they will stop the cart right here, which I think is why they even invested the shatter from Best Buds in the first place. They wanted to move across the bridge, which is very poke-heavy, sometimes difficult to break through the defenses, and this is exactly where Nocturnal want to be, outside of first holding, obviously.
Looks like backstab, but he's looking for the TP into the back line. And that's exactly what we're going to see. The Coalescence lead the way. The only thing is Best Buds, they lose their speed, so not able to engage too fast. The Shadow's going to land onto the Ryan, and a huge fire strike from Starfish cleans up 3. And Nocturnal are going to reap their reward and head to the spawn.
Oh, that's Baptiste Window and Fire Strike for you. Sloth on a little bit of a journey here. Actually taking a bit of a duel with Paolumu, but backs out. Probably for the better. Don't want to get staggered even worse there. They still have time, Best Buds do, but they want to take this slow and do it right.
Immortality keeps the team up. Paolumu, the High Noon, locks down onto Redex and Hitori Chisei. And no Best Buds into the back there, making a 3K for the McCree, and Best Buds struggling to get anything working. Acronator, this is looking troublesome for this first point, or the second point.
Absolutely is. In past games, even today, Sloth has been sort of this like clutch factor for Best Buds, but they're having a difficult time getting through the Nocturnal's DPS and making that kind of impact again.
You see backstab, but he wanted to get that stun out of Paolumu, but excellent job from the disengage of Nocturnal to deal with it after the Wraith Walk comes on through. Best Buds setting up once more. You still have the Death Blossom. You have the Coalescence to lead the way into it. Hitorichi's coming up onto a Shadow. So here you go. Orion looking to do some damage onto the front line. Give the team a little bit of spacing to push into this. It is going to give up that backstab, but it is going to pull the Death Blossom into the back line. Gets cleaned up by Snailgate, but enough damage for the follow-up to clean up too. So Best Buds, they burst on through the opening of Nocturnal, but only limited spacing is gained. Oh, Paolumu almost finds that kill onto the Lucio. Gotta go again.
Yeah, you're gonna have a soft reset. Actually, they're still going into it. High Noon being invested right now. I'm not sure how much it'll find outside of Orion's shield. Oh dear, Best Buds really wants to push this further.
Really do. Sound barrier. Gonna be met by an Amp Matrix. Sloth has the High Noon, dealing a ton of damage into that backline from a side. Slow approach from the D.Va Bomb, but the Shatter is going to drop them all. Still High Zone is going to fall to that D.Va Bomb into the backline. And here we go, the player advantage. Not going to last very long. A Sloth is going to be found out by Snailgate. And here we go, the engage from the front line of Nocturnal, deleting the likes of Best Buds and backing them up as they go. Here comes the Blizzard as well. The wall to block them up. Nocturnal are holding on to control even after losing the Baptiste.
That got really messy, but I think Nocturnal did a really great job of focusing down both DPS of Best Buds. They were a little bit further forward than maybe they should have been, and I like to say whenever you lose both members of any particular role in Overwatch, you're probably going to lose that fight unless you can return the favor in some way, shape, or form. Oh dear, and especially with Kai getting demeched on the bridge, they're going to be able to touch for sure, but how long is this contest going to be able to go on for?
Drops the D.Va low, but you can see the high ground is held by Nocturnal. They get into it, they find Kai. Orion's gonna pull the Coalescence, but what can you do in this situation if you are Best Buds? Just grasping at straws as you take the likes of Paolumu. Dropping like flies is Best Buds. The D.Va Bomb just to cement this hold, and it is only gonna be halfway through the second point that Best Buds find their end.
Not the worst push in the world. Rialto is infamous for his first point holds, but not necessarily the best push either. Obviously, they didn't complete the map, but even in terms of second point holds, oftentimes it'll be a little bit closer to that second point. So Best Buds aren't going to have too much breathing room if they give up first points. And the way Nocturnal's been playing, they've been punishing any kind of mistake from Best Buds. It's looking a little bit grim for the underdog story here.
The gaps that Nocturnal find exploit Best Buds situations so well, you could say.
Ready for battle.
And now they haven't looked the best onto this Brawl comp. It's actually been Nocturnal who are going toe-to-toe with the same exact comp and coming out triumphant.
Yeah, and in all honesty, there's no other way to say it than this is the caliber of player that is tier 2, right? A lot of these players, like we said, pretty much every single one of them on Nocturnal was from the old Antiku lineup who did make contenders. Many of them, like Pascal, like AI Zone, have gotten very far in contenders, right? So this is that level of play that Best Buds need to be capable and ready to play with and against if they want to hit that next step. So this is going to be their biggest hurdle yet. And,
a big
this
hurdle.
is their best chance.
Let's see how high Best Buds can jump over that hurdle. If they can at all. Or what will Nocturnal bring to them? At the moment, relatively same. It's just going to be poking away at the start. No front and hold from Nocturnal, or from Best Buds, from the defense. So Nocturnal are going to be taking the slow approach in this set. And you have Sloth on the Mei as well. Looking to split the difference of teams. But look at this. Nocturnal are making a wrap to the high ground to drop on top of these players. I love this play from these attackers. Taking a different approach to him in a big wall to block off the Reinhardt and the Reaper. The Immortality keeping alive for a moment, but only a moment's notice, as that is going to be Nocturnal walking right through that Reinhardt.
That was just a disgusting Maywall from Biz. I have never seen one quite in that position before, but it was the perfect way to punish about half of Best Buds who were stuck up onto the high ground, no way to go except through Nocturnal, which obviously they weren't equipped to do, in a 3v6 essentially. Just getting a little bit low from the high ground, but probably going to be fine. Actually, Backstep Bud gets punished for getting a little bit too hyper-aggressive there, and this is going to be a little bit of a chaotic final contest for first point, assuming Best Buds want to take it.
Looks like they do. High noon for Palamu. That shield is going to be dropping considerably low. The Immortalities has to be used, but Sloth is going to get caught out from it. The Shatter not going to land onto Torichise. Somehow he's still standing after all of that. But it is going to be the cap coming through nonetheless from Nocturnal as they clean up these stragglers. Best Buds backed into a corner now. Backs against the wall. In Rialto, you have to hold for 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, they didn't exactly push very far into second point. You can see the golden box of victory just over to the side there. That's not necessarily the easiest thing to defend, especially with the time bank they have to do it in.
Oh, Biz.
How'd they get over there? Oh, the Maywall.
Maywall over behind gets in here looking to get a cheeky blizzard out, and so he does. Are they gonna find any kills from it? It doesn't even matter. Look how close the point is to touching this. Kai has to back up and take control. Sloth is gonna find iZone, and this is a very scrappy fight from either side, but it's troublesome if you're Best Buds. Backstab Bud looking to take out Palamo. The Diva Bomb's gonna be used to get this mech back for Kai, and you hold for now, but at what cost?
Well, at the very least, Biz is staggering himself pretty bad right now. Yeah, there's no way out of that one, and that'll stall time a little bit. But if you're Best Buds from here on out, the name of the game is not just stalling, but killing as much time as humanly possible, right? But we've already seen that Nocturnal, like these unorthodox strategies, they may wall through the back line to try and get a little bit cheeky there. Didn't quite work out the way they intended, but they have 3 minutes to push the cart, what, like 10 feet? Yeah, that's basically nothing. They have time to take dry fights and set up the win conditions as they please, whereas Best Buds are very much in do or die situation for this map.
Force off the high ground. The boop, though. The high noon's not going to come out with anything. So Nocturnal, they have to take a new approach to the setup. Ryan looking to keep that Mei up. The shadow from Hattori Chise isn't going to find anybody on the opposite side. And in fact, Backstab Bud is going to get caught out, looking to get too aggressive on that Reaper roll. You get the Ant Matrix used from iZone. The front line getting very damaged. Starfish actually considerably low. In fact, going to fall to Kai. Here comes the Blizzard from Biz. And that is going to be quite a dangerous one. You see all the players are frozen on up. And with Backstab Bud looking to maybe get a touch. It was 1v5. I don't think anything was coming up from that Reaper. Nocturnal, a quick 2-0 after Rialto. The win conditions set early, and like you said, plenty of time to get on through. They just took the fight as is, and they walked over Best Buds.
You know, I forget if I said this on cast or prior to the game while we were getting ready to set everything up, but as long as they can force Best Buds off of this composition, then Nocturnal's going to have a much easier time, and that seems to be the case. Maybe we even had Sloth swap off of the namesake Tracer and go over to the May a little bit, so it just feels like Best Buds don't quite know where to start.
It's very troublesome, especially when Nocturnal is putting you against the ropes on your own composition. Best Buds stunned after 2. Coming up next is going to be our hybrid map 4-3. We're going to cut to a quick little break, and when we come back, Best Buds looking to make that reverse sweep against Nocturnal. This is going to be Nocturnal punching their ticket into that Contenders trial position. Stay tuned to find out. And welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Open Division presented by the Reflash Prod. My name is Seymour, alongside me, Acronator. Nocturnal up 2-0 right now in the losers final. Best Buds looking to make that reverse sweep and keep their magical run as magical as it has been. Acronator, how are you feeling into this? Because Nocturnal has just looked unstoppable.
Yeah, definitely. The players of Nocturnal are definitely living up to their reputation thus far. A lot of former contenders players, like we've been saying. Best Buds struggling, in all honesty. I think this is the first time we've seen them struggle this hard, at least in a good amount of time. But I mean, this next map is do or die for them. This is win or go home, or I guess technically draw and continue on the series and delay what feels like the inevitable. But the next map is going to be Hollywood. So,
Well, that's why it's a first to 3, because, draws can happen.
Yeah, in terms of compositions for Hollywood, technically they could play more of the Brawl composition, double bubble, the like the Winston Zarya compositions, or maybe even some double shield. The Orisa Sigma compositions could also be rather popular here. I don't really know what to expect from Nocturnal, because like I said at the very beginning of this game, they kind of play whatever they feel they need to, although they have been matching Best Buds Brawl thus far, a lot with the May McCree variants of it. And Best Buds kind of sticking to old reliable that's gotten them this far, but I'm not sure how much further it's going to get them the way things have been turning out so far.
You have that old saying, Acronator, that if it's not broke, don't fix it. But the only thing is for Best Buds right now is it's a little bit broken. And it has been broken for the past 2 maps. And the thing is for Nocturnal that I'm excited to see is a map like Hollywood provides change that they can go through, and they can approach this differently to tear down the barriers once more of Best Buds. However, on attack, Best Buds, they're teasing us with a few differences. I don't imagine that they're going to stick with this Bastion, but taking a look at the defense, and we do know what Nocturnal are going for, and they're locking in the double shield with the Genji Ashe mix-up and a Baptiste Brig.
The Genji I'm a little bit surprised about, but everything else is pretty standard from Nocturnal, as opposed to Best Buds where it's same old, same old. If it's ever going to work, now's going to be the time, I suppose, because they can rotate very quickly, and Nocturnal want to kite and poke as much as possible before the fight gets right on top of them. So this might be Best Bud's best chance to make a statement against Nocturnal.
See if we can see any Biz pull dash combos off that Orisa with the Genji, as famous in the Summer Showdown last year from Paris Eternal. But the distance has been closed from the Best Buds. They're already into the cafe, looking to be as brawly as could be. But the damage, the poke, cuts them down early enough that as soon as you get into the blender, it's turned on and you're shredded to bits.
I don't know how Starfish... Well, actually, I do know how Starfish stay alive there. The Brig Baptiste combo is pretty insane for survivability, all things considered. Best Buds did a good job of closing the distance, but it didn't seem like they quite knew what they wanted to do once they got there, right? The target focus wasn't there, and Nocturnal just hard focused on Sloth, and then hard focused on Hitori Chisei, and then everyone just fell from there. Sloth already getting focused down, and done before the fight even starts. They're not allowed to exist for any extended period of time, and Best Buds kind of just have to disengage. You see them kind of blowing their progression. They have to wait for Sloth. They need that consistent damage to close out these kills before they can get into this fight.
This is where you can see Nocturnal start to take different approaches to this. Gonna be a one-on-one from the Tracer, and the Ashe with Sloth dropped down extremely low. Granitic Flux is gonna be used. It's gonna be Red X off the board already. Everybody low as could be. The Genji blade now dash on through, finds 2, make it 3. Biz is cleaning up house on Hollywood as the spotlight is on the Genji today.
He is on fire, both literally and figuratively. But that is why I don't question the Genji play at this level of play, because they're probably so good at it that they can make it work, and especially with Nocturnal playing like they have been, they know how to set up Biz on his dashes, and they've just been immaculate so far. I have a little bit of a duel going on between Sloth and Paolumu in the backline, but not quite sure if anything's going to come out of it as Paolumu just kind of disengages, goes back to his team.
Tracer bomb, close bomb not going to land for Sloth. Push into the backline. Sigma is going to be surviving after the immortality, and the Brig locks down Hitori Chisei. And without that main tank, again, you can just see Best Buds falling to this bunker composition that Nocturnal are setting up for. Use the bongos. Still coming up on the blade, but, I mean, Nocturnal are just destroying this Best Buds composition. I mean, the silver lining to Best Buds is you do have a win condition right now for the swamp.
Absolutely. They have a ton of ultimates, and they really only have one more tick to take, right? They got 2 ticks on the board from that last fight, and Nocturnal doesn't really have too many ultimates to work with here. They're going to have the Baptiste Matrix, they're going to have the Tracer Bomb, but that's about it for the early part of this fight, but you can't let your Reinhardt die so early. That's good.
The fight's basically over. I mean, what are you going to do without Hattori Chisei? I mean, at most, maybe get some heroic ults there, but I'd like to see Best Buds wait for their Reinhardt.
And they are. That's a good call from them. They still have the ultimates to still win conditions. They can deal with this.
Into the Pulse Bomb. Not going to take him down, but it pulls out the Diva Bomb at that. You're going to see Palamute go back into the slot, fishing for the Pulse Bomb. Not going to land on anybody either. You are down Palamute. And there you go. Dusk is going to be off the board as well. So that is going to call for the Death Boss and a push on through. The point gets capped. 2 minutes and 30 seconds onto the board. Best Buds, they stay alive.
Just barely, and I have to say this is not a great time bank for Streets phase of Hollywood, because that can whittle down extremely fast. This is a very stall-heavy point, if there ever was one, and Nocturnal are coming up on those ultimates that they didn't have in the previous fight. They have that blade, they're going to have the rally in just a few moments here, they're going to have the Baptiste Matrix again, and Starfish probably, but after this upcoming fight, is going to have the bongo, so they're going to start rotating through, or as you look at Best Buds, they basically used 6 ultimates that last fight. They're not going to have anything anytime soon.
Biz, blade in hand. We go back in. Best Buds, they have no ultimates to work with. This is going to be a very dry fight. Already down Red X.
No.
And they're backed into a corner. Blizz, here we go. The hack and slash from the Dragon Blade is already going to take down Hattori Chisei. Ryan, the Coalesce is not going to amount to anything. And they are cleaning them up now off of that ultimate usage. Best Buds sent packing.
They didn't really even get a chance to build up any ultimates either, Best Buds did. I mean, obviously they had the Coalescence in the previous fight, but the rest of their entire board is only about halfway, maybe a little bit above. Sloth trying to make a little bit of a statement here, but isn't going to be able to do too much with the entirety of Nocturnal, just bunkering up onto the high ground. Best Buds are going to have to find a way to deal with that high ground control, but losing Sloth takes away a lot of the ability to answer back.
Oh, no DPS on board now for Best Buds. The collapse coming in full force, and again, just Best Buds are dropping like flies. No ultimates were used in the making of that fight.
No, and that's probably not the greatest thing for Best Buds. They needed to take a dry fight there. And while they did, Nocturnal also kind of engaged in that practice. So, I mean, they have everything. And this is last fight, make no mistake. Best Buds have to win this next fight. And while they do have some ultimates finally coming online, Nocturnal, again, just have so much to work with. They can just drop the bongo, see what happens from there, because they've been winning in the neutral fight, right? The damage burst alone from the bongo might be enough.
Gravitic Flux. Oh, that is going to be a damaging one. Already taking out Red X. Here comes the accretion into the fight. You got the bongos dropped on low. Pulls out the Diva Bomb. Coalescence is going to be into the mix. But they're not even going to touch the payload. Best Buds are stopped at 107 meters into that street phase. And the win condition, it's been set for Nocturnals to send Best Buds packing.
The odds of a draw are astronomically low, so this is either going to be Best Buds pulling out a spectacular defense or Nocturnal just moving straight back to the rematch versus Redbird Esports, right? I gotta say, I get the feeling that 2% to his ultimate is going to be haunting Red X for some time to come. That could have saved them from the Gravitic Flux. But that's neither here nor there, because the win condition is set. Like we said, they now have to forget about their offense that could have been and now worry about the defense, seeing a little bit of a tease of something completely different. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing from Best Buds, but it's different nonetheless, and maybe that's what they need.
A change has been needed from Best Buds. I mean, they have been rocking with the same composition, and it's been working, but now it's not. So you need to go to the drawing board and find out what might be. You have Kai on the Orisa. Hattori Chise is going to stick to the Reinhardt play as well, and with this form of double shield with the Reinhardt Orisa combo, it is going to be interesting in the fact that now you have to be careful from the dive presence from Starfish and Biz with Paolumu and Dusk.
Absolutely. This Bastion defense is very high risk, high reward. If it works, it's going to be brilliant. But if it doesn't, it's going to fall apart in no time whatsoever. Having a few swaps coming in, Biz off of the Sombra onto the Echo. Not too many surprises. Actually, might be having more swaps because a lot of Nocturnal are now back in spawn. Yeah, okay. So we're seeing Super Monkey Ball come out. The Wrecking Ball Winston. Wait, no. Hold that thought. Dusk going back to the Sigma. Okay. So Far Mercy, Ash, Wrecking Ball, Sigma with the Zen. I think this
sightline.
Yeah, this is a pretty good comp to dismantle a Bastion.
I mean, the Bastion is a sitting duck with the amount of damage that's just being poured out onto that shield. You could just see the amount of damage. They just don't know what to do. Nocturnal, they are handling this very well. And they have the different points of contact as well for everybody to be taken care of. They're going to be backed up underneath the cafe now. But you can see Sloth into the open on that Bastion. The Discord Orb is going to be doing a ton of damage. They've yet to find a kill onto either side, but Nocturnal, they are getting these ultimates extremely quick. Here's the Dynamite right onto there. It is going to dedicate the Immortality into this fight. Very slow roll fight from either side. But a fight nonetheless. There you have it. Radix is gone, and so is Backstabbed. This is falling apart now. Like you said, as fast as it gets set up, it can be gone in a moment's time.
Okay, Biz, we see you. And with the barrage online, 4:45 on the clock, this is more defendable than it was on Rialto. They pushed a lot further into second points. You can see the golden box victory right there. Very close to the actual capture points of second. But still very losable, especially with Nocturnal holding on to the high ground.
Rosh takes down Sloth. And you have it, the Bob into the backline. It's Archie's, he's just standing still. He doesn't know what to do in that situation. And honestly, death seems like the only option at the end of the road there. You look at the ults that were used, and still you have the Gravitic Flux and the Transcendence. There's so much pointing to a Nocturnal victory. And the stagger onto Kai.
Oh, he's not even Diva, and he gets staggered harder than I've ever seen. Sloth's still on this Bastion. I wonder if that's because the ultimate is online, or they just don't know what else to do at this point. I would dare to say that the Tracer might actually be worth it at this point, just to get back into the fight as quickly as possible, but losing your Baptiste like that is not good whatsoever.
No immortality. Sloth pulls out the tank form for this Bastion, but again, the right clicks, the Ash shots, everything is turning up Millhouse for Best Buds. As this squad, they've made the magical run so far through it, but Nocturnal is walking their way to this finish line slowly and surely. It's one last fight for Nocturnal to put this one away. Let's see if Best Buds can hold on. You do have the rally from Red Axe, but Biz still above them, takes down Sloth. Here's the ping into the fight. And they're trying to end sentence just to make sure that that ball is staying nice and healthy into this line. They're walking over. You still have the contention from Kai onto this, so not yet is Nocturnal going to find his victory. The Red is going to come on board for Paolumu. Back to full strength is going to be the Nocturnal Force, and they send them packing into the spawn. Last chance for Sloth to get onto this and dies immediately as soon as they get onto it. The bomb is going to be onto the site, and as it ticks on forward, Nocturnal punch their way not just into the grand finals of Open Division, but into that Contenders trial spot that they sought out for.
Yeah, definitely have Biz here with the Genji Blade, I'm assuming, for play of the game. What a way to secure your spot in trials than with the Dragon Blade, I suppose, especially about the least meta thing possible at the moment. But if you're Nocturnal, I mean, you got to be happy with that performance, right? I mean, they needed to make a statement after losing 4-1 in the winners finals to Redbird Esports, and I think going into the grand finals tomorrow, they're in a pretty pretty good situation as it stands.
They're in a situation where they literally have nothing to lose now, Acronator. You have the Contender's Trial spot. You're going back up against the Redbirds. You've already taken a map off this. What more can you do against them? That is really the challenge. That is going to be a foot for Nocturnal's best buds. Props to them. Hats off to the run that they had acquired into the open division. I mean, yes, you fall short at the end of it, but the run you had till then, I mean, there's nothing to keep your head down low. I want to see this team hang their head high after what I saw from Best Buds this week. I mean, they looked great.
Oh yeah, so you can't play spoiler to literally every team in the bracket. That would just be absurd. But I mean, the fact that these guys got third place in open division, taking down the likes of Drifters and Shoes Money Crew, that alone is insanely impressive, ignoring every other match that they had to get through to get to this point, right? So they should not be disappointed in their open division run.
Not one bit either. And even against Nocturnal, you saw some shines of brilliance from the Best Buds roster. I mean, they took some fights against them. They made it interesting in some situations, especially on that night market on Lijiang. They did go toe-to-toe with them in some situations, just Nocturnal one step ahead of them every single time. I think you said it best. Nocturnal were doing a good job at making sure their ultimates were managed correctly and safely so that every single fight they had the advantage over Best Buds. And you can see the experience was just shining and glowing from a Nocturnal throughout that whole run. You can really see the separation from the good teams and the great teams towards the end of the bracket, and Nocturnal just showed what they have to offer.
Yeah, certainly. But that's all we have for you tonight. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the EMEA Grand Finals at noon CEST and the North American Grand Finals at 3 p.m. EST. And that's all I've got. Do you have anything more, Seymour, to say?
Been fantastic. It's my debut onto the open division, and it did not disappoint. I got to see some great Overwatch from Nocturnal and casting with a great co-caster as well, Acronator. Thank you for everybody in the behind the scenes as well for production over the week, and I can't wait to see the grand finale tomorrow. So tune in, don't miss out over here on Reflash Prod's Twitch. Be there, enjoy some Overwatch. Have a great day. Most importantly, have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.